of AFL.
ABC News with Michaela Ortolin. Good afternoon. Victorian authorities have revealed there are 5 new suspected cases of H5 bird flu in the state's southwest. Yvette Gray reports.
Victoria currently has 1 confirmed positive case of the H5 bird flu and a further 6 suspected cases. The state government says preliminary tests have identified 5 crested terns, 3 from Portland and 2 from Nelson Bay, as suspected of having the virus after returning a positive result. It follows another suspected case from Portland yesterday. Those samples are undergoing further testing. Victoria's Chief Veterinary Officer, Dr Graham Cook, says community reporting of sick or dead wildlife helps authorities to monitor the spread of the disease. There are now more than 50 confirmed cases Australia-wide.
Widespread backlash has forced FIFA to scrap its plan to sell off the World Cup to private investors. Ali Crew has more.
FIFA President Gianni Infantino has backed down, announcing the proposal will not go ahead. The scheme to raise nearly $6 billion would have seen a new company created to run FIFA events, including the World Cup, with a stake sold to investors linked to Joshua Kushner, the brother of US President Donald Trump's son-in-law Jared. The plan saw a top FIFA official quit, while FIFA CEO Kevin Lamore says staff were deceived by Mr Infantino. International soccer federations also objected, with Europe's governing body UEFA threatening a boycott and accusing FIFA of putting the sport's soul up for sale.
The chairman of the Yothu Yindi Foundation has taken to the stage on the second day of Gama to announce a new land council will be set up in the top end. Nate Woodall reports from East Arnhem Land.
Today's political forums at Gama Festival have turned towards the national discussion of land rights. At the top of today's agenda, an address from the Yothu Yindi Foundation chairman, Jawa Yunupingu, who has announced the establishment of a new self-determined land council governed by the Dilak, a body made up of clan leaders from Yolngu country in East Arnhem Land. It will mean clan leaders having a direct say in management of traditional lands and negotiations with government on decisions impacting Yolngu people.
The White House has signalled that US President Donald Trump is considering a new wave of strikes on Iran. There were no American strikes overnight, but Iran's Revolutionary Guard says it struck another 2 tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. Kuwait says it also intercepted a number of drones. The White House says Mr Trump will not stand by and allow terrorist behaviour to occur, warning Iran will continue to pay until it comes to the negotiating table in a meaningful way. Police in the US state of Arizona have released 2 ransom notes in the hope the public can help identify whoever abducted the mother of the television presenter Savannah Guthrie. Nancy Guthrie has not been seen or heard of since being taken from her home 6 months ago, as the BBC's Shema Khalil reports.
The notes, which had some lines of specific addresses and names redacted, were sent to a local television station in the days after the 84-year-old disappeared from her home near Tucson 6 months ago. The first demanded $4 million in Bitcoin for her safe return and included details from inside her home that investigators say made it appear credible. A second note, sent days later, claimed Nancy Guthrie had perished shortly after being abducted and said she was buried in nature, a claim the authorities have not yet verified. Police say they're releasing the typed messages because the phrasing and writing style could help someone identify the author.
To sport, there have been bronze medals in boxing for Fiji and Tuvalu at the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. Eliza Getzi has more.
Fiji's Jasmine Dauna Kamakama has been beaten in the women's 57-kilogram semi-finals by Northern Ireland's Michaela Walsh. Tuvalu's Tarona Kanum Badi Pasoni Ta'afaki also lost her semi-final in the women's 75 kilos to India's Lovlina Borgohain. But in boxing, once a fighter is beaten, they cannot fight again, so the losing semi-finalists both get bronze medals. In the netball, the Tonga Tala have beaten Wales 63-53 to finish 9th overall. Pacific Lawn Bowlers were also in action on Friday night and Saturday morning, with wins to Norfolk Island and Tonga in the men's pairs and Norfolk's Shea Wilson and Tonga's Malika Nathan in the women's singles. The boxing podiums take the Pacific Islands medal tally to 8. Gold and silver to Samoa, gold and bronze to Fiji, and bronze medals to Tuvalu, Papua New Guinea and 2 for Nauru.
To the weather now for the state. A dry, cool to mild and mostly sunny day. For Melbourne, sunny, a top today of 16 degrees. Tomorrow, sunny, a top of 17 degrees. Monday, showers 15. Right now, it's 14 degrees. ABC News.
Okay, let's do it. The ABC Listen app now has a space just for kids and families. Ooh. The only place for new episodes of Bluey Listen Along. Radio, podcasts and routines. I love it. Everything families need anytime on the ABC Listen app.
Get ready for a year of Test cricket like you've never heard before.
Hits him hard and high, straight back down the ground for 6.
That's an amazing shot. 12 months, 20 Test matches. New Zealand at home over summer. The 3 most iconic overseas tours. The 150th anniversary Test under lights at the MCG. And it all begins August 13 with Australia versus Bangladesh on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
McDonald takes it, plays on, goals! Game changer!
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Mulhouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Scores the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
The Collingwood Chief Executive Craig Kelly clarifies his comments on ABC Sport to Port Adelaide yesterday regarding Zach Butters. But does he have anything to apologise for? And does anyone really know what Zach Butters is doing in 2027? The Cats win again despite missing key pieces. Did the pre-game shake-up work? And should Nick Dacos have been in the votes? And Freo win the low-scoring grind out west, all but clinch the minor premiership. Who's to blame for the nature of that game? And what is the Bulldogs' ceiling in 2026? Plus, do the Tigers really want to win tomorrow? All of that to come right here on the award-winning AFL Saturday on ABC Sport.
Frederick back in border Switkowski, out to Bolton from 45, drop punt around the body. It's become a procession here for the Purple at Perth Stadium. The Fremantle Dockers are going to make it 18 wins in a home and away season, and they lock up the top 2 spot on the ladder. Fremantle defeat the Western Bulldogs by 37 points in Friday night footy.
That was the headline out of the game. It was well summed up on the siren there by Mitch Turner. So top 2 guaranteed. They can't be caught now, Fremantle. I know people falling over themselves trying to say, oh, they clinched the minor premiership. Basically, if the Saints beat the Swans today, they can't be caught in the minor premiership race. Even for Fremantle to be dislodged from number 1, they would have to lose their remaining 3 games. Sydney win all of theirs, and the Swans would have to make up 17%. So chances are that's not going to happen. So that's why the victory lap really has started for the Dockers in their second minor premiership after winning that back in 2015. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Your thoughts, by the way, on 1300 558 222. We're going to get to Friday night, and we will pull that all apart shortly. And Craig Kelly's comments right here on ABC Sport back on Thursday night have attracted a fair bit of attention. First of all, good afternoon to the Premiership High, Luke Ball. Hello, Bally.
Hello, Corby. Hello, listeners. 1st of August, and a little whiff of spring in the air. Beautiful sunny day outside. And, yeah, we'll talk about last night's game. Fantastic from the Dockers, first and foremost. But the World Cup soccer is not that far in our rearview mirror, is it, Corby? And last night, as I'm sitting there watching that first half in particular, I had visions of, this is AFL's version of that, of Spain, Argentina. One team just trying to minimise the damage, and you could argue whether they're out there to really win the game or just hang around long enough for the other team to lose it, and the other team, in the end, really making the necessary adjustments and then putting their foot down like they've done so often this year, the Dockers. So, yep, they continue to march on.
You keep one eye on what's happening at the races. Any horses to give a shout out to on August the 1st?
Well, it is. Yeah, that's right. The good ones start to dust off their winter coats and head back to the track, Corby. But
horse's birthday, of course, August 1.
Oh, God. How am I going? Yeah, very good. Happy birthday to all those horses out there.
There we go.
I got there eventually.
Mick Moldhouse is here, the coaching icon, the man that's coached more games than anyone else in VFL AFL history. Hello, Mick.
Corby, yeah, ball is slowed down a bit. You've got to remember he's getting old. So, and hello, Benny. Hello, all our listeners. Stu and whatever he does up the back, he keeps us going. And hopefully a good coffee. Yeah, well, it's interesting. Off air, we had a bit of a yarn about this.
Yep.
Nothing has said that you have to have a lot of goals to have a good game of footy. Now, I know what you're saying about last night. I had basketball duties last night and wanted to go, so I only watched bits and pieces of the game. And the only hope that the Dogs had of winning that game was to close it down. And they did it. They mucked up a couple of shots late early in the third quarter, which could have made a little difference and made the Fremantle Dogs a little bit nervous. But if Fremantle think that they're going to be able to play the same type of game in September as they do in the home and away series, and I'm sure Justin Longmuir knows perfectly well you can't. Finals football is trench stuff, unless you get them right on top and it just opens right up. Most of the time, there's more contested football. You get closed up. Your better players are looked at more closely. They work out who the forwards are that are the most dangerous, and all of a sudden you've got Ruckman dropping back. So all these things are going to start to happen. It's a good test for Fremantle.
Yeah. It was rightfully pointed out that it wasn't just last night. The Dogs have been trying to get ahead of things or trying to adjust the way they played. We know that how they started the season to the team that's going out on the park at the moment, Mick, is very, very different. And even started selection, didn't they? Now, we don't know how sore Norton and Cody Waitman, who's coming back. I mean, those two out on top of those that are already out. So you're right. I mean, it did look like a top side against an average side on paper, and that's how it started to play out. And that's exactly right. But they have been playing this way, particularly for the last month or so. I think almost as a concession or realisation from the coach that they can't go out the way they're set up at the moment. They cannot go out with their back six, just even from a personnel point of view, and try and fight fire with fire. It's just not going to work.
Their key backs are undermanned, and Dale out of the side.
That's a big out.
There's no run. You have...
Or no kicking as well. Like they really miss that. They don't have any... At Dale aside, they don't have any good kicks.
And I still think there are one or two good midfielders who could go in there. Like Riley West, I like Riley West, but he's not a 30-possession midfielder at the moment. So he goes in and gets 5 or 6, and he has 5 or 6 in the forward line or thereabouts, and he comes away with not a lot to show for his game. So until they get a Waitman up over a year to be able to go through there and some other players, they're always going to be that, 6 to 12.
Yep. And when you look at their numbers, they're bottom half in just about every key category.
Yep.
It's only clearance differential that they're top half. So if anything, their ladder position, hovering around 6th, 7th for most of the year, is actually
very good
than what their game suggests. I mean, that the way that their overall game looks, they should be a bottom half team, and yet they're better than that. What is their ceiling this year? What can they achieve if everything goes right? What do we think they max out as?
They can be a frisky. So it looks like they'll probably finish 7 to 10. So they'll probably. They're a dangerous, fully fit with Norton back and Waitman back. They're a dangerous proposition, especially. And Bontempelli, no impact last night. Now he's going to have a down game every now and then. Maybe it's Richards that needs to go back, although he's arguably he's a top 10 player at the top. So
can't take him away from the ball.
Yeah, I agree with that. But until Dale comes back, but they can be a frisky, wild card out. And then if they get through that and get a bit of a head of steam, they've got enough talent.
If they played St Kilda in a wild card, would you tip them?
Yes.
Fully fit.
If they played Collingwood in a wild card?
Well, again,
not sure about
Not sure. But no,
I'd be tipping the Pies there.
Would you? Yeah, okay. Even without Howe.
They might win one game at best in a final series.
Yeah, they might. So they can get through
and that'll be a fantastic result given the state of the side.
I agree.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. The nature of how the game looked last night. So Luke Beveridge was asked about that in his post-game press conference last night, and he opened up with this.
I had him back as Fremantle had territory, and we couldn't get in our front half. That's why we didn't plan to play like that. I mean, we've been a pretty reasonable team defensively in recent times. We'll get numbers in there, but they still scored from their forward 50 stoppages, so it wasn't by design that we had saturation and numbers beyond the ball. We wanted to press up at different times, and we didn't get our execution right. So we came here tonight to win the game, not to be safe, not to mitigate risk. Not to eliminate. Eliminate risk. But we didn't execute well enough. When the times in the game when we were in there from a scoreboard perspective, we had momentum opportunities. We fumbled the ball or we mucked up gilt-edged chances, and we fueled Fremantle's game, and we didn't cope too well at the end of the game. So it's a disappointing night.
Talkback number 1300 558 222. Tim from Hobart off the SMS. Thank God someone else thinks you don't need to kick 20 goals each to have a good game, from Tim. The only thing that's worth pointing out is last night wasn't either. It wasn't a low-scoring game and a good game of footy.
No.
It was a low-scoring game and a bad game of footy.
Yeah.
It was a terrible game to watch.
Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, no, there's no argument there. I mean, some of the best grand finals have been. You think of those Sydney West Coast games, Mick. There's no argument there. But I think just back to Bevo's comments, and we'll touch on quickly. There were a couple of moments, and you alluded to the mix. 12 minutes to go in the third quarter, they were a point down, and they actually finally look like they're going to execute off a turnover. Rory Lobb takes a mark inside 50, makes the right decision to wheel inboard and hit Ed Richards, and I think he overhit the kick, or whether Vandermeer called Richards out of the kick, and then they made a horrible mess of it. Ball goes down the other end, goal, and then the crowd gets involved because they finally see that. And then about 5 minutes later, having won a really good 50-50 ball, Sammy Davidson just shanks a kick inside, and Caleb Sarong kicks the goal. So he's right there. The only thing, they won clearance by 16. So you look at the teams, and they match them around the ball. So he mentions field position. Well, you sort of generate field position from clearance a lot of the time. So that's the one thing. Back yourself in at clearance and then see if you can try and lock the ball in your front half. They just weren't able to do that at all.
Freo's game's in magnificent order. So 7th time this year, Mick, they've kept the team under 44 points. The last side that did that in a home and away season was Footscray in 1953.
Wow.
So it's amazing how they're going at the moment. They've done
year 53.
Exactly what a team from WA needs to do, haven't they? They've put themselves in the top two. They get all the advantages that comes with it. So they get a week off during the wildcard round. They get 2 home finals, so they'll hope that that's a qualifying final and a prelim. It essentially means that if you don't want the Dockers to play here on grand final day, you must be beating them in Perth at some stage.
Yeah. Look, all finals make you nervous. Make no mistake about it. And particularly when you're look, Geelong don't, because they've been there and done that. Brisbane don't, been there, done that.
Hawthorn.
Hawthorn. Even Collingwood to a degree. Yeah. Fremantle going in there, there's just something that keeps binding at me to say, if it's not perfect, like even last night, you were saying about that goal for a start off. There was 2 or 3 of those. Now, if they pluck those goals, you don't know, because I'll guarantee that if that was against Geelong, Sydney, Brisbane or Hawthorn, they take that opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then they've got to fight it. And the other thing what they do...
So you're not as red hot on them as everyone else?
Look, I think they can win it.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking they can win it, not they will win.
Agree, yeah.
And that's because they do allow sides to go at them early, and they've been able to overcome those sides in third and last quarters. Now, as you said, they'll be home. So a big crowd will be behind them. But some sides don't worry about crowds. There's a lot of good travelling sides that just go, good, the more they shout, the better we play, and you don't come over with it. Look, I can go back, I know it's a long time ago. We finished on top in 91, played Hawthorn, got beaten in their first final. Then it was just chase your tail for the rest of the final series. And for all intents and purposes, we were young and probably needed to have finals experience. But
they can't answer the finals question until
we're there.
And so that's exactly right. But they've done everything right to get to where they are.
Pole position, and no doubt about that. Yep. If you're looking at just maybe some vulnerabilities, and not just, I think across the whole year, mobile key forwards. I still think, Pearce, Ryan, Cox was out of the side last night. I mean, Oscar McDonald played the game of his life last night. I mean, he's going to be hard to put out of that side last night. But mobile key forwards with multiple options. So you think Hawthorn, think Brisbane with their their options forward of the ball. That's still a little question mark. And the other thing, you mentioned their starts, and the other thing is their goal kicking. They've got to be careful that doesn't become that doesn't become self-fulfilling and a bit of a problem. If you're trying to pick them apart at the moment, maybe some vulnerabilities there, but pretty good.
to Glenn and Rod in just a moment. AFL Saturday on ABC Sport, 1300 558 222, the talkback number. The story that's dominated the football world over the last 24 hours really stems from comments that Craig Kelly made here on ABC Sport to Ben Cameron back on Thursday night as part of the pre-game, and in particular when he was talking about Zach Butters. For those of you that have missed it, here's what Craig Kelly had to say back on Thursday night here on the ABC.
Look, we'd be negligent not to be Justin Lepich and his team with support from both the board and ourselves, talking to anyone. And Zach's definitely one of those players. He's a great player, a great person, and he's coming back to Victoria, and we'd like him to consider our club.
Just went on for a sentence too long.
He's coming back to Victoria and would like him to consider our club. So Kane Corns lashed all over this, of course, as strong an opinionist as there is in the game. Tweeted, rival CEO announcing another club's player is leaving before the player, before the club, and before the trade's even done. Astounding. Now, Craig Kelly did his best to try and clarify those comments. He reportedly rang the Port Adelaide Football Club yesterday and their footy boss, Ben Rutten, saying that he'd misspoken, that he meant to say that if he was heading to Victoria, then the Pies would be in for him. Interestingly, Craig Kelly was also asked by Ben Cameron about his pitch to a player that wants to come to his football club. What would you tell them, essentially, if you wanted to come and play for Collingwood?
The reason why you'd come to Collingwood is that, firstly, you've got to want to play in front of a big crowd. You want to enjoy the way the club presents itself and is consistently at the pointy end of the competition and has for hundreds of years. We're not going backwards and we want to stay in that position. So you come here because you're playing at the G and we're playing in finals, and we look after and we care for family and we care for our fans and we care for making sure that you have a long-term... We've got the best past players program in the competition. So if you want to make sure that you've got security long-term and you've got jobs and opportunities, that's what we'll give you.
The comments didn't pass Josh Carr.
Oh, did he? Did not miss him, did he?
Who had his pre-game press conference yesterday, and this is what Josh had to say in response to Craig Kelly's comments.
You know, I spoke when obviously the Bevo comments happened, and I don't know, I just feel like the arrogance of certain football clubs, you know, like in Collingwood in particular, like he's a leader of their football club. If that's the way that they want to lead, as I've said, it's not us, it's not who we are as a football club, it's not the way we carry ourselves. No, we're a football club that respects everyone in the competition and don't put ourselves above anyone. And I feel like that's not the same at every football club.
Does he have anything to apologise for, Craig Kelly?
I just thought the devil's in the detail with these things. The first part of his answer to the question we've heard across lots of clubs. It'd be ridiculous for us not to throw our hat in the ring for a player of that quality.
Yep.
Tick.
Full stop. End it there. I think the point when he comes out and says he's leaving, that's the one where, and rightfully, and I thought Josh Carr was good then as well, and he said similar things when Luke Beveridge made comments about Zach Butters. So when it's a player that's so beloved and to a club like that, any commentary around it is going to stir up some emotion, and they're very, very much entitled. He's a Port Adelaide player at the moment, and until he says otherwise, he is and remains that. So,
did he not just sort of play devil's advocate? Did he not just say the quiet part out loud? Like everybody feels like he's coming back to Victoria. Craig Kelly said it, and essentially Josh is mad at Craig Kelly for saying that. If that's their understanding, and we know that Zach's management's talking to other clubs about coming back to Victoria. Shouldn't he be mad at Zach and the management for not coming to Port Adelaide and saying, "Hey, we're out, by the way, guys"?
No, but I think it's been a mature discussion the whole time, and we think he is.
Yeah,
we think he is. Ned said he is. So there's a big difference, and Zach has genuinely, I think, and I believe him. He hasn't made his mind up yet, totally, fully.
So he's saying he misspoke. He meant to say if. Do you buy that, or do you think he said what he knew?
No, he knew what he was saying. No, but it's not it's hardly a sin.
I'm more with you.
I just don't. I don't think. I think it doesn't need to be going any further than what it did. Just drop it. Get on with it.
But you're okay with Josh Carr's response?
I like both responses.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Too
it's
right.
fine.
Yeah, go for it.
This is again, and the issue that we're not really mature enough as an industry to deal with this. That's the core of it. That's it, isn't it? When it's especially when it's a play with that.
So we all live in this pretend world that it's Zach's still deciding and everything else or whatever it turns out to be. So Josh comes out and understandably whacks other clubs talking about his player and everything else. Where you think, well, it's clearly there's some kind of a conversation going on there, and you put your finger in the wind. It feels like he's coming back to Victoria, as has been reported the whole way throughout the season, which is the next step. As to, I don't think anyone really knows where he's going.
I believe it. I don't think he does either yet.
Oh, I reckon he does, but I think that full credit to him and his management. They've just kept it totally. They want to run the year out playing. Look, I read somewhere where he said, "I hope to be back to continue to play for Port for the rest of this year." That's a big plus for Port. Him, he seems to be a bloke that just got, and he doesn't want free agency to enter into it. He wants to be able to go and see that if he does go, that Port get a player or positions or whatever it is. I respect what he does, and I think it's gone over the top. Kelly said something which is, it's an arrogant thing to say, but they're an arrogant football club that can probably say those things.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I think that's been a perception. I don't think they are actually. I think that comment, that little slip of the tongue, that's what I'm going to call it, was a bit out of step, and maybe I'm being a bit of a homer. I've got my old scarf on here, but I don't think that's the case. I think that's been the case over recent years. So, and slip of the tongue. We're all in a hurry. We all want to know. The industry wants to know. With a lot of things, it's been with a lot of these things. So, I think I believe him. I don't. The odds are that he's going to move because he hasn't re-signed. That's what the past tells us. I don't think he's absolutely decided where.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
So Richmond, obviously, they've got all the assets. They're a young group, but they've got plenty of high picks. Collingwood don't have the same draft capital, but obviously there's plenty of appeal to go and play for a big club in front of big crowds. The Western Bulldogs is the team that he grew up supporting. It feels like all the reporting is the Dogs are at the front of the queue or the favourite, but you speak to people at the Dogs, they're not confident at all that this is over the line. And then Mitch Cleary reported during the week that he hasn't yet met with Geelong, but the plan is that his management will speak to them at some particular stage. So
that's a very late one, that one.
Yeah, there's seemingly the four clubs, but who's to say if it's this quiet? Who's to say it's just those four? Maybe it's a fifth club that bobs up yet. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Glenn from Hobart's the first of our callers. 1300 558 222. Hello, Glenn.
G'day, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I've got a sort of a bit of a radical concept to throw at you. It's a little bit of a 1, 2, 3 step process. So I'm hearing on the news this week with the island situation that Hawkeye is being used over there to give better adjudication on goalposts and such decisions, and that the AFL, I believe, is looking at similar technology for a lot of the decisions that are going on in our game. I would like to get your thoughts on this situation. You'll see a defender mark on the goal line or get a free kick on the goal line, and the umpire will set a player to go back to the 9. We don't have a 9 marked on the ground. I think we need to get that 9 marked, just for clarification there. And this is where the kicker is. The situation with Harry Mackay a month or two ago with the shot on goal at the end of the game and milking the clock and then not taking a shot on goal. How do you feel about that shot must enter the 9-metre zone that's around the goals to be a play-on situation? If it does not enter that 9, it is a reversal free kick to what was the defending team back at the point where the goal attempt was allegedly made.
All right. We'll just pause you there, Glenn. There's a bit baked into that. Do you understand that last one with the 9 being marked?
I do, yeah. I understand what he's saying. We're trying to mitigate against people milking the clock. I know you're strong on this, man up and they won't be able to do it. But what he's saying is that if they actually don't have a legitimate shot, the ball comes back to and is reversed where the man on the mark is.
Right.
Interesting.
It's far easier if it's outside 50. So we have so many rules that are all in favour of forwards.
Yeah.
So inside the front 50,
But you know what's going to happen here? If they introduce a rule, it will all say, look, leave the game.
No, but I'm not. There's no rule in this. There's no rule change in this.
Yep.
Around the ground, play gets around about 5 seconds.
Yep.
If outside 50, it's 5 seconds. Yep. If it's inside 50, let the darlings have their 30 seconds.
Or do we? I mean, at the moment, it's at the discretion of the umpire, which
take it away. There's the 50-metre line.
But we've had really one episode all year.
I know.
Like, is it?
Well, we had one episode, but we've seen a few of it.
Yeah.
Well, what's not taken into consideration? A bad kick.
Yeah.
What if you're going to do a big torp and it comes offside? So what do? Then have penalties away for a bad kick? No. We've got that many rules. Let's not have more rules.
You don't want him to take the 30 seconds. Don't let him mark the ball. I'm more in that category for whatever it's worth. But 1300 558 222, the talkback number, AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Trevor from South Australia, the next of our callers. Hello, Trevor.
Afternoon, guys. Yeah, look, just about the Zach Butters thing. I think a few weeks ago, the Adelaide crowd probably deservedly got reprimanded for being needed to grow up. I think the AFL media needs to grow up a bit. Like the NRL, they sign contracts and play another year for the club they're still at. Like, I don't know, if you guys didn't talk about speculation with contracts of players, I'm not sure what you'd have left to talk about. It'd be really good just to hear more about a game and an analysis of games and things.
That's what we talk about here on the ABC. I think
that was not what I was campaigning for. I was saying, look, essentially, just let's come out and make the decision. We'll all move on. I mean, there's 3 games left in the year. He might not play another one. Anyway.
At my point, I'm not saying that I'm not completely liking my situation to Zach's, but we've been there for the same amount of time. It is a gut-wrenching decision that he's made. I genuinely believe him that I think we'd think that he's leaning come home. I genuinely believe him when he says, I'm going to wait till the end of the season, take a deep breath, and then pick.
So if the Port Adelaide Football Club played closer to Bacchus Marsh or whatever, he'd probably stay.
Yep.
I
reckon.
Yeah.
And he plays that way. I think he... I mean, he...
What if they're in the finals, Paulie?
This year?
No, if they look like being in finals, say this year and years... Yep. So we see...
I think his view is, I am all in on today and then tomorrow. And then the game on Saturday.
So do I. And
when
that's
that finishes,
one thing.
then I'm on to the next thing. I think that's how he operates. And that's how a lot of players operate. And it's a massive decision.
There's been a lot made of... the Ken Hinkley relationship, and obviously now Ken's gone and Josh has come in. Ken's obviously coaching another team, but it's a year down the track. He joked about maybe you could withhold your decision for
sign
a
a 1-year contract.
Sign a 1-year deal, and who knows? He could walk straight to Tasmania with those draft concessions that are obviously in place. Rod, here's the next of our callers. Hello, Rod.
G'day, Corb.
What have you got for us, Rod?
Just to bring up in relation to the B-grade rookie potential of having Aboriginal players or players with Aboriginal ancestry playing on a list as an extra player.
Yep.
I think it would be a great thing to have that in place to get more First Nations players back into the game. I think there's some great things with Aussie rules, with the Doug Nichols rounds and Dream Time as well. And I think it would be a great thing for some First Nations kids to be able to aspire to.
Yeah, no, I think we was it last week or the week before we had when the story about it came out. I totally agree. I think the next generation academies that were set up about 10 years ago were certainly done so to address that and include. I think there's been maybe a bit more of a skew from those around. Other, non-Australian background participants, but I think the last piece of that puzzle, if the rates of Indigenous players on lists is declining, the last piece of that puzzle is to have that as an option for clubs.
COVID was a huge speed hump for everyone. Economies right around the world, submarine during that particular pandemic and everything else. We know that's what's been baked into it. And so the First Nations participation has had the same kind of thing. It was surging as high as it ever had been pre-COVID. post-COVID, multiple other areas. And the AFL, as we know, it's this huge sort of washing machine of an economy where, all the money comes in, all the money goes out, but essentially you're constantly trying to address needs. I always think of it like the game at Time Zone where you've got to hit the crocodiles that come out, the game of whack-a-mole. It sort of feels a little bit like that you're addressing one issue at any one time, and then this issue over here needs a bit more attention, and so essentially, participation rates have dropped significantly. So at least in the short term, I think it's a good idea. Open up one additional list spot. Get a few more guys that might have been on the bubble. Perhaps if you're thinking, do we take this guy or do we take that guy? Now, essentially, you don't have a decision to make. You can take the First Nations footballer in the short term, and who's to say in 10 years' time we might not need that position anymore, and you can do away with it once some of those numbers get back to where they were pre-COVID. Appreciate your call, Rod. 1300 558 222, the talkback number. Barry from also in South Australia, the next of our callers. Hello, Barry.
Yeah, hi guys. How you going?
We're well, thanks.
Listen, I just wanted to bring up the Ty Gallop incident against Mitch Georgiades last week. I was just wondering, I'd like to ask Mick, what would your reaction be as a coach if one of your players did something like that?
Well, he got his just desserts. I would be very critical of the player, and I would let him know I'd be highly critical of those actions.
Yeah.
It's just, there's no need. It doesn't make you a big man. It's not tough. It's player. And what I've noticed over the last 15, 20 years, maybe 30 years, there is a far greater appreciation of players playing in different clubs that have got a higher regard for one another. And I think it's healthy, and those sort of things we don't need.
Just out of character, wasn't it? Real brain. I think it's a classic one, Nick, as a coach, and I saw you do it a lot. Challenge the behaviour. Absolutely let the player know how disappointed with the action.
Yep.
Know that it's not you, and you've got 3 weeks as it is now to go away and train hard, think about it, and be pretty confident that it won't happen again. It was just it was a strange one, wasn't it, from a player who's had a good year, but as they approach, he played in the Premiership last year, didn't he? I think he might have missed the year before, but as an opportunity to be part of a deep finals run, you can't be doing things like that on the eve of the final.
No, you can't, especially with what they've got underneath them.
Coming back,
especially with they've now changed their forward line structure again. So
did it last year as a forwards, come back this year, reinvented himself as a defender.
That's right.
It's been a great story, but
unfortunately he's going to miss a chunk of footy. I thought he handled it really well at the tribunal too. He basically threw himself on the altar and said, "Hey, this was the scenario from my perspective." He said, "Look, I've had a broken thumb. He grabbed my thumb when I went to get up. I shoved him in the back. By the way, that doesn't excuse my action. My action was over the top. Shouldn't have done it." So, and then he basically
all go forward.
Yep. And then we move on.
Were you comfortable with 3?
I would have been comfortable with 2.
Yeah, me too. Non-footy action behind the play, that gets the loading, but I would have been okay with 2.
It's a bit of a reaction by the AFL, isn't it, there?
Yeah. Once I heard him speak and the way he explained it all, and you thought, this guy understands he's done the wrong
that's
thing.
right. Yeah, and outcome does come into it. I think if he gets concussed, then there's a general acceptance that your actions...
But are they giving him the extra because Georgiades is coming back from being concussed? So he wouldn't be even thinking that at the time. I wouldn't have thought.
Agree. I just don't think they like the non-footy act. Anything behind the play, you're at the mercy of it.
And that sort of stuff too.
Yeah. Barry, appreciate your call. 1300 558 222. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, the coaching icon Mick Malthouse, and the Premiership Pie Luke Ball. Tyson Stengel and Bobby Hill. These two stories have run concurrently, and interestingly, they both found their conclusion yesterday with the Magpies and the Cats parting ways with the player. Of course, both Premiership players, in Hill's case, a Norm Smith medalist, reaching settlements with their clubs. Now, the way this has been reported, which wasn't the way the whole way along, that the financial settlement hasn't been disclosed by the two clubs or the parties, but the reporting around it suggests that the money is going to be off the books of both the Pies and the Cats going forward. So essentially they're going to reach some kind of a settlement this year, but as of next year, just because they've got years owing doesn't mean the money is going to be paid out, which I understand is a particular hot-button issue for people. Both the clubs have essentially said, priority with the player, hope they do well, all the rest of it. But Bobby's essentially going to be a delisted free agent, so he will be able to walk and play for any other team if he can sort his life out and wants to come back and play AFL footy. But
you wouldn't be holding your breath there, would you?
But the understanding is that they're not on the hook for the money, basically. That
nor they should be. Nor they should be. There's got to be some sort of clause that if someone gets injury an injury that costs you a couple of years, and it might be a concussion, it might be something that you'll put your head over the football. But in these instances, these are young blokes who have thumbed their nose at their football clubs, and they have not joined in at any stage that I can see. The one's overweight, the other one just didn't turn up, and when he did, he was half-hearted. The club's got to have some recourse to say, no, Barley, we've given you everything we possibly can. Time's up, bad luck, there it is, finished. You've got a year's worth of pay for nothing anyway. Yeah. And I think I hope the clubs are not paying 1 cent beyond this year.
No.
Either club. And I think both clubs should be commended for how they've been able to hold their tongue, knowing full well that these players are probably never going to come back.
I agree. From the outside.
And I'll go back even 12 months ago or 24 months ago and say the same at the Dogland with Hugo Hagen. I mean, he thumbed his nose at the football club, didn't show up, and yet they kept on paying him. There's got to be some recourse by the player to go, oh, look, this is what I've done, but I'll keep putting my hand out to get money. No, it's got to stop. Well done by both clubs.
Handled well by two really strong. It's just sad, though, isn't it? Just
it is.
Really
it's
sad.
Incredibly sad.
Let's just acknowledge that. Two just...
Well, you bring it on yourself, Paul. There's no one else at fault.
I'm not debating that, but both things can be true. It's still sad from a footy lover point of view.
No, you're
right. You don't
right.
get to watch them anymore, and both of them... seemingly we're coming to their prime, or certainly Hill in particular, only mid-20s, so you just hope, who knows, that there'll be some sort of redemption. But
I was going to say, Stengel's already had a redemptive arc in his career. Let's hope there's another one yet. And same with Bobby Hill, for a guy that was a Northwood medalist. Really, from that point on, we haven't seen them.
I'd be very surprised if clubs go anywhere near him.
The Cats won again back on Thursday night. This is incredible. So Dangerfield misses, and De Koning, who was ill the week before, never came back in, which was surprising. But outside
played
of
the seconds, didn't he?
Yeah. So there's no Jeremy Cameron and there's no Max Holmes. You could say they're their two best players, if they're two of the top three, two of the top four, whatever it turns out to be. And yet they've been able to win multiple games now without those guys there. They kicked 9 of the first 10 goals. Collingwood responded with the next 5, drew within 16 points. But when the game was there to be decided in the last quarter, the Cats kicked 5 goals to 3 to finish over the top. Nick Dacos had an interesting night. So he ended up with 35 disposals. He had 9 clearances. He had the tag from O'Shane Mullen the whole way through. And I was interested when the votes came through in the ABC Footballer of the Year, which our own Adam Ramanauskas had the responsibility for putting them out. And this is the way that Rama went back on Thursday night. So 1 vote, Tom Stewart. 2 votes, Collingwood, Dan McStay. 3 votes, Geelong, Ollie Dempsey. So he couldn't find a single vote out of the 3 that he had for Nick Dacos. Should Nick have been in the votes on Thursday night?
It was there were no standouts. I think they're okay. Those votes are okay. Nick's a victim of really, really high standards. I thought he was pretty well. He was, and it's so, and I'm not saying it's not groundbreaking, so emblematic of Collingwood's fortunes. He was reasonably well held. Most of his possessions were in
under pressure
or in not very dangerous spots. Back of centre in the first half, and lo and behold, Geelong are completely in control and all over the pies, and then. The champion that he is, he finds a way to get going in the second half and in a lot of ways leads the comeback. And I thought he was probably the best player on the ground in the second half. McStay got on the end of a few, didn't he? And 5 goals in a losing team against Geelong is a terrific effort. But I'm okay with that. I think you'll get a vote. We'll see. The coach's vote's going to be fascinating, and then the umpires' votes are going to be even more fascinating, aren't they? I think that's all that aside. It was a great contest. I thought. Mullen did his job in the first half, and then Nick, the champion that he is, I thought got going.
They dropped the tag, though.
Well, I'm not sure they dropped it. I think it became more of as much of a team sort of responsibility in the second half. But I think part of that was because Nick.
Yeah,
Nick worked his way through it.
That's right.
Absolutely.
That's right.
2/3 of his possessions were in the back half on the ground. Nick Dacos the other night, and I think early in the game, 100, like in the first quarter, 100% of it.
But that's where the ball was.
Well, I was going to say, you only get the ball where the ball's going to be. Yeah. So it's the old Jack Dye thing.
Worth pointing out, Brett Delidio would have had him in there, so he challenged Rama. Rama was not deterred at all. He was very comfortable with his vote, so we'll see how that lands.
But again, numbers don't necessarily mean votes. It's what you turn those numbers.
Scoring.
What they turn those numbers into.
He had 6 or 7. Goal involvements, Nick. So
that's
clearances as well. So he got going and won that battle in the second half.
He's the best player in the comp.
By a long way.
And he's probably won the Brownlow. If they stopped it 2 weeks ago, I said round 17. If they stopped at round 17, he's probably got enough votes to win the Brownlow. So I'll be interested to see what that comes out like. Because, this will be the first year I reckon we're going to be able to see for a while, maybe Ruckman, and you've talked off air before, Ruckman, about how good some of them have been, whether they poll well. I'm talking about Jackson, Gawn, who's just a prolific vote getter. You said Grundy. There's others that will probably pinch.
Darcy Cameron he's had a really good month, hasn't he?
Absolutely, and now the umpires are allowed, and they know they're allowed to look at votes. The only thing I'd throw in there is, are they aware also that someone can do a good tagging job on someone, bring them back down, and actually help win the game by only having 10 to 15 possessions? Yeah. They're the ones that I query the umpires probably don't look at.
I think the only question left in the Brownlow is whether Nick breaks the record. 45's the current record.
Agree.
I think it's just about whether he goes over.
More than previous years. He's had less help than previous years. Jordan De Goey's had a pretty good year, but really, his
brother off halfback blank said he's had
who's that?
He's had
Josh. Oh, not as good as previous years.
No, but every so often he has a really a big game where he has a heap of football.
I mean, he's already broken the Coaches' Votes Award with 4 games to go.
Yeah.
So that sort of highlights but it also highlights the unfortunate for Collingwood supporters, the dependence on him. And even the other night, Perryman goes down. It's just a critical mass, isn't it? And the tail gets exposed, and they've got a bit of a fight and scrap to hang on now. They go to West Coast next week, who are looking for scalps.
They'll win that.
And then they go Hawthorn, Brisbane.
Yeah, those two will be the test without key players. Like they've lost. We all forget, again, you say about Geelong who they've lost, but take Darcy Moore out. I know Darcy Moore hasn't been a great player in the last couple of years, but he's still a very serviceable player. Yeah, that exposes Frampton. Then you lose Howe. Now, he's going to lose it probably for 2 or 3 weeks. Maynard's out.
Huge out.
You've got...
Perryman's been good. He's had a good year.
Perryman's another one. So you look at who they've lost, and they've still been highly competitive. Yeah. The thing is, going to a final series, they're likely now to be, say, 7th, 8th, 9th or 10th and playing for their life in that 1 week that we've at the end of the season.
Geelong have got a nice 3 weeks now. Yeah. They can get rolling a bit.
How do they end up with tell me how they end up with a draw like that.
So it is an interesting thing because, and Chris Scott's mentioned this the whole way through the year, that he feels like they've played a lot of the really good teams twice already, and so they haven't played Essendon or Richmond once, and they get them in the last 2 weeks.
The draw is just nonsense. It's bloody nonsense.
Yeah.
See if we forget about trying to fill the stands. That'll look after itself. Why can't we go the full total odds of every side playing each other the once?
Yep.
And then that last 6 is being the same.
So we have to trade off that the Thursday and Friday night games.
I understand.
We have to trade off that those games aren't going to be blockbusters every week.
You've held firm on the Cats, haven't you? Yep. Sometimes I've got to remind myself that they played the grand final last year.
Yeah. They were very good.
Yeah, they were. They had a bad day. And they were,
what was it, last quarter or third quarter?
Yeah, they were right in it.
They were right in it. I think they were right in front.
I think they're the third best team in it.
Yeah, you've been strong.
I got probably Brisbane won just because I feel like I'm so wedded to Brisbane.
Yeah.
Fremantle, narrowly behind them, Geelong.
I wouldn't understand.
I've had Hawthorn above them, but I think I've got to keep reminding myself.
No, I reckon the Hawks
played in the grand final last year. The Cameron piece is the one. Cameron and Holmes, I just think they're two of their best 4 players.
Cameron's been off the ball all year.
Yeah.
So
Neil's resurgence has offset that a bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, but he has some big quarters, and he goes.
Also, who's going to kick the goals in a big game in a grand final?
That's where I'm coming from. Yeah. I wouldn't underestimate Hawthorn with a full book of players winning against any of those sides except Fremantle at home. They'll beat Sydney in Sydney, but I'm not sure about that. But Geelong and Hawthorn, we know how they go at each other. That'll be. I would love to see a game like that. That would be an absolute cracker. 9 goals to 10. How good would that be?
and this is where it gets us back to what you were talking about with Fremantle earlier. The problem that Fremantle have is not just this huge burden that they're carrying, having never won a premiership, and what that would mean for the club, first time in 30 years. Every other team that's a contender win finals for fun. That they've been regulars in September for such a long period of time. Geelong, Hawthorn, Brisbane, even Sydney,
and Collingwood,
and they will all benefit from just sitting back. And the focus being on this team that's going to win 20 games and finish on top by 3 games. So they will benefit from that.
Just while I'm sitting here making sort of sports guy predictions on the radio that never come true. I'll never be held accountable to them. Whoever Collingwood play week 1 of the wildcard, I'm picking them. So I feel like the other teams around their station, Western Bulldogs, St Kilda, Melbourne, Adelaide, whoever they get in that week 1 of the wildcard, I'll take the Pies over them. Okay?
No, I'll take Melbourne over the Pies. Their injury list.
Yep.
And I'm not sure that's going to improve by...
Still 3 weeks away. Maynard, touch and go.
Yeah, well, that's right, touch and go. And how now with a double break, that's the break.
Yeah.
No, I reckon Melbourne with a full side could probably beat the Pies. That's the only danger in that forward that you said.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number if you want to join in the conversation. 1300 558 222. Isaac Quaynor, he joined us post-game the other night, and one of the big talking points was clearly the way the game started. So it looked a little different. Teams usually run out 11 minutes and 14 minutes before the start of play, through the banner to the old theme song and everything else. They decided to mix it up. Pyrotechnics, blackout at the MCG, came out to modern songs, basically, not theme songs. And we were told they were going to run out straight into positions. They came out 3 minutes before the bounce. They still did a little bit of high-speed running before they walked into positions. We asked Isaac Quaynor about it on ABC Sport postgame. This is what he had to say.
I actually thought it was elite. I ran out and it was all, dark and the lights were going and I was like this. It reminded me of I think they do it at Optus Stadium. Go like the blackout, and it's so cool. Yeah, I loved it. As a player, the warm up was fine. I felt like we warmed up great. Obviously, didn't start the game great, but I don't think that has anything to do with it.
So he was a fan of it. Were you, Bally? What did you make of the start the other night?
I'm going to show my grey's hairs a bit here, Mick. My only point is that usually athletes, and I think it's changed a fair bit. And I'll preface it by saying that the modern. I was a creature of habit. Yeah, so I wanted things the same. If I knew we're running out this, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this, and then we're away. So,
sports.
Well, but why are we comparing?
No. Well, don't say why are we comparing. We compare ourselves to.
I'm saying if this.
You're saying that you're into the American football, basketball,
love watching,
and I like the soccer and rugby.
Yeah. I'm not going to prepare for a game of Aussie rules footy and the physical requirements of that.
Yeah.
Like they do to play rugby. Is it different? If the reason was because we went to the Origin game and that was cool.
That was apparently the
reason. It's a completely different game.
I think it was the Wallabies game.
Completely different game.
The British and Irish Lions game, but same.
Again, completely different game. So I'm not saying it. Well, and you open yourself up to criticism. The guys, you started like absolute crap.
Like what Geelong go out there, they must on the punt road and had a run before.
They did their normal. Didn't they do their more normal?
No, they
thing?
came out at the same time.
Oh, okay, well there you go.
But Tom Stewart didn't even know where punt road was.
Yeah,
that
was fun. That's right. Well, let's see if they do it again next week.
Oh, it must be a great thrill to be a person that
the week after
flips the coin from downstairs. That'd be a great thrill, wouldn't it? How many people are watching? Oh, Channel 7's cameraman and the two captains.
If it ever happens again, whoever tossed the coin lays claim to a little piece of history there, doesn't he?
You can understand where Twitter was on this, that everybody hated it. So at the ground, I thought, it's not so bad. The pyrotechnics going off, something a little bit different, if nothing else. As soon as I logged on Twitter, everybody hated it. I saw a tweet saying straight to the AFL X-Files that it's
people hate change.
Yep, they weren't that big on it.
No, I'm open to change. I can't wait for the wild card weekend. I'm just saying, as a player, when you're going out to perform,
honestly,
creatures of habit, more often than not.
Yeah, I think you guys are more on the same page on this one.
We are.
You guys are actually united.
We've both got grey hair. We are.
Diane from Bendigo is the next of our callers, 1300 558 222. Hello, Diane.
G'day. I just want to say I'm in agreement with Mick. How come Geelong always seem to get a really great run home leading up to the finals?
Well, it happens quite frequently.
They tend to, don't they? Like the last couple of games are at home. Now
6-0 last year into finals.
The only thing you would argue is a couple of soft kills at home.
Well, it hasn't
the best preparation for.
But that's besides the point. How do they end up with the draw like that? That's what I think people would ask that question.
But I think they would argue, and Chris Scott sort of pointed it out multiple times during the year, when they're sitting in the mid-table treadmill and everyone's going, what's wrong with Geelong? He's saying, guys, we've had the hardest draw out of anyone in the competition.
Yeah.
You still got to play every team once, But as a coach, you wouldn't want the soft kills right before September, would you? Wouldn't you rather play those teams at the start?
Okay. No, but I'll get back to it again. We've got to get the first 18 games or 17 games, right now with 18 teams, 17 games over and done with. So everyone plays each other once in that period.
Yep.
Then we can categorically say that sides from last year will be playing, the top sides will be playing each other. And doesn't it make it better at the end of the season to see those sides play each other?
Which we just need to be prepared that then we're going to get a bit of Richmond and North Melbourne and these teams on a Friday night and a Thursday night, and we can't all then complain.
Well, we just had a whinge about Fremantle and Western Bulldogs, so you're going to get just as many ugly games from top sides from occasionally.
Yep.
And I've always been of the opinion that you've got to share those with other clubs, so that the lesser clubs, so they have a chance to perform on those days. And you never know what sort of games you're going to get.
Given there's only 7 days in the week and we play football on 4 of them, and you're only allowed to have 2 5-day breaks in the CBA, it means the fixture is incredibly tough. And the main 2 free-to-air slots are Thursday night, Friday night. So if they draw the fixture up from scratch, right, and it's 0, the number one priority as they put it together at the moment are the Thursday and Friday night games.
Is Thursday working, Corby?
TV. I think TV-wise, it is definitely. Yeah.
But
what was the crowd the other night?
50.
Geelong, Collingwood. Yeah.
Not as high as you'd think.
No, well, so that's the point. If it's crowd, Friday night gets
60 flat.
Yeah, okay. Friday night gets 15,000 more. But the eyeballs watching on Thursday night, I don't see any debaters there, Corby. That's been a resounding success.
Yeah.
Just on the Tigers, so they play West Coast tomorrow, and it's a fascinating game at the MCG. So Jack Riewoldt put it on the Tigers a fortnight ago, basically saying, hey, there's this game off in the distance in 2 weeks. They beat the Eagles earlier in the year in Perth.
Won't beat them this time.
Time that they start winning some games, Richmond, given, yes, they've had injuries, but they've been a little stinky in recent times. Adam Uze was asked a question about, how much do you really want to win, given the fact they're last on the table? And as much as we pretend it doesn't happen, there's some draft incentive obviously attached to that. This is what Adam Uze had to say.
We don't listen to that noise. That's just noise. In the end, it'd be pretty interesting if you went up to Toby Nankervis and said we didn't want to win this weekend. Like, you'd punch him straight in the face. And it'd be sort of warranted. So we're driving high standards. We want to finish the season off the right way. Our Tiger Army deserve it.
How much do they want to win?
I think they have both. But I think the same can be said. Eddie Minnie's got to start getting some W's as well. So I think, and there's enough evidence. I mean, even if you want to look at this draft in particular, I don't think it's a standout. So, the Harley Reid one a couple of years ago where the Kangas won that last game, beat the Gold Coast. And I don't think there's enough evidence to show. I mean, we're all talking about Murphy Reid at pick 17, aren't we? So there's enough evidence to show that pick 1 versus pick 2 or 3, there's no real, these clubs haven't got that strategy right either. So go out and win games you need to.
I think everyone wants to win. There's no question. But if they don't win, it's not going to bother them. They won't beat West Coast. I think West Coast are a 3 or 4 goals better side than at the moment, because half the Richmond side sitting in the grandstand.
The other interesting element of this is obviously they could have had Andrew McQualter. He was their caretaker. They didn't pick him. They went with Uze. Those guys came down to the last 2. McQualter obviously gets the job at West Coast, and in most people's estimation, the Eagles are ahead of Richmond in their development. The other interesting thing is at a certain point, the same way with Brad Scott, last year we all sat here and gave him a free pass because of the injuries. Halfway through the next year, he was out of a gig. So at a certain point, you become a prisoner of the numbers. Adam Uze's coached 66 games. No one's had fewer wins, only 10 wins. A guy named Gerald Brosnan, who coached University, who were impacted by the war, had 12 wins.
Do you coach against him?
Sorry. I played with him.
Sorry. You played with him.
Through his first 66 games.
Sorry, mate.
Brosnan had only 12 wins. And the interesting point is actually when you fast forward. So this is after 66 games. After 100 games, the fewest number of wins is Bill Stephen with 25 wins, who coached Fitzroy. The interesting number about that, 25 after his first 100 compared to Uze, 10 after his first 66. What that actually tells you more than anything is they very rarely get to 100 games if you haven't got that many wins.
I'll tell you something else too. Neither of those clubs were alive.
There you go. It doesn't bode well.
So does that mean the Richmond are out? Or the coaches out?
Frank from Torquay, 1300 558 222, the last of our callers. Hello, Frank.
Yeah, magnificent day down here in the surf. Anyway, just the free kick count for the Geelong-Collingwood game. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Oh, don't get us started. Hey, we've only got a couple of minutes. Don't get us started up the back here. No, and we were discussing this off air too. So the memo went out, didn't it? No comment whatsoever. So it'll be interesting to see whether Chris's comments, that I thought were very reasonable.
Let's have a listen to him. This is Chris Scott.
I wouldn't focus too much on the 24 part. The 7 part's very strange. I've had a few games like that this year, and if it's kind of 7-12, it's like, okay, let's just put the whistle away night. But I think there's a few things that I would
describe as strange at the moment, but I think we've been here before, haven't we? It's not the forum to be discussing these things, but that's not to say that it shouldn't be discussed.
Stern warning there will be penalties for public criticism of umpires, MRO and tribunal system.
That wasn't criticism, no. I think we've got to be sensible about this. You reckon that's criticism? Or there's some rules for some?
Of course it is. It's absolute criticism. It's just a roundabout way of doing it. Will the league do anything about it? Of course they won't, Bally.
I thought there was some...
Ballies. You know what it's like in the AFL house?
Well, I'll talk about the game. I thought there were a couple of holding the balls that were too harsh, and they won't come out publicly, but I think Geelong would ask about those. The couple on Tom Atkins and Mullen that directly led to scores that tend to shine a light on it. You can take the numbers out of it, so Collingwood get a couple they probably shouldn't get. Geelong miss a couple, so that's where the discrepancy comes.
But the injury list is in the CBA, and 17 clubs follow it, and Geelong basically have decided we don't believe in it. Chris got his voice up publicly, and fair play to him, because the AFL don't crack down on it. They don't want to intervene. They don't want to call Chris out publicly, so I would be stunned if anything happens here, that the AFL essentially intervenes.
So just quickly, should he be asked the question? Your view on that is... You can ask any question you want.
I feel like as someone that views it completely from the outside, I think they're a little worried about questioning Chris about certain issues in the game.
No, I'm saying, should the journo be able to say, hey, Chris, what do you think about the umpiring? Or should they be playing ball? Ask whatever you want.
Yeah, he can answer it however he likes. Mick, I'll hear from you later today.
You will indeed.
Beautiful walk home, Mick.
Back for another one.
That's us done. You can catch up anytime through ABC AFL Daily.
Are there any winners in the cost of living crisis? What's causing the algal bloom?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
The $1 million man for the Gold Coast Suns. Andrew, kick on goal, scores are level.
Witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
This is Houston. Hard up against the boundary. That is magnificent. Off balance. He's curling it towards goal. That is marvellous. That's fly from 52 and rides it all the way home. To close, the Cats have it again. It comes to Dangerfield. He's been everywhere. Down to side bottom. Doing what needs to be done.
Welcome to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Ross Lyon famously once said, the trend is your friend, and the trend doesn't bode well for St Kilda here against the Sydney Swans Saturday afternoon at Docklands. The Swans, although they've struggled to beat the very best, they've taken care of the rest with a 13-1 winning record for teams outside the top 5. St Kilda are one of those. While for the Saints, they're in 10th spot, and that is exactly who they've been in season 2026. They're 9-1 against teams below them, but against the 9 teams above them, they are 0-9. There's also another phrase that if nothing changes, nothing changes. And for St Kilda, is today going to be the day that something gives? There's no late change. The Saints up against the Swans. Saturday footy here at Docklands. 2 teams currently inside the wildcard positions. If St Kilda want to stay there, they need to buck the trend this afternoon. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron for the call. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corbin. Great to be here. Always a treat to be along with Saturday afternoon crew. The last 3 meetings between these two sides, the last 2 won by the Sydney Swans, 2 points and 5 points. And then before that, St Kilda by 2 points. So hopefully we get a fourth close contest between these two teams.
The Premiership Pie, Luke Ball, is stuck around on the back of AFL Saturday. Hello, Ball.
Very happy to stick around. Looking forward to this one. I reckon towards the end of last year, the Saturday afternoon team had to deal with some dead rubbers, some just okay, well, average games, but plenty in this one. Plenty in this one, as we know, Corb.
And then a little, I don't know if you've got an eye on next week's schedule.
Oh, yeah. No, it's an exciting, as I said, 1st of August, and the sun's out. We don't get Rammer started on the roof. We're not going to go down that path, but Betty, I've just got a feeling that we will get another close one today. Sometimes teams just match up okay against other teams, and, I mean, really the Saints let that one slip. I think it was about round 12. Did you say that earlier in the year? And
13.
Round 13, led all day, and really it was just some individual brilliance from the Swans stars and Heaney and Warner that got them over the line. So fascinating individual battles across the board today. We just think that Jordan will go straight to Wanganeen Miller. So how does he handle that? We know he'll take him to the goal square at times. He'll take him behind the ball. He'll do his own thing. And then which of the Swans trump cards do the Saints narrow in on? Does Errol Goulden, big return to form last week, or is it Heaney, fresh with that result 10 or so or 8 or so weeks ago in mind? Is it Heaney that they go straight to? And then the ruck battle's the other one. I think Marshall back into the side after a false start last week. The two-prong attack against Brodie Grundy, who's been such a story this year for the Swans. So I'm looking forward to this one. I actually had a good look and was very tempted to pick the Saints because I feel like with those stats you mentioned, Corb, this is a scalp that they can take here at home.
The youngest Essendon Premiership player on planet Earth. He's Adam Ramanauskas. He's with us again on Saturday afternoon footy. Hello, Ram.
Well, good afternoon. And it's pretty simple for the Saints. They've got Sydney this week, Carlton next week. So they're in a absolute battle for that 10th spot, for that final wild card spot. So they win one of these two and it goes a long way because then they've got Richmond and Gold Coast in the last two. So an enormous 2 weeks coming up for the Saints. The Swans, on the other hand, I think we need to find out if they are genuine contenders. I think at times we've thought, yes, look, they look terrific. Then at other times we've been scratching our head with a few of their performances. So fascinated to see how they go today.
It's a good point. I was just going to say, they're only half. So if they lose today, we think that the Hawks will do the business down in Tassie against Kangaroos. So they lose today and they lose that home ground advantage.
Start of the Saturday slate. There's a big rep game to come later. We'll tell you more about that as we advance, and Ray Chamberlain in just a moment. But for now, you're with Ben Cameron on ABC Sport.
Grundy out points to Koning, taps it down to Warner. Handball into the mark, picked off by Garcia. St Kilda with the football on the wing. Out towards Wanganeen Malera. Left foot kick up to half forward. Owens in a wrestle there with McCartan. Neither can mark. Owens follows up, gets it out to Hall. He'll chip it on goal. Bouncing ball. Skids into the post. Just nicked the padding on the way through. Very nearly from Max Hall. St Kilda with the opening score of the game are behind. We've played 30 seconds. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Blakey brings it in, goes long up to the middle of the ground, off the hand of Warner, slides through to Papley. Papley turns, kicks inside 50. McDonald out downhill, handball over the top. Joe the Goose to Charlie Curnow, pumps it up into the third deck. How about that? A goal from the kick out. And Sydney go end-to-end in the blink of an eye. One straight to one behind. We're 54 seconds into the game and both teams have scored. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Ray Chamberlain is with us, our near 400 game umpire on the boundary. Hello, Razor.
G'day, guys. Wake up, Jeff is the call. St Kilda napping, obviously, in that first behind, not getting their gear organised, and they get punished. 32,000, I reckon, here today. In the pre-game, Darcy Wilson. Keep an eye on him. A little bit of discussion with the trainers and physios. He's still out there, but one to keep an eye on. And I'm like the rest of you. I'm really looking forward to today. And a lot for the guys in green today. They want to be across their gear. There's a few matchups down here that'll take some managing.
Yeah, it looks like Boxshaw's the one who had the job last week as well. He's going to go to Heaney. Jordan on Wanganeen Miller as suspected. But I'm just looking over to see whether Ross has actually sat in his seat yet. He'd be asking the question, what happened then?
Yeah. The Koning wins the tap back in the middle. Out the front goes Garcia. Handball lateral to Burns. He can look inside 50 for the Saints. Kicks towards Ryan. Fisted away by Edwards. Comes down for Marshall. Kick on the outside of the boot, looking for the pocket. Sarong's there for Sydney. Rushes are behind. And the umpire says that's all clear. Umpires Jones, Stevic, Howard and Dorr in charge of this fixture. Swans by 4 points. We've played a couple of minutes.
I reckon Windhager's got the Gould match up as well. So here he is here. It's going to be a fast and furious start, this one.
Goulden marks the kick out, runs to left half back, long kick down that City wing, and a good mark to Koning. Able to get across and
free kick.
Okay, De Koning slow to realise, surely it's not 50, it is.
Oh, wow.
So De Koning didn't know, an umpire right there on the spot, one of the more experienced ones in the game, has penalised him for not returning the footy, and Braden Campbell's going to not only receive the free kick, but now march all the way down to left half forward.
And he's almost in range here. I was watching him in the warm-up. He can absolutely cream one. Might just go to the top of the square.
Errol Goulden, his good mate, pointing to the sticks, and he loads up, kicks an absolute cannon right to the goal line. Silvani back to save it. Just got a fingertip on it. The Saturday slate, by the way, we've got an early start. So 1:05, we're already into it.
Double dipper.
Just to set up the day. Double dipper here at Docklands. So Saints up against the Swans, and then later tonight the Blues will host the Lions. Games running concurrently to those. So down at York Park in Launceston, Hawthorn hosting North, and then later tonight Port Adelaide up against the Giants. And in between the twilight slot, standalone footy. It's a rep game, Australia versus Ireland with the Sharon, not the hybrid rules. So the best of our women up against the best from Ireland in the AFLW rep game between Australia and Ireland. Coming up, you'll hear it all, of course, here on ABC Sport.
And Kilda chipping it around. Speaking of Ireland, Wilkie shorts it to O'Connell. The Irishman out of County Cork. Oh, that's a shocking kick. Slews off the side of the boot, tumbles out. I think Wilson got there to carry it out. So just avoids the lasso free kick and a boundary thrown on the wing. Sydney by 5 points, 4 minutes into the first.
Jack Silvani's got the Curnow matchup of old teammates. Good mates, I think.
Umpire flings it in on the logo. The Koning and Grundy. Grundy brings it down, has to turn tackler onto Koning. Eventually going in, Roberts wins it for Sydney. Out to Grundy, back to Jordan. And Padlock getting a bit of his own footy. Kicks up to half forward. Dropping the mark, Curnow allows him Wilkie. Back with it, the Saints. Boxall forwards a handball away towards, or shovels forward a handball to Burns, who keeps it moving forward out of play. Lasso free kick right in front of Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, guys, well, the first boundary throw in, I trained my eyes into Naz and Jordan, and that's a missed holding free kick. Right at the point where it matters most. 2 arms wrapped around Naz. He hasn't got possession of the football. If they're fair income and they've got their eyes open, manage that game and pay the warranted free.
So just on that, Ray, is the umpire closest watching the ruck contest, and then the next closest umpire is watching...
That's correct.
The contest?
So the person in front will be watching the rucks, and then the adjacent zone umpire will be finding the ones that matter most.
Yeah. Bice to bring it back in front of the interchange gates. Kicks down to half forward for the Swans. McDonald the target, but spills to Wilkie of the Saints. Hand pass out to Hall. Collects it a half back. Max Hall, one of Ben's favourites. Kicks down the wing, on the hop, reaches Owens. Owens hits it at speed and now just decides to float a kick to centre half forward. And Blakey, an easy intercept. And Lizard plays on immediately. Gives it away to Rampy. Swans back the other way. Hand pass to Warner. Middle of Dockland Stadium. Handball out to that City wing. Finds Sarong, the hero from last time they met. Kicks into the pocket. Logan McDonald, fair piece of it. Mark not paid. Umpire says ball up. Multiple touches in the marking contest.
No, good decision. Yeah, didn't really ever control it. Good contest, though, and that's going to be the order of the day for Logan McDonald, who's got Wilkie. Don't get outmarked. Half the contest.
Up it goes, bringing it down neatly there is Grundy, but DeConing picks it up off the deck, dumps it on his left boot, tumbles it beyond offensive 50. Owens juggling it out of play, runs out of room. Throw in 60 around from the attacking goal for the Swans at the Coventry end. Cal Wilkie winning the toss, electing appropriately to kick to the Lockett end of the ground, a man who played for both of these teams. Throw in half forward. Both rucks miss it. DeConing goes down, he'll get a free kick. So TDK, second game back from a rib and lung issues. Has it a right half back. Sydney leading by 5 points, 6.5 minutes into the first.
First goal came in the opening 50 seconds. Long kick down the wing. Still no clean possession. Trickles away to Garcia of the Saints. Handball forward to Hall, who's off and running. Takes a bounce. He's 60 metres out against the boundary line. Kicks into the pocket for Wilson. Juggled mark, dead pocket runner, right forward pocket for the Saints, kicking to that Lockett end.
It's a nice kick, going inside forward 50 there. Look, tough spot for Darcy Wilson. I think he might go the left foot banana here.
Some would say almost impossible from there.
Well, banana sort of helps.
Okay. Ramos moving away from his own theory in real time. So Wilson snaps with the left peg. He bends it near side or behind. So St Kilda 3 behind. Sydney a 1-1. We're 7 minutes in. It's a 4-point lead for the Swans. There's no late change. Sydney wearing their South Melbourne jumpers with the red shorts. And St Kilda, it's their home game. So they're in the red, white and black Collins with the black shorts.
Bob Murphy, who played a lot of footy here as well, has co-signed that theory. Yeah. Short kick to the pocket. Edwards drives it up to the logo. No mark there. And O'Connell picks it up for the Saints. Gets a handball forward to Wood. Back to O'Connell. He'll kick infield. And Windhager can mark. Edge of the centre square. City side of the ground. Windhager kicks forward of the logo. Back to Mason Wood.
Well, you think about it this year, Benny. I reckon we commentate a lot of games here at the Docklands.
Yep.
Maybe 5 we've seen this year. Kick a goal from there.
Wood runs around, drives it into that pocket again. Marshall comes in front of the pack and juggles the mark.
Oh, play on.
Big road, play on, says the umpire. I think he had all of it, and he's appealing.
He's paid that mark, the umpire.
He did.
He did. Jeez.
So Sydney end up with it as Lloyd intercepts, and this is a bad start for the umpires today. Sydney by 4 points, 8 minutes in.
Advantage applied on the wing as Blakey went racing away. Went too fast for his own good. Left the footy behind. Lake scoops it up. Hand pass to Burns. Handball away to Filippo. His hand pass back into dispute. Rowbottom knocks it out. Now to McLean. Got it to Papley. Taps it over his head. Centre half forward for the Swans. Mills knocks it away to Lloyd. Hand pass further afield to Sarong. Sarong shoots. Sarong goals. And that'll give the Saints fans a few cold sweats. The bad memories of last time they met. Sydney 2-1-13. St Kilda 3 behinds. 9 minutes into the opening term. 10-point buffer for the Swans. Ray Chamberlain. What on earth happened there with Big Rowe in the forward 50 for the Saints?
Yeah, the juggled mark is clearly taken. The umpire hesitated. I think, to be fair to the umpire,
there was an arm.
He was behind him, and so he was delayed to pay the whistle, but he did eventually pay the mark, but by which point, because of the delay, Rowan Marshall's of the opinion he's not going to pay it, and he rolls off and plays on. So that's where you can be strong and say, no, that is a mark.
So what would you have done, Ray? Do you recall that?
I think you can pay the mark, absolutely. And it's one of those things where you just got to have a feel for understanding what's happened here. Have I caused this problem, or is the player elected to play on?
It was a good finish by Sarong, and just surge footy. Wasn't pretty there for the Swans, but just turned up in numbers and a great goal.
Marshall taking it out of the ruck, tumbles it inside 50. Blakey chops it off for Sydney. Gets rid of it away towards Riley Bice, who's had the rinse through the hair. And a free kick going the way of Owens. He was tackled high, so attacking point of the square here for the Saints. Sydney with the opening 2 goals of the game. They lead by 10 points. Owens sets it up towards full forward, and McCartan. Strong pack mark. Drifting in from the side, marks it at fullback. St Kilda have been the best first quarter team this year. Won 16 opening quarters, 4 better than the next best.
Ooh. McCartan out to half-back. McLean runs underneath it. Spills out to Clark of the Saints. Hand pass trying to link up with Windhagen.
That was a throw, yeah.
It's a good call.
Good call, yep.
They're pressing hard here, the Swans. Not allowing St Kilda time and space with disposal.
Rowbottom takes the free. Handball to Bice. Kicks down to half forward. Kerno wrong-footed, and Silvani an easy intercept mark.
Still working his decision-making, Riley Bice. They like the ball in his hands, but that's 2 in a row there where he's just panicked or rushed and caused a turnover.
He's back to Hill. Hill switches from one back flank to the other. Finds Marshall. Pokes a kick down the wing City side. Wilson marks, plays on. Taps a kick over halfway. Finds Mason Wood. Give the hand pass back to Wilson, who keeps on moving. Can put it inside 50. Into the pocket for Messiah. Leaps up. No mark. He's getting a free. Was being held as he leapt at the footy. And Wanganeen Miller will have a look right half forward up against the boundary line, 40 out.
This is a conundrum, isn't it, for Dean Cox, Rammer, today. You saw him do this last week and just got, with his height and reach and ability to go aerial, Messiah presents a real problem for his tagger, who's usually more of a ground level player. So let's see how long they stick with Jordan when Wanganeen Miller goes forward.
The greatest test for the dead pocket here, probably the best kick in the AFL.
Messiah Wanganeen Miller, a right half forward up against the fence, moves in, punts. His range is unlimited, and Messiah Wanganeen Miller just picks up where he left off. On the back of 46 and 4, he goals in the opening 12 minutes. Sydney by 4 points. The Swans 2-1-13. St Kilda 1-3-9. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It's a good point, Paulie, with James Jordan. So on Thursday night, we saw Mullen go all the way with Nick Dacos. Now, Mullen has the experience of starting his career as a smaller defender playing at Geelong, whereas Jordan, it's very, very foreign to him going down and being sort of one out in the cage with Wanganeen Miller. We know his speed, we know his athleticism, and I think there's a perfect example of how dangerous he can be.
So in the end, he panics.
Yeah,
not a lot of
drags him down.
Drags him down and gives away the free kick. That was a deliberate instep kick.
Correct. Yeah.
That was a ridiculous kick from Wanganeen Miller.
McLean into the ruck, hooking it down though to Koning. Now they follow up the Saints. Wood comes in off the wing to win it. Gives it to Filippo, to the Koning, still in the middle, Boxall, back to Wood, he can look inside 50, run down, Malcolm Rose has got him, gets the handball out though. Hall has work to do, kicks laterally out to, it was Lake, out to Hall. Now gives it back to Bradley Hill, centering kick, looking for Ryan. Off the hands of the pack, Lloyd's there, gathers the footy at fullback. Gives it off to a teammate in Goulden, then to Blakey. Under the pump here, Hall sweating on them. Goes back to Lake. In the pocket here, St Kilda. Off to Wood, back to Hill. Hill will centre it. Towards full forward in the Ryan direction again. Edwards gets a hand on it. Holding free kick, it's going to Ryan.
Yeah, good call, Benny.
Oh, gee whiz. We need to look at that. Well, they've established the benchmark for the marking contest today. I mean, whoever held
against Harry Kyle,
the bad blue, because they had a 3-on-1 against a 5'10" in Liam Ryan. Albeit we know he can sit on heads, but that arm around. So any arm around today, you're going to leave yourself vulnerable to be played a free kick against in the marking contest.
Liam Ryan on the runway, right foot drop punt is a goal, and St Kilda respond after a tardy start. 2-3-15, they lead Sydney 2-1-13, 14 minutes in. Opening term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, the reality is the players should be listening to ABC Saturday. Ray has spoken countless times about it's an easy decision for an umpire when he sees the arm wrapped around the player that wants to mark the ball or wants to make a play at the ball. So on 2 occasions now, Sydney have given up 2 free kicks inside St Kilda's forward 50 because they've wrapped their arm around their direct opponent. They've made it quite easy for the umpire.
They're inexperienced defenders. Yeah. Harry Kyle, an experienced player, but midfielder is a junior, and then James Jordan. So well done from the Saints here. Just steadied a bit of forward pressure there that created that turnover.
Most First Nation stars of any team in the competition on their list at present. St Kilda, they've got their first 2 goals as Boxall gives a handball out to Wood, kicks inside the forward 50. The flying forward is McCartan, no mark, spills down to Rampy, and the Swans work it out and gives it to Warner, tumbles a kick into the middle of the ground, picked off though by the Saints through Stocker. He got it to Filippo, handball inside 50. Warner somehow had one arm tackled, got it away towards Blake, who's mowed down. Machito Owens with the chase down tackle, and Nick Blakey stopped in his tracks. We don't see that too often.
Little appetite here, the Saints, the last 5 or so minutes. Forward pressure, creating turnover.
They got the flames on them. The NBA jam mode at the moment as Clark receives the footy, kicks into the forward pocket. 2 Saints collide mid-air. Ball spills out of bounds, and we'll have a throw-in. Right forward pocket, Caminiti and Wood in that collision.
And the lower entry's the key today. It's not going to serve them well, the Saints, to be bombing inside 50. That'll play very much into McCartan and Rampy and Edwards' hands. The lower darty kick, lower your eyes.
McLean and De Koning, forward 50 stoppage for the Saints. Swatted down by the Swans, but straight to Wilson. Got a little kick away to Owens, but they're retreating St Kilda. Handball back to Waters, a long kick of the footy. Sells the dummy, kicks to the top of the goal square, and McCartan picks it off. Fullback for the Swans as the Saints by 2 points.
What was the commentary in the game, NBA Jam?
He's heating up.
He's heating up. Yeah.
He's on fire. McCartan shorts it away to Dane Rampy. Back pocket. Saints by 2 points. Ray Chamberlain.
Here on the bench here for the Sydney Swans, Tom Patley came off. He's had boots off. He's had strapping taken off. He's had shins rubbed. It's all been happening. And James Rowbottom made his way to the interchange bench. A very sore left hand.
Rampy's kick beyond offensive 50, marked by Stocker, sends St Kilda back inside 50. Back to the same pocket. McCartan goes up again. Caminiti too. Wilson out the back. He comes down with the footy in a gang tackle from a couple of Swans. Ball up left forward pocket.
Tell you what, possession.
Yeah.
Sydney 38, St Kilda 67, so plenty of the ball for the Saints.
Clean wins the tap down, nowhere to go, holding the ball. At the bottom of the pack, the Sydney player, Roberts, will emerge with Max Hall on top of him, and Max Hall taking the footy away to have a shot on goal.
I think he's a little bit stiff here, so a judge to have dived on it. I actually think he got bumped over by his own teammate. But, again, Rami, you're right, all in the back of possession and then pressure. So the Saints are winning it, getting it inside, controlling field position and locking it in just through pressure at the moment. 12 inside 50s to 5.
To make it 3 on the trot for the Saints, Max Hall flares it out to the right. Never looked like it. St Kilda, 3 points to the good, 18 minutes into the first term.
Might just need to play a bit of possession footy here if they can, the Swans.
Yeah.
See what Nick Blakey does here. He's had a couple of blues in a row. Might just need to play it a little bit safer.
12-5, the inside 50 count. Here's Blakey, who hasn't had his hottest start. That's an error coming out of defence. Wangane Miller are preying on it. Short kick to Hall, and he'll have another go. Kicks from centre half forward here. But it was Nick Blakey who played on from the kick out and just butchered it. Hall wanted to dish it off to Wangane Miller, but
gun shy after his last shot. Well,
the Swans are playing ultra aggressive, trying to get through the corridor here at the Docklands. St Kilda are just simply awake to it. They're committing numbers to the corridor and just not allowing it.
So Max Hall, right on his limit, 48 metres out, gives it a whack.
Yep.
He's got it. And the Saints have 3 in a row. They are on the march. 19 minutes into this opening term, and St Kilda getting some reflection on the scoreboard for their dominance around the ground. 3-4 to 2-1. We are 19 minutes in, and the Saints are all over the Swans. They lead by 9 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, as good as he is, Nick Blakey, and he's coming off, actually, and I reckon there might be a phone call waiting for him because he just must drive Dean Cox mad every now and then. That was just an unforced error.
Yeah,
He was strolling out of the kick out like it's a.
It was an arrogant
wasn't
kick.
it? Yeah. And Liam Wright, credit to him, closed and affected the kick. Came off the instep, turnover, and then impossible to defend. Loose players inside 50, so off the back of that. So I'd imagine that a message needs to go out. Hey, boys, this is a fast starting team. I mean, you'd be staggered if that wasn't on the board anyway. As you said, Cor, the best first quarter team in the competition. But largely, the Swans haven't been up for it yet.
Free kick in the middle, taken by Heaney. Drives it deep inside 50. Silvani going at the footy, can't take the mark. Swans are there through McLean. Gets it out to Papley, snaps on goal. Misses the lot, out of bounds on the full. So the Saints to have it through Stocker, back pocket. They lead it by 9 points. Sydney kicked the first 2. Saints have kicked the next 3 in a 7-minute period. Stocker exits the defensive 50 up towards a contest and punched away by Jai Sarong out of play.
Sydney, as Ben said, so first 2 goals of the game for the Swans. St Kilda have kicked the last 3 uninterrupted. Saints all over them. Around the ground too with a boatload more disposal from the boundary throwaway. Gus, his hand pass snuffed out, picked up by Warner, kicks inside 50, and Malcolm Rosas takes an uncontested mark centre half forward on the hit up. So we'll have a look here, straight in front, 50 out.
Well, it's just great clearance work from
Gus,
one of the best in the game.
Just needed to be a little bit closer then.
Yep, a little too much space. Warner doesn't need to.
He's always going to wrap around Warner. So you probably want to just be other side of him, pushing him to boundary.
He's going to have a good day too, because Hugh Boxall is absolutely driving Isaac Heaney mad at the moment. So Warner's got to make the Saints make a decision as to whether they shift under him.
Rosas, goalless in his last 3 and continues today, doesn't score. On the behind post, spills down to Silvani, hand pass to Wood, long kick up to the wing, and a good mark there by McCartan as he just holds out Caminiti, picks it off for the Swans.
Is that his 3rd intercept mark of the match? I think it is, as he sends the Swans back inside 50. McLean brings it down. Wilkie dumps it on the boot, snaps beyond defensive 50. Laterally though, and Higgins is onto it, goes back to Hill by hand. Hill chip beyond defensive 50. Garcia brings it down, follows up, feeds the handball forward. Higgins has run on neutral territory on the wing. He'll get rid of it to Travalia. Flicks it back to Higgins. Might have been a throw. Off to De Koning from Higgins. De Koning will chip it short, and he finds O'Connell. Handball backwards to Stocker, who kicks laterally to Wood, forward of halfway.
Wood marks, plays on, and then decides just to load up, kick it as far as he can to fall forward and get him back. It's punched through by Rampy, so there's a rush behind on that occasion. 2-1 to 3-5. 22 minutes gone in this opening term, a 10-point buffer for the Saints.
Swans bring it in through handballs. Lifted over the top there by Roberts. Out towards Rosas, who gives it off to Grundy. Tight roping the boundary line here, the Swans. He goes back to Warner. Warner will chip it up towards Cootie, who marks. Mature age pick up out of the sandful. Driving ball deep. McLean's in a good position. 2 hands to it. Doesn't quite hold the mark. And the Saints are there, though. Woods tackled quickly by McDonald. And the umpire wants a ball up full forward here for Sydney. Saints by 10 points, 22 and a half minutes in.
Yeah, he's got to be marking those. Hayden McLean.
Grabbing it out of the ruck. McLean trying to get it away. Spills in front of Logan McDonald. He can toe poke it through. It wasn't pretty, but it's a goal. And that's all that Sydney needed. They get one back here and reduce the deficit to 4. So St Kilda 3-5-23, Sydney 3-1-19. 23 minutes into this opening term. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The Saints by 4.
Well, you really get lucky there, Paulie. So Cal Wilkie there. We didn't lose contact at all with Logan McDonald in that stoppage. The ball just hit the ground. So it was a smother by Jack Silvani off Hayden McLean's boot. And the ball just ended up in front of McDonald where he stuck the boot out and kicked the goal. Wilkie couldn't do no more than that.
Credit to McLean. I mean, he dropped a mark he definitely should have taken. But then
paid up for it.
Yeah, he did. He won the ruck contest, and he's going to have to play a role today. He can't leave Brodie Grundy with too much of the workload against this Marshall and DeConing team. So he's going to have to play a pretty important role supporting Grundy in the ruck, but then also hitting the scoreboard when they go forward as well.
Back in the middle, the Koning hooking it down. Heaney onto it quickly though, out to Goulden. Tumble punt inside 50, bouncing ball. McDonald makes it his. Slapped away by Campbell, but back into the mark. O'Connell burrows in for the Saints inside D50. And the umpire zips in to ball it up. 40 out from the attacking goal here. Saints by 4 points. That's Sydney's attacking goal. Grundy takes it out of the ruck as he goes to ground, coughs it up. Windhager hurries a kick beyond defensive 50. Roberts is onto it though. Likes the look of the vacant goal square. Misses left. Gave it a good ride, not to be. Saints by 3 points, 25 minutes into the first.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport, of course. One of the game being played in the afternoon time slot from York Park in Launceston. Hawthorn up against North Melbourne. There is a call available of that game available through ABC Listen if you want to stream it there. They're about 5 minutes away from a start, so the Hawks and the Roos will keep you updated here as well. As the exiting kick out from the Saints ends up out of play between wing and half forward for Sydney. Corp and Middlemass alongside Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, Ben Cameron and Ray Chamberlain, your call team from the boundary throw-in. DeConing away to Trevalia. To Windhager, hand pass, turnover, had it, lost at the Saints, picked up in the end in all of that by Goulden as he tried to get a kick away. He's caught holding the ball. Free kick for Clark, centre half back. St Kilda by 3 points. Time on in this opening term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Clark kicks to the run of Silvani off the back flank. His kick is shocker, very wide, out of bounds on the full. Trevalia trying to mark it, but too wide out. Free kick going the way of Roberts, who shorts it to Goulden, takes off immediately. Drives Sydney up to half forward, marking contest. Curnow and Silvani. Curnow goes again at ground level, so too Silvani in the end, and he wins it. Saints back with it to O'Connell. To Wilson, corralled in the back pocket, just chips it short. And Windhager marks. Saints by 3, closing in on quarter time. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
14-11, the inside 50 count of the opening term, the Saints way. And lead the game by 3 points. Lead the inside 50s by 3. Long kick to the wing. Owen's clever. Just spoils it from the pack and down into the path of Hall. It's taken 3 bounces. Running along the boundary line. Puts it inside 50. Great hit up. And a neat mark coming out from full forward. And he'll be able to go back, Hugo Garcia, and have a look here from 20 metres out.
Oh, it's a brilliant kick, isn't it? You could just see he was waiting.
Just pulled it late.
Waiting, Max Hall, wasn't he? He actually gesticulated, saying, come on, give me something. And with no real notable key forward down there, a bit of a makeshift forward line today. He ended up just kicking it to space, and it drew Garcia to the footy. Beautiful kick.
Having a career year, more games than ever before, as Hugo Garcia slots through a goal. And the Saints with a little bit more breathing room, out by 9 points. 27 gone in this opening term. And St Kilda making sure their nose will be in front again at quarter time. 4-5-29, Sydney 3-2-20. 27 minutes played, opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
What I like, what St Kilda are doing, is it's different looks out of full forward at the moment. So we saw Nasiah kick a goal. Liam Ryan's been a forward. Now Hugo Garcia. So what they're doing, they're testing Sydney's smaller defenders. On that occasion, it was Nick Blakey, taking him all the way back to the goal line, taking him out of his comfort zone. Again here, Naz is going into the goal square. James Jordan's following him down. So Sydney's key forwards, Caminiti at the moment, he's probably a bit more up the ground, trying to drag McCartan, Edwards, Rampy up higher and then allow St Kilda's smalls to get to work.
4 of the last 5 goals in the game going the way of the Saints, but it's Sydney out of the middle. Gordon receives it. Kicks inside 50, very wide out, but Logan McDonald marks.
That is class from the midfielders. Grundy down to Heaney, he's going to earn every one of his possessions today. And I'm interested to see how much time he spends forward as well. I think he's got that ace up his sleeve, obviously, Isaac Heaney, but that's just a hard contest win. Handball to Mills, handball to Gordon. Straight down big Logan McDonald's throat. Beautiful footy.
Kick the Swans' last goal of the game. Pick 4 back in 2020. It's been a bit of a slow burn. Logan McDonald has got 2 today. Sydney bring it back to 3 points. 4-5-29 plays 4-2-26. 29 minutes into the first term. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas.
Well, when you get delivery like that as a key forward, all you need to do is just find a metre or two of space. So Paulie mentioned the centre bounce work there. Heaney, terrific hands. It's a one-handed grab to then get to handball. And when you've got that type of skill and class through the middle of the ground, you need to utilise it as much as you possibly can. Grundy, he basically rucks one out most of the day. So Marshall and De Koning, they're going to have to try and wear him down as much as possible.
So Swans with 2 of the last 3, both through Logan McDonald. Grundy leaps up, grabs it out of the ruck. Hurried kick forward, punched away by O'Connell of the Saints, up to the wing. Picked up by Logan McDonald. Handball away, though, to Gordon of the Swans. He gives it to Kyle. Kicks inside the forward 50. Out the back is Rosas. Edges his opponent under the footy. Couldn't pick it up. Whacks it away to Warner. Warner's hand pass back in the corridor. Unkind bounce for Gordon. Clark's there to intercept for the Saints. Got it out to Stocker. Centre half back to O'Connell. Away to De Koning, to Trevelyan. Caught. Lost it. Ball comes out. Says play on. Picked up by Grundy. Hurried kick forward, and that'll calm it down. Stocker there to intercept at centre half back. Saints by 3. Half-hour mark opening term.
Kicks laterally away towards Wilkie, who shorts it to Trevelyan.
Interesting, Logan McDonald's started on the wing at that centre bounce. So
I imagine that was to drop back as a loose in defence if the ball went the other way.
Trevelyan kicks up to the wing. Lots of hands on it from Ryan Marshall, who will get the free kick in the end. Marshall kicks up to half forward. Owens leading at the footy. Gathers on the bounce. Handball to Caminiti. Back to Owens. Kicks the Saints into the pocket. Nazi's on the lead and he's got it. A metre in from the boundary line. Deep in the left forward pocket. And he kicked one from this spot
same
on the opposite side.
Exactly the same spot on the other side.
Look at him looking at the clock. He's a smart player. Look at him looking at the bench saying, how long to go?
He snaps it as he runs around and goes. He can do it in all scenarios, from all angles. He is one of a kind. St Kilda by 9. He's got a couple. 5-5-35, plays 4-2-26. 31 minutes in. And you are right, Luke Ball. He is so shrewd.
Well, he's had 8 possessions now and 2 goals. 200 metres gained. He's had... James Jordan has just attached to his hip at the moment, but this is the class of the man. You know, whether he's in the midfield and trying to find the football or he goes forward as a pseudo full forward, it's an impossible matchup. It's an impossible match. He did everything right, James Jordan.
Yep.
He might be the bolt cutters. He's dealing with the padlock at the moment, isn't he?
Yep. He's just so good.
A special player he is. Masai Wanganeen-Miller, 2 opening quarter goals, and St Kilda out by 9 points. Back in the middle, we'll have repeat ball-ups. Highest disposals in a single game this year. The 3 best, 46, 46, 44. Naz has got all 3. Yeah. It's incredible numbers, 46 and 4 last week. Obviously in the win over North Melbourne on Sunday. A free kick in the middle of the ground. It's going to go Heaney's way. He can't believe his luck. He gets a chance to launch it inside 50 right on the bell. And that'll do us through the opening term. Isaac Heaney in that first quarter, he's at the hard tag. 4 disposals for him, just the 2 kicks. St Kilda lead it by 9 points. The Saints 5-5-35. Sydney 4-2-26. So quarter time here at Docklands. And a 9-point buffer for the Saints. The goal kickers, Masai Wanganeen-Miller has got 2 singles for Ryan, Garcia and Hall. Meanwhile, for Sydney, Logan McDonald's got 2 singles for Sarong and for Curnow, who kicked the first of the game. Hi, fellas. Ben has his doppelganger out there, Swan Braden Campbell from Greg in Tasmania.
Be flat with that if I was Braden Campbell.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're wrapped with that.
We've both got square, quite squarish sort of heads.
Just quickly here, I'm just watching Tom Papley. He's struggling. He's limping off this ground. Ray spoke about he had both boots off earlier in the quarter. Now he's coming back to the bench.
I think there's an update as well, if we can just go down to Ray, not only on Tom Papley, who does look like he's in a spot of bother, but also on James Rowbottom, Ray.
Yeah, I can confirm that James Rowbottom will take no further part in the game today. It's a suspected broken hand, metacarpal, they're saying. And Tom Papley, he's clearly incredibly tight. They took off his boots, they redid the strapping, they worked very hard front and back. He's complaining right now about right lateral lower leg, so he's a real watch.
So that's thanks, Ray. Appreciate that. So he's only in his 4th game back. Tom Papley's missed a chunk of the year, so he's only played 14 of the 19 games. I did look down at one point and he didn't have any strapping on his feet. So, as Ray said, they've actually taken that off. So he started with the strapping, restrapped his ankles, and now problems again. Boots and socks coming off, so this is no good at all for Sydney. So already 1 down, and Papley with a big question mark next to his name at the moment. And St Kilda on top in the game, trying to claim their first real scalp of the season. They're 9 points in front at quarter time. The thoughts of Rama and Bawley coming up in just a moment. St Kilda by 9 points. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
What's really in the food we're eating?
A lot of the labels are not true.
A major Australian food investigation yields shocking results. Duped, a 2-part special from Four Corners. Streaming now on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Blakey brings it in, goes long up to the middle of the ground, off the hand of Warner, slides through to Papley. Papley turns, kicks inside 50. McDonald out downhill, handball over the top. Joe the Goose to Charlie Curnow, pumps it up into the 3rd deck. How about that? A goal from the kick out. Rowbottom knocks it out. Now to McLean. Got it to Papley. Taps it over his head. Centre half forward for the Swans. Mills knocks it away to Lloyd. Hand pass further afield to Sarong. Sarong shoots. Sarong goals.
Sydney out of the middle. Gordon receives it. Hits inside 50. Very wide out, but Logan McDonald marks. Big 4 back in 2020. It's been a bit of a slow burn. Logan McDonald has got 2 today. Owens leading at the footy, gathers on the bounce. Handball to Caminiti, back to Owens, kicks the Saints into the pocket. Naz is on the lead and he's got it. A metre in from the boundary line, deep in the left forward pocket. He snaps it as he runs around and goals. He can do it in all scenarios, from all angles.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
St Kilda by 9 points at quarter time, 5-5-35. They lead Sydney 4-2-26. We're just underway in Launceston, so first 2 scores of the game, both behinds going the way of the Hawks, but we'll keep you updated throughout. There is a call available there through ABC Listen. Our premiership pair, Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball, with their thoughts on that opening term.
Well, I think, Bawley, what St Kilda are doing really well is they're denying Sydney the ball. So I spoke during that quarter, Sydney wanting to go through the corridor. Nick Blakey's made a couple of blues going up the centre corridor that have come back the other way and resulted in goals. But if you look at possession for that quarter, St Kilda 114, St Kilda 114, Sydney 72. So just a domination there. Plenty of, you look at the top of the stat sheet, Mason Wood 11, Stocker 8, Wanganeen 8, Hall 8, O'Connell 7, but they're spreading wide. They're taking Sydney wider to probably places that they're not used to defending, really, which is then forcing Sydney to be a little bit uncomfortable in their defence. I mentioned we've seen Garcia kick a goal when he's gone forward. Naz kicked 2 goals when he's gone forward. So they want to test Sydney's small forwards or smaller defenders, the St Kilda mids when they're going down. And so I like that. I think Dean Cox or Mark McVeigh, the defensive coach, have got to look at the matchup when Wanganeen does come inside forward 50. Jordan looks very, very uncomfortable there. If that keeps going, Ross Lyon and his coaching staff, they'll continue to push. They'll continue to ask the question of the Sydney defence. when that happens. Swans, on the other hand, when they're going forward, they've had the 14 inside 50s, Bally. It looks a little bit messy, a little bit scrappy. The first goal of the game went coast to coast, but after that, the other three for that quarter, they've had to work relatively hard for.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, the fast starting Saints, and you can see why. I mean, so they're +7 in the contest, so they're hard and tough in the contest. But you're right, Ram. Their running power is really evident, isn't it? They're really spreading the ground. Those guys that you mentioned, all elite runners, Wood and Wilson, Garcia himself, Hunter Clark's had a reasonable start to the game. So you can see what they want to do. As you said, they want to maintain possession and attack with a really big ground and see if they can stretch the Swans' defence wide as well. We spoke about, the long bomb doesn't really work with their forward line that they've got, the Swans. So can they stretch the ground and identify, pockets of space inside 50 that they're really able to do? And you're right. I mean, it's great to come along today and watch some of the best players in the competition play, isn't it?
Yeah.
So far, so good. I mean, he's got his work cut out for him today. He's earned every position. I expect him to go forward at times and see if he can text Boxall the other way.
Saints by 9, second term underway. The ruck share it down. Grundy wins it at ground level. Got a handball away. Long kick inside the forward arc from Jordan, but reading it best, Silvani. It's his former teammate, Charlie Curnow.
Yeah, it's a good win. It's the first real one-on-one contest, and that's a good win from Jack Silvani.
And Silvani kicks to the wing, finds Boxall. And Marks lays a handball off to Hall. What a start he's had. 8 disposals, 6 of them have led to scores. Goes short to Stocker. And the Saints more possession game. So as Rama touched on, 42 more disposals in that opening period.
Yeah, and there's a real opportunity too with, so Rowbottom's out. That's a key out. He plays an important role forward for the Swans. And if Papley is still getting... He still hasn't got any socks on, Papley, so we won't see him anytime soon. So 2 down for the moment, the Swans.
Broken hand for Rowbottom, just repeating Ray's news at quarter time. He's missing nothing out of the middle as the Saints are just kicking it from one back flank to the other. Now at left half back against the boundary line. Silvani pulls the trigger down the line and McCartan jumps in front, takes the mark. I think he bobbled it over the line. He did, so a boundary throw-in just forward of the wing for St Kilda. Saints to the Coventry end in the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport at Dockland. Saints by 9 here early in Q2. Meanwhile, down in Launceston, we're about 8 minutes in of game time, and Hawthorn, with the first goal, they lead North Melbourne by 7 points.
Umpire flings it in. There's a free kick going the way of Grundy. So Grundy to take it for Sydney. Gives the handball away to Sarong, who backfeeds a handball back to Bice, who kicks laterally. And the mark taken out wide by Jordan. So Jordan goes back to the back flank and finds McCartan. Saints by 9 points. McCartan just pokes it on to Sarong. Sarong on the defensive point of the square. He'll just chip it short again. So Sydney happy in the slow play. St Kilda by 9 points. We'll play 2 minutes in the second term.
And kick goes down the wing and the mark taken by Lloyd. He receives the Bice kick. Twin wing at half forward. Puts it inside the forward 50. Coming through Wilkie. Juggled effort. The mark's been taken, so Wilkie's got it centre half back for the Saints.
Corby, what's our stat? Kel Wilkie marks at 11. 11's the number.
11's the number. Critical mass.
That's mark number 4.
Doesn't take over 11 marks. They really win, the Saints. As Wanganeen Miller running along the boundary line, heads down to half forward. It's a genuine shove. Is it paid? Yes. Straight in the middle of the back of McCartan. I'm not sure what Caminiti was thinking there.
I reckon that's a hell yeah. That's one of Chambo's hell yeahs.
What's the line, Ray?
Absolute no, it's an absolute yes. That's the PG version, isn't it?
McCartan kicks up to a contest on the wing, roving the pack neatly. Sarong for Sydney, off to Cootie, loops the handball to Warner. He'll kick laterally. Blakey attacking edge of the square, can look inside 50, dabs it really short, and the mark taken by Campbell. 47 metres out, slightly left of centre, and both of our hairs are getting lighter. And he'll go back and kick for goal.
Yours are the grey variety, though, Ben.
Correct. I think they had the little rinse through it.
So Errol Goulden, Braden Campbell and Riley Bice all essentially went to the same barber.
No, they got one of the media staffers at Sydney to do it, basically to lighten the mood at the club.
So there you go.
Hadn't had as many wins as early on in the season, so wanted a few laughs and went and got their hair done as Campbell just hangs it out to the left. Can't quite bring it back enough. St Kilda lead by 8 points. 4 minutes into the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
media staff is performing rolls on someone's hair. That counts as a roll as a barber. As Stocker goes long up towards the wing. Caminiti the target, spills down towards Garcia. Oh, ugly kick forward, turns out. Boxall takes the mark. Got a handball away to Hall. Saints on through the middle, gives it to Filippo. Long kick inside 50. Bryan underneath it. Grundy spills a mark he should have taken. Higgins threatening, slips over. Grundy wins it back. Handball away to Mills. He gives it to McCartan, who heads laterally and finds Roberts, who takes the mark defensive side of the wing for the Swans. St Kilda by 8 points early in the second term.
Roberts, handball to Bice, forward handball to Sarong, handball on to McCartan, who lifts another Campbell, tackled by Stocker.
Onto it, aren't
Taking
they?
the ground and a ball up on the wing. Saints by 8 points. Ray Chamberlain.
The news out of the Sydney Swans bench is that Papley will be fine. He's just got a wheel change, new wheels, and heel-related thing that was sort of reverberating up his leg, but I think he's going to be okay. About to come into the action.
A little bit of wheel alignment down there.
I was going to say, you mentioned horses earlier. First of all, he's like a thoroughbred, Papley. There's always something that's not quite right. He's really highly strung, but when they get it right, he's...
I reckon he's had the farrier who changes the shoes on the horse. They turn it over. Garcia gathers it in the middle here for St Kilda. Gives it off to Stocker. Gets it back, Hall. Looking lateral here, St Kilda. Handball for Windhager, misses him. Burns goes in, and Sydney pinch it through Campbell.
Cootie got a handball from Campbell, and then his handball knocked down, picked up by Burns, gives it to Windhager by hand. To Stocker, short kick, not the required range to Garcia. Saints on through the middle, gives it to Burns. Burns kicks inside the forward 50. Higgins takes the sprawling mark, centre half forward for St Kilda. A slow walk back, and he knows exactly what he's doing with this. He'll have a look just right of centre.
Max Hall had chances to take the ball inside 50 for St Kilda, but he looked up and all he could see was Swan's jumpers. So it was the over handball in the middle of the ground, Bally, that almost got the Saints in trouble.
Yeah, there was mistakes and plenty there. It was a pretty ordinary minute of footy. And looking at Malcolm Roses, he's a bit fumbly too. We know he's not in great form. He had the opportunity. He just dropped an absolute sitter that would have gone the other way. So chaotic minute there. Could end up in a Saints goal.
Kick.
And it does. Higgins slots it through. Kicks the first to the second term. And the Saints lead swells. So 6-5-41, Sydney 4-3-27. It's out to 14 points the Saints way with six and a half minutes played in the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, and an update, by the way, down at York Park in Launceston. North Melbourne, 2 goals to respond to the Hawks' early major. They lead it by 5 points, North Melbourne, halfway through the opening term. 2 home tenants down at Tassie. You just can't make those sort of unforced errors, Rammer, in league footy, especially in the middle of the ground. They're very hard to defend, and I mean, even the kick into Higgins was an absolute mung from Ryan Burns, but
it worked.
It worked, and as he always is, Higgins, on his toes, first to move, such a natural forward. That's a nice finish for him. So all of a sudden, the Swans just need to find a steady here, or Saints will skip away.
Back in the middle, Grundy slaps it forward. Heaney tracking it. Nasiah Wanganeen-Malira's got him. Off hands coming through Filippo. O'Connell's there. Back to Windhager. Clears the defensive 50. High kick up to the wing. Wanganeen-Malira gathers on the bounce. He's been busy early. Pokes it out in front of Hill, who's run on. Running down the dockside wing. Pokes it over the top. Lake can mark. He'll look inside 50 for the Saints. Sets it up towards the pocket. Wilson's down there and slapped through. Minor score. St Kilda leading by 15 points. 8 minutes into the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, the good players just need to get their hands on the pill here. Heaney, no touches. Papley, we knows off. Goulden, 0 touches. Warner, only 1 this quarter.
Goulden goes short to Mills, marks at half-back, long kick to the wing. Logan McDonald the target. Front on contact against Wilkie. Free kick Sydney. Advantage taken by Grundy. The ruckman pokes it inside to Warner, who leaps up and marks it full forward. Chad Warner gets up, plays on, he can walk it in. Runs it through, and 1 back for the Swans, who are playing catch-up in this game. So back to 9 points. St Kilda 6-6-42. Sydney moved to 5-3-33 on the back of that major for Chad Warner. We are 9 minutes into the second term. Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball on ABC Sport.
Well, Bally, it's not dissimilar to Naz when Warner goes forward. He's just a weapon. Such a hard matchup because he can mark the ball in the air. And there's a perfect example. Just got the little sit on Jack Silvani. I think his direct opponent may have still been Windhager. He wasn't in the contest. and then presence of mind just to play on and make it an absolute certainty for a goal.
Yeah, so Heaney rests forward now. Well, looks like Warner rests forward. Windhager goes with him. So the Swans need to get a bit creative, a bit controlling here. Yeah. That's right. It'll be Warner and Heaney, I think.
Change the mix.
That's right.
Back in the middle, Marshall taking it out of the ruck. Just a dump kick inside 50. Blakey knocks it away, and he'll get a free kick. He was being held. So Blakey at centre-half back. Saints by 9 points. He'll kick out wide. McCartan running off the back flank. Pokes it to the wing for Roberts. Now Roberts with that long left leg. Looks up to half forward for Sydney. Wilkie comes across. Mark number what, Corby?
5.
5 for him as he marks defensively for the Saints. Moves it onto Hill and they'll switch it with a long searching kick out wide for Wood. So Wood off the back flank for the Saints.
Wood goes long down to half forward. Edwards and Owens wins the one-on-one hands down. Machito Owens, he's about 60 metres out, turns and kicks to full forward. Oh, big fly and all of that from McCartan. Surely got a shove. No free kick. Ball trickles out of bounds. We'll have a throw in left pocket for the Saints.
I think that's reasonable, Ray, I think.
How'd they end up horizontal there?
No.
I believe I can fly.
It's a missed one. It's a missed one. Owens is looking good, isn't he? He's such a good one-on-one player, Mitch Owens. Dangerous.
I just saw the replay, Rammer. I'm actually with you. The side.
Thank you.
It's well done to the umpire.
It's on the side, but it's unreasonable.
Grundy got a handball away, but stolen. Owens gives it to Phillippo on the Lake. Late goals from 2 metres out, squeezes it through. And goal for goal here in the second term. St Kilda back out by 15. An equal game high, 7-6 over Sydney, 5-3. We are 11 minutes into the second term. All of a sudden, we've had, 3 goals in 3 minutes?
Well, there's a bit of a boo-boo here. They're playing Max Hall's goal song instead of Campbell Lake's.
Well, it's good that you're with me, Corb, because I felt like I've been on an island since Thursday. You ran a segment in AFL Saturday on,
Did you like that?
On Nick Dacos not getting a vote. So I feel back that I'm part of the team again.
Everything's content, Rammer. You know how it is. Just try and turn everything into a talking point.
Orley backed you up, though.
Yeah.
I like to look at it more as you're setting the agenda in the footy.
I think most scribes back me up.
Well, don't make a habit.
They had 4 or 5 ahead of Nick.
Don't make a habit of the Thursday night games, Rammer. Hope you were just filling in.
Tap down to Mills, who gives it off towards Gordon, who moves it on to Jordan. Short kick out wide for Lloyd. So Lloyd, 2 kicks from home. Sends Sydney to full forward. Marking contest, Kerno and Heaney. The latter with hands on it, close to the boundary line. Brad Hill wants it out in the back pocket for St Kilda.
Yeah, well, this is interesting now. So Heaney's pushed forward. Boxall's followed him down. So this will be a real test for the youngster.
Just looking at Charlie Curnow, Ram. He's got to start getting on his bike now.
Yeah.
He's playing too much into Jack Silvani's hands.
Marshall just palms it down in front. Coming through, Phillippo gets it out. Burns, now O'Connell. Burns again, just pushed as he kicked out of bounds on the full. So Sydney to get it back. I think Warner will be the recipient.
Oh, Tommy Papley wants it.
Deep in the right forward pocket. Maybe Tom Papley,
Well, I think it was out on the full. Very close to where he kicked it.
Well, and look, he applied the pressure. That's right. So get the reward. What's he had? Tommy Papley. This is certainly his first kick for the quarter. Started it on the bench. Can he set them alight here? Rammer's pocket.
He's going to go with the left foot snap. Tom Papley hits it skinny and misses near side. Didn't quite get it flush. St Kilda lead by 14 points. 13 played in the second term.
He's had that much massage in this quarter and a bit. He's probably got oil all over his boots as well.
He's running gingerly.
Brad Hill on the kick-out duties, takes some ground and then goes long to the wing. And nice mark, Bice. Intercepts on the wing. Boy from the Albury Tigers. Marks in front of the interchange gates. Bice, short along the line, finds Roberts. Sydney with it, but down 14.
A few left-footers, haven't they, the Swans?
They have 8.
8
in the team
That'd
today.
Be most for the round.
This man, one of them, as Roberts kicks it inside the forward arc. Flying for a box, short, no mark. Spills through to Heaney. Hand pass trying to set up Papley. Runs into a dead end. Wilkie goes and gets it. Handball out to Hill. Shoots a handball wide. Warner breaks it up. Wins it back. Half forward for the Swans against the boundary line. Hand pass to Bice. Hurried kick inside 50. Silvani left it behind. And in the end, McConnell able to help clean it up. The kick comes out wide off the back flank for the Saints. There's a big tackle in all of that. Owens, as he just locks up McCartan and in the end calms it down. They get out of a dangerous spot, and a free kick here for Owens, left half back.
2 or 3 of those Thursday night. That's a bit red hot, J-Mo. No prior genuine attempt.
I'm happy with that one, Bally. I'm free.
Owens kicks up to the wing off the hands of the pack. Bice there for Sydney. Off to Goulden. Sweeps it back to Edwards. To Papley at centre half back. He's the deepest
one. That's one.
Forward holding the ball.
Oh, I want to make sure of it.
Takes the advantage. Off to Lake. He'll run it in and go. They're running rampant. He's got a couple. And St Kilda, they lead by 20 points. 8-6-54 plays 5-4-34. Quarter hour mark, second term. Lake's got the last 2 of the game.
Well, again, pressure. Pressure around that half-forward line for the Saints. They'd had a couple of chances there to clear the ball. They wanted to hold on to it. Goulden and Lake gets on the end of it with the handball. Papley's chasing him, but I don't know what Tom Papley's doing down there. But I reckon if the roles were reversed, he's running a little bit quicker towards the goal. But I love that. I love that from Hugo Garcia. Goulden just hung the ball out, like virtually tempting St Kilda's forwards to come and tackle, and they did.
He's only kicked 2 goals for the year. That surprised me a bit, Campbell Lake. I don't think he's missed a game since he debuted. This is his 7th game from the mid-season draft, but he's doubled his goal tallies in this quarter.
Debuted last time they met.
Yep.
Restart back in the middle. Windhager had it, lost it, tackled. Ball comes out, and darting away goes Goulden. Takes a bounce, kicks inside 50, and Lloyd marks uncontested left half forward.
Owed him one, didn't he?
His vision is terrific.
He just seemed. He thought, I've made the blue there. I've cost us a goal. I'm going to go and redeem myself. And good tackle from Braden Campbell that caused that turnover, the initial turnover, and then Goulden was off to the races. It's a fast and furious game, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah. So 20 points, game high at the moment, St Kilda's way. And after that centre break, chance to change that. Jake Lloyd, the defender, turned forward, drop punt, he's left, it's a behind. Keep in mind, by the way, Sydney are 1 down, a broken hand for James Rowbottom in the opening term, so it's a 19-point lead for St Kilda, 16 gone second term.
Well, what I'm enjoying, we're not playing with a loose man in defence, either team. It's more about shifting the magnet of a particular player, taking him forward and trying to get a mismatch.
Stocker kicks to a contest on the wing. Roberts, he's able to rove it. Sydney back with it. Gives it off to Bice, who gives it to Mills. High kick inside 50. Punched away by Stocker. Quick kick coming there from Cootie towards full forward. Juggled there by McDonald. Can't take the mark. Boxall's there to clean it up for the Saints. And now they work it out through Wilson. Goes for a little run. Chasing him is Kyle. He gets the handball away to Garcia. It's errant. Allows in the Swans. Bounces back towards Cootie. He gets a handball back into the muck. Burns can knock it out to Boxall and then on to Hill. And now Hill can get rid of it. Away towards Owens. Handball to Wilson and a kick to the wing. Bouncing ball here for Caminiti.
Caminiti scoops it up. Gives a handball back to Wood. Wood on the logo. Looks inboard with the kick. Hand on it from Lloyd on the way through. Sydney win it back. Campbell. Hand pass away to Cootie. Handball in the middle of the ground for Lloyd. Turns into trouble. Coughs it up. Stocker had it. He had a turnover. Warner couldn't grab it clean. Wood collects. Was he taken high? No. Ball up middle of the ground. Gee, this game's right on.
It is, and the Saints at the moment are up for it a little bit more. Their pressure's outstanding. Swans still haven't really adjusted to it.
3-1 in the quarter, St Kilda's way. Windhager wins it at the restart, gives it to Burns. Handball away to Filippo. Hand pass back to Burns. Saints on the back flank. Kicks to a one-on-one on the wing. Hand on it from Bice. He's bowled over by Lake. Tackled. Was enough of an attempt made. Umpire forgive him, says ball up on the wing, City side. St Kilda by 19 points. 18 gone in the second. They led by 20 a few moments ago. It's all St Kilda.
The coning down for Filippo. Handball to Windhager to Lake. He's kicked a couple of goals in the quarter. Run down. Ford holding the ball.
Is that Campbell again? He's had some good moments, Campbell. He's He's playing midfield with Heaney resting forward, and he's had a good little 10-minute period here against some serious St Kilda heat.
Saints by 19 points. Campbell kicks around the city wing. Through the hands of Silvani. There to mop it up, McLean. Off to McDonald. Kicks to the pocket. Heaney. Hands out in front. Takes the mark. 40 out. 10 metres in the boundary line. Or 10 metres in from the boundary line. He'll centre it too. And he'll find Papley. 30 out directly in front. He'll go back and kick for goal.
This is the challenge for Boxall. Just the space he gave Heaney there for that lead. He wanted to play in front, wanted to play 3 or 4 metres in front. Heaney then didn't lead at the kicker, just that lovely sideways lead.
Tom Papley had a few injury concerns in the match. Directly in front, 35 out. To ignite the Swans, he misses. Jeez. Tugs it hard left. St Kilda lead by 3 goals neat. Time on second term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, he's just got to be kicking those, Tom.
Yeah.
That's a bad miss.
Think about Wangane Miller is putting them in from the front row, and now Lloyd and Papley have missed gettable set shots in his second term. 3-goal lead for St Kilda. Clark off the back flank, kicks down the wing. Lake gets out the back. Handball away to Owen. St Kilda inside 50. Ugly kick in front of Higgins. Whacks it down. Filippo fumbles, collects, takes on McLean. Handball away to Travalia. He's caught in the tackle of Gordon. Handball to DeConing. Still 50 out against the boundary. Hooks a kick to the forward pocket. Mills spoils. Out of play it goes. Right forward pocket for St Kilda. An 18-point lead for the home team. 20 minutes gone second term.
Mills had 4 possessions this quarter. I feel like we've called him very rarely in this game, Corb.
Just winning those key 50-50s at the moment, the Saints, aren't they?
And they had another one here. Marshall palms it down. Wangane Miller in the vicinity, collects. Centering kick back inboard. Got it to Lake. Tackled, taken to ground by Gordon, holding the ball. Fought through the first tackle. The second one got him, and Errol Gordon there to save the day on the last line. 18-point lead for St Kilda. We're time on here in the second term. Meanwhile, quarter time in Launceston. It's North Melbourne by 17 points, 4-2 to 1-3. So a 17-point lead for the Roos over the Hawks.
Blakey, kick from the defensive 50 for Sydney. Kerno juggling it down, doesn't quite hold the mark, and a free kick.
Oh, he's lucky there.
On the way of Kerno.
I was going to say.
Nobody stood the mark here for St Kilda either. Eventually, Stocker comes through. Centering kick towards half forward, finds Cootie. Cootie will look deep. Low bullet-like pass towards full forward, and Heaney in the pocket. He marks just in from the boundary line.
I think what's obvious here, Benny, is that at one end, when Naz takes James Jordan deep, he can't handle it. And then at the other end, when Heaney takes Boxall deep, he can't handle it.
Yeah, good. What a treat for us sitting up here.
Naz has got 2 goals, though. Heaney trying to hit the scoreboard here. Just sneaks it through. And Sydney, keep within touching distance. 8-6-54 plays 6-6-42. 22 minutes into the second, Heaney's first goal of the afternoon.
But the problem is, Benny, is now the 2 occasions it's gone inside 50 and it's been a genuine one-on-one. Heaney's won it easy.
Yeah.
Like it hasn't been a contest. Boxall hasn't been in the contest. So that's the hard part. So I think is he coming off the ground now? Well, he's trying to come off the ground, but
Heaney's off.
Oh, Heaney's off.
Well,
that's the hard part. If you want to go all the way with your direct opponent, you've got to learn to do it deep in defence as well.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Isaac Heaney, the man in question, he's been just labouring with that right shoulder. He's come to the interchange bench and he's just having a chat with the doctor now, pointing to his right shoulder.
Fascinating game. Saints by 2 goals. Grundy grabs it out the middle. Hurried kick forward. Hand on it from Caminiti. Ball spills underneath Rosas, who's tackled and will have a ball up.
Apart from the first 2 goals of the game, Sydney haven't kicked back-to-back majors today either, Cole.
Umpire tosses it up. Forward 50 stoppage for the Swans. Grundy wins it down. Collision with the umpire there. Ball spills to O'Connell, who gives a handball away to Stocker. Stocker kicks out of defence. Up in front of the benches, and the ball trickles out of play without being touched. So last disposal free for Will Edwards and the Swans. 12-point lead for St Kilda, 23 gone second term.
Comes infield with his kick for Goulden, who thumps it on the left boot. Inside 50, run and jump, launching out at McLean, doesn't mark. Saints are there. Nasai Wanganeen-Malera. Handball away to De Koning. He'll snap it out of danger. Not his best kick. Goulden can only bring it down. Tries to fend off. Gets away from the tackler. Handball inside 50. Stripped of it, Sarong. And now the Saints, they work it out. Bearing kick from Bradley Hill out towards the City wing, but McCartan's there for Sydney.
McCartan spills it. It's a mark he should have taken. Tried to give a handball to Jordan. Missed him too. Scrap on for the footy. Bice scoops it up. Gives a handball away to Campbell, who retreats back with the kick, and Blakey calms it down on the wing. Blakey, with his left peg, penetrating kick inside forward 50. Across the front of the pack to Koning, able to spoil, but took out a few with him. Handball to Trevalia, back to Hill, sold him into a bit of trouble. Hill gives it back to Trevalia, hurried kick away to from Stocker, almost turned it over. Mark not paid to Campbell. He's now got a problem, and a pack forms a scrappy few minutes.
Well, he dropped it. Jeez, we've seen some sitters drop today.
Yeah, ball up here, right half forward for the Swans.
Saints still by 2 goals. Campbell spins in, gathers the footy, right into a tackle though. With that spinner, ball up, right on the arc of 50.
Already Grundy just starting to influence the game here.
Closing in on half-time. Tom De Koning snatches it out of the ruck. Dump kick to the wing. Ryan goes up high, brings it down. Marshall receives it, gives it off to Owens, kicks infield for Burns. St Kilda looking to attack. Kick out wide for the running man, Wilson. Has Higgins deep in the pocket. Little tick lead back at him. Nice. Exquisite forward craft. And he marks low down Jack Higgins, showing that the tick lead isn't dead.
It's alive and well, and it's not used enough, Benny. There's too many forwards who want to run back towards goal. That is just... And in the end, it was a Darcy Wilson made it a little bit hard for him, but he got there in the end. But that's he's spot on. Good call. Forward craft there. I don't know if they still practice it at training. They very much should be. An old mate of yours was kicked 900 goals doing it, Rammer.
Yep, sure did.
This is against the flow a little bit here because the Swans have probably had the better of the last 5 or 6 minutes. So this will hurt.
There's one St Kilda's goal kicking the last 3 years, Jack Higgins, in a race with Liam Ryan this year. Oh, this is a shocker. Now to the right. Just sneaks it through. St Kilda lead by 13 points. So just to explain for everyone at home what we mean when we talk about the tick lead.
Well, the tick lead is when you're going back towards goal, then you stop basically and then come straight back at the kicker.
Yeah, so sort of like a tick shape.
Yeah, tick shape.
Very, very hard to defend because you
once the defender turns his head.
Correct.
Last 10 minutes, Bally. 13-4, the inside 50s, Sydney's way.
Yeah, nothing really to show for it though.
Yep.
Well, it's because Curnow can't get in the game.
Yep.
Swans coming out of defence. Blakey's long kick marked by Clark. So Saints going back inside. Blakey in this pack rises up. McCartan spoils it away from him. Only 2 Swans up. Ball runs out of room. Boundary throwing 40 metres out from the St Kilda goal.
He's waiting to come back on the ground, Curnow, but I'd say certainly Jack Silvani's had the better of that matchup in the first half.
North Melbourne by 17 points. Quarter time, York Park, Launceston against the Hawks. Call available through ABC Listen. Saints on top here by 13 from the boundary throw-in. Sydney win it. Grundy 2 touches in the chain. Shares it with Jordan. Then a handball away to Blakey. Gives it back to Grundy.
How good's that?
3rd touch in the chain. Kicks up to Roses.
Just work rate.
Who marks outer edge of the centre square. Cuts to centre half forward with a dart. Warner marks right on the 50. He's got options. Handball away to another lefty in Campbell. Floats a kick to fall forward. Hill's there. Hands on it. No mark. Is he getting a free? Yes. Whack over the chops in the marking contest by McLean.
He's caught one right in the eye there, the poke in the eye.
Never much fun. St Kilda by 13, deep into time on in this second term, and what's been a fun game of footy.
It's good scrambling. That's Brad Hill at his best, just off the wing, working back hard. Looked a certain goal there for the Swans.
Hill just runs to the pocket. Long kick. De Koning hands to it, juggling it 3rd time, marks it.
It's a great battle, isn't it? De Koning, Grundy. 2 very similar type of ruckman.
Saints holding on to this 13-point lead. Koning kicks up towards the wing, off hands, out of play off McCartan. So 12 times St Kilda have led it a main break in 2026. 1-2 out of 3 from that point onwards. So 8-4 is their record, but 66% of the time when they lead at halftime in 2026.
Boundary throw in. Rucks miss it completely.
I've made that a lot.
Hang on a second. Hang on.
You need to repeat that, I
I've
think, Ben.
got no idea who's leading, who's winning what.
Let's have another go.
From where?
12 times they've led at half-time. They've won 8 of those.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, I got that. Whatever that's worth. Staconi bumps it down to Roberts.
That's when Ben's just trying to get information out. He's studied it all week. I must get this stat out.
Roberts tackled high, gets the free on the wing. So long searching kick down to half forward for the Swans. Punched away by Wilkie into the path to Hill. He gives it off to Wilson, and Wilson just bangs it back in the other direction. Oh, Wanganeen Miller got upstairs, punched away from him. Wrong foot's Windhager, racing the clock, kicks to Curnow, not in time. And Wilkie with the saving fist. And the Saints should be most pleased with their work in this first half. St Kilda by 13 points at the long break. The Saints 8-7-55. They lead Sydney 6-6-42. And I mentioned it off the top of the broadcast. Sydney have been pretty clean against teams outside the top 5. They've got a 13-1 record against the rest, which includes St Kilda, and where they sit, the Saints have struggled against teams above them. They're 10th coming into the round. They are 0-9 against top 9 opponents. Sydney, of course, one of those. And the Saints out to buck that trend today. They lead by 13 points at half-time. The goal kickers, Naz kicked 2 in the opening term. Wanganeen Miller 2 for Campbell Lake, and then singles for Higgins, for Ryan, for Garcia and for Hall. Meanwhile, for Sydney, 2 for Logan McDonald, and then singles for Warner, Heaney, Sarong and Curnow. It's an interesting game of footy with both stars copying a significant tag in Isaac Heaney and Nasiah Wanganeen Miller, and the way in which both of them are trying to work through it. St Kilda, after leading by 9 at quarter time, lead by 13 at half time. Rammer and Bawley, give us your take on that opening half of footy with the Saints on top by 13.
Well, it's been a really strong performance from the Saints, and I think largely Ross and the coaching group will be really pleased with how the game looks. I think we spoke about contests. They're winning the ball inside, and then their running power is really evident. But I think the pressure factor is the one against the Swans. Aside from that, when you think that first goal from the kick out straight down the middle of the ground in the first 50 seconds of the game, other than that, they really have stifled Sydney's forward handball game, which we know is Sydney's one wood. And now that's not the only way they can beat you, but I think largely for the first half, Remmer, the Swans' pressure has the Saints' pressure has just overwhelmed the Swans a bit, forced them into error, both forced and unforced. And then when they've gone forward, we've spoken about their makeshift forward line a little bit. They've looked pretty dangerous going forward as well, and there's been a reasonable spread. Young Lake got on the end of a few off the back of pressure and turnover that quarter, kicking 2 goals. You've spoken about Wanganeen Miller up and his ability to rest forward. Got a little bit quieter that quarter. So credit to Jordan to keep at it. And he hasn't had he's only had 14 possessions, 12 kicks, and I'd say that a few of those have been from the kick out too. So after looking really dangerous in that first quarter, you'd have to say that the Swans have been able to keep him relatively under control. So really, even contest. I think for the first 15 minutes of that quarter, the Swans, gun players, good ball winners, weren't able to get into the game. And it's amazing. When they do, they look like a different team, clearly. And Goulden got going that quarter. The Grundy, De Koning / Marshall matchup is a really interesting one. I just feel like when Grundy has got his chest out and playing well and impacting the game, the Swans look so much better as well. But they're finding it hard to score. I think when they go forward, the Saints have been well and truly been able to keep them under control. And Heaney got on the end of the one. I think that's probably the way going forward. I think Heaney, we know he's got a tight tag in the middle of the ground. He's going to have to go forward because when he does, as you said, that quarter, he's such a good one-on-one player. And he kicked the goal himself. He set up a shot for goal that Tom Papley butchered really and should have kicked. So more of that from Isaac Heaney in the second half, and I think that relies on Warner, Goulden, and probably Braden Campbell's the other one that spent some time in the middle of the ground in that second quarter as well, holding up there into the bargain. So it's an interesting battle, isn't it? It's a tough game. It's a fast and free-flowing game at times, and you feel like that will take its toll as the game goes on in the second half.
Just a quick one to back up what you're saying, Bally, before we hear from Rama. So you got to score from turnover on this ground, right?
Yep.
7 goals.
7 goals, 2-1.
Yeah.
So 7 goals, 2-1 goal, 4. The difference scoring from turnover today. St Kilda all over them.
Yeah, and then the next issue for the Swans is they've had 14 tackles for the quarter.
Not enough.
Braden Campbell's had 4
for the half.
For the half, sorry.
Half,
14
no,
tackles for
near
the
enough.
half.
Yep.
So Braden Campbell's had 4 for the half. Then 11 other players have had 1. And then another 12 players have had 0.
Yeah, that's un-Sydney-like, isn't it?
That's just...
That'll be up on the board at half-time.
That's just wanting to not get their hands dirty at all. And look, and to St Kilda's credit, that's where the turnover part happens. So they're applying that frontal pressure to force Sydney into turnover. Now, Sydney, as we know, they like to possess the ball. Warner, Goulden, Heaney, Bice, Blakey, the list goes. There's a number of other players that love having ball in hand, but to St Kilda's credit, they're pressuring. Plus 50-odd in possession, so much more of the football. I just feel the game for probably both teams in this second half is won or lost by which of their key mids go forward and which of their key mids damage on the scoreboard. Kerno barely touched the ball.
Yeah, he's got to get
in
going.
that first quarter.
They need more from Charlie. He's had 2, so he gets
kicks.
on the end of the one, he kicks the goal in the first minute, and then he gets a lucky free kick, I reckon.
Yep. Correct.
And that's it.
Jack Silvani had a terrific half of football on him when he was taking intercept marks and spoil and the like. So it's what you do with Kerno. Do you either bring him right up the ground and say, okay, we know Kerno's got superior fitness, so Jack, can you run with me? Or put him deep. Put him deep out of the goal square and go, look, kick us some goals. If you're not finding the football, find it 5 times, but with those 3 kicks in the second half, kick us 3 goals.
Yeah.
So, it's sort of... I look at the way Hawthorn used Jack Gunston. They know Jack Gunston can't get up the ground anymore and can't, contribute in that way where he gets involved. So Hawthorn go, we're going to put him all the way back to the goal line. Last week, I think he had 9 possessions for 7 goals or whatever it was. So, is it that point now with Kerno where you're going, well, he's not getting up, let's just send him all the way back. St Kilda, on the other hand, well, it's a bit of scoreboard by committee at the moment. Now, Naz has got 2, Hall 1, Garcia 1, Lake 2, Higgins 1, Liam Ryan 1. So the issue there, they're not getting really anything out of their tools either. So that's what I'm getting at. I feel like for both teams to win this game, it's probably a Naz going forward and kicking 2 or 3 this quarter, a Heaney, Warner, or the like going forward and kicking 2 or 3 in the half as well.
Yeah, I just think you've got to put it on Charlie Kerno, don't you? Like,
you're paying him money.
You're playing on your mate. We got you here. And in fairness to him, he's had a good 6 weeks. He's been a lot better. I just think he's got to get to work. Just get on your bike. Yeah, use your running capacity and work Jack Silvani over. I just think it's as simple as that. And I think McDonald and McLean, as much of their role today is about keeping Wilkie occupied. Now, at times that didn't happen, and Wilkie's had 5 marks. Yep. So they need to stick to that task. But Kerno's the one. Get moving, get on your bike, and impact the game.
You're right. I just saw the highlight again of that Wanganeen Miller goal where in the first quarter where he points at his wrist, sort of wanting to know how long's left in the quarter, and then arcs out and kicks the goal anyway. He's such a clever footballer. What a joy it is to watch him play. Number 1 rated player on the ground at halftime. Interestingly, 5 of the top 6 are St Kilda players. Errol Goulden's the only outlier in that bunch. And as Ben told us, St Kilda have led 12 times at halftime this year. They've won 8 of those games. So we'll see how they go in the second half, including last time they met. St Kilda led for 85% of that game, and obviously we're on the wrong end of it at the finish when Jai Sarong kicked the winning goal. Quick score check from York Park in Launceston. North Melbourne's lead cut to 4. So 4-3-27 North Melbourne. They lead Hawthorn 3-5-23. This margin was as wide as 17 points at quarter time. It's just a 4-point lead at the moment for the Roos. A couple of goals for Nick Watson. He's in fact, 3 goals for Nick Watson as he pokes through his 3rd. And Hawthorn are in front. So there you go, right on half-time here. That second quarter action there, Hawthorn take back the lead after trailing by 17 at quarter time. The Hawks by 2 points, 4-5-29. North Melbourne 4-3-27. Can't get any more live than that. Your thoughts off the SMS coming up in just a moment. It's half-time here at Docklands. It's St Kilda who lead this game at half-time over the Sydney Swans by 13 points. In the meantime, though, let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. FIFA President Gianni Infantino has given up his campaign to sell a stake in the World Cup to private investors. The plan to raise nearly $6 billion by selling shares in his subsidiary that would run FIFA events faced widespread backlash from soccer fans and governing bodies. Mr. Infantino says having listened carefully to all the views, it's become clear the project has created divisions. Foreign Minister Penny Wong has told the Garma Festival that long-standing relationships between First Nations peoples and Australia's Pacific neighbours offer unique foreign policy advantages. She says Australia can capitalise on centuries of trade and diplomatic ties between Indigenous people and the Pacific. Ms. Senator Wong says these bonds provide the foundation for a recent diplomatic agreement with Vanuatu and will help forge stronger ties with the region.
Centuries before Europeans arrived, First Nations people connected Australia with the world, and I am proud of that history. And I want that history and that practice to be part of our foreign policy, and that is what we are doing.
Energy Minister Chris Bowen says Australian motorists shouldn't panic buy as the discount to the fuel excise comes to an end. From midnight on Sunday, the temporary fuel relief, which originally halved the fuel excise for 3 months and then reduced petrol prices by 16 cents per litre in July, will expire. The full heavy vehicle road user charge will also be reintroduced. Mr Bowen says people should only buy the fuel that they need.
No more, no less. We saw, a similar increase last month and, we didn't really see a massive increase in demand. I would hope that continues because when we see massive increases in demand, all of a sudden, that's what puts huge pressure on the supply chain, which means it's difficult for everyone.
US President Donald Trump says he's losing faith in talks with Iran to end the war. Mr. Trump says despite his doubts, he still hopes to make a deal, adding the country's military capabilities have been severely degraded by months of US bombing. It comes amid reports the US and Israel are planning a major bombing campaign targeting Iranian energy infrastructure. America's CBS News says discussions are underway in the Trump administration to wrap up the bombing campaign before US markets open on Monday. Protesters have taken to the streets of the Spanish capital Madrid to demonstrate against tens of thousands of migrants who crossed into the North African territory of Ceuta. The Spanish government says most of the estimated 60,000 people have returned to Morocco. Spain's Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez says the influx of people amounted to an invasion of Spanish territory.
Ceuta is a Spanish city, and the scenes we saw yesterday I condemn in the most energetic way. I reject them, I condemn them as deplorable. They were a violation of the territorial integrity of a Spanish city.
A teenage boy will face court charged over the murder of a man on the New South Wales Central Coast. Carly Cook reports.
Emergency crews were called to Man Street, Gosford on Tuesday night, with crews arriving to find a 22-year-old man had been stabbed. Paramedics treated him at the scene, but he died later in hospital. Following investigations, police this morning arrested a 15-year-old boy and a 45-year-old woman at a Lake Haven home. The teenager was charged with murder and will face a children's court today. The woman will also face court today, charged with hinder apprehension of person who committed serious offence.
An exclusion zone has been declared after a fire destroyed a building in the southeast Queensland city of Ipswich. Joshua McIntosh reports.
The blaze broke out about 9:15 this morning on the corner of Brisbane Street and Ellenborough Street in Ipswich and was contained about an hour and a half later. Multiple emergency crews are still working to extinguish the fire, which has caused a partial collapse of the building. In a post to social media, Ipswich Mayor Teresa Harding says it started in a disused commercial building. The Queensland Fire Department's urging people to avoid the area, warning smoke and fumes will be in the air for hours. There have been no reports of injuries.
And archaeologists using laser technology have discovered hundreds of ancient earthworks in the Amazon rainforest. The ancient network of mounds and embankments and ditches stretches across more than 4,000 square kilometres of the Amazon in the border region between Brazil, Bolivia and Peru. Researchers say the structures add to evidence the Amazon was densely populated in the centuries before European conquest. You're now up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
I'm Sana Kadar. Join me to explore the psychology behind the biggest questions in our lives, from relationships to stress levels to solving crime.
Your lie detection ability approximates chance.
Search All in the Mind on ABC Listen.
Get ready for a year of Test cricket like you've never heard before.
Hits in hard and high, straight back down the ground for 6.
That's an amazing shot. 12 months, 20 Test matches. New Zealand at home over summer. The 3 most iconic overseas tours. The 150th anniversary Test under lights at the MCG. And it all begins August 13 with Australia versus Bangladesh on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Picked up by Burns, gives it to Windhager by hand. To Stocker, short kick not the required range to Garcia. Saints on through the middle, gives it to Burns. Burns kicks inside the forward 50. Higgins takes the sprawly mark, centre half forward for St Kilda. Higgins slots it through. Kicks the first to the second turn. Front on contact against Wilkie. Free kick Sydney. Advantage taken by Grundy. The ruckman pokes it inside to Warner, who leaps up and marks it full forward. Chad Warner gets up, plays on, he can walk it in. Runs it through, and one back for the Swans, who are playing catch-up in this game.
Goulden sweeps it back to Edwards, to Papley at centre-half back. He's the deepest.
That's one.
Ford holding the ball.
Oh, I want to make sure of it.
Takes the advantage. Off to Lake. He'll run it in and goal. They're running rampant. Stocker comes through. Centering kick towards half forward. Finds Cootie. Cootie will look deep. Low bullet-like pass towards full forward. And Heaney in the pocket. He marks just in from the boundary line. Heaney trying to hit the scoreboard here. Just sneaks it through.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds there from the second term. St Kilda by 13 points at halftime over the Sydney Swans. 2 games running head-to-head. Meanwhile, down in Launceston, the Hawks now lead by 3. So 5-7 over North Melbourne, 5-4. Our broadcast game here at Docklands, a good one. St Kilda have led by as many as 20 points. Sydney by as many as 10. 2 lead changes. Game still well and truly on at halftime. St Kilda by 13. One of my favourite initiatives here at halftime, the Oz kickers who are just wrapping up. And for people that are at the ground, you might be thinking, gee, there looks like a lot of Oz kickers. Kids running around in these red tops and everything else. So this is to celebrate 20 years partnership between the Oz kickers and their major sponsor, which is a bank. And then rather than a standard grid game, they decided it would be 50 kids versus 7 adults. So 7 adults. This is like the one gorilla versus 100 men. So this is essentially what they did during halftime. So 50 kids took on 7 adults in a game of Oz kick.
Did I see our man Andy Lee out there too?
Maybe.
Was one of the adults?
So there was one giant game of Oz kick.
It wasn't. It was a lookalike.
Earlier today, so it would have been Andy. Yeah, I was wondering what he was doing here.
There you go.
There you go. That's
who won?
It's a good question. I wasn't keeping score, as they don't in the Oz kickers. So hopefully everyone had a good time and got a little touch of the.
Not a lot of. I tell you what wasn't implemented. The stand rule, from what I saw, there was just players everywhere.
St Kilda by 13 points. Halftime here at Docklands. Off the SMS, Corbin Middlemass alongside Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanaskas, Luke Ball and Ray Chamberlain. Your call team, by the way, for Saturday footy. Paul in Torquay, a beautiful day in Torquay without the roof. On a serious note, Naz, Dacos, Bont, Jackson, regularly touted as the special ones. How do you rank them 1 to 4?
You go first, Corp.
Dacos 1.
No. You're joking me.
Bont 2.
Bont.
Who was the third?
2.
Jackson and Heaney, was it?
Naz
and Jackson.
Naz 3, Jackson 4.
Yep. I'll flip 1 and 2, but that's with absolute zero disrespect to Nick, who I love.
Look, I'm not a Nick hater, okay? He's a brilliant footballer, If I'm picking that, I would go Bont 1.
Yep.
Right, Naz 2.
Oh, so this you can't say the first sentence and then say the second one.
Dacos 3, and then Jackson 4.
Do you know what I can't handle at the moment? So the amount of people on social media who say commentators are glazing Nick Dacos, as the kids call it, speaking about how we all say how good he is. There were 2 independent commentators on different channels on Thursday night who said when he got the ball at half forward, running the wrong way, arced around, kicked it on his left to Crisp, who was back leading inside 50.
Incredible play.
two separate commentators, one a former premiership winning senior coach, one the biggest opinionist in the game, both said he is the only player in the game who can complete that kick. And everyone replied to them and said, lots of players could complete that kick. You're glazing Nick Dacos. Two very highly thought of people had that same thought independently. It's not glazing. He is a freak.
It's incredible. That was an incredible pass.
So the 18 coaches, he's leading the coaches votes by 20.
That's right.
He'll win the Brownlow by so the whole industry.
That's my point. With me, Bally. It's like,
that's fine.
What, you think there's some kind of group?
Let's just enjoy them all.
Enjoy
them all.
That's
come along today. They're all magnificent. Heaney didn't get mentioned then.
Yeah, coming to the football.
Water. But hierarchical thinking, we like to go to the pub or the cafe and say, who do you have above who?
A couple more off the SMS.
Everyone's got to like someone different.
Simon in Montmorency says, Ben's stats sounded a bit like Anchorman. 60% of the time it works every time.
It's actually 66% of the time it works every time when St Kilda lead at half-time.
The one from Sue. Hi, team. Best commentary I've heard for years. A pleasure to listen to. Well done. I think Sue might be listening to the other game. Listening to the Hawthorn North Melbourne game.
Don't glaze us too much, Sue.
Keep coming through. The text number 0437 774 774. Second half upon us. It's St Kilda by 13. You with Ben Cameron on ABC Sport.
Ruck share it. Heaney soccers it out towards half forward. Curnow out after it. Hill's getting involved too. Ball spits out. Jordan with the handball. Out very wide. Cootie snaps it inside 50 and there is Heaney. He takes the mark. 40 metres out, 45-degree angle, and he'll go back and kick for his second. He kicked the last goal of the first half.
Well, we've spoken about he's having a very tough day. 7 possessions in the first half. I've just watched him, though. He's working hard. At that time, he got the kick off the ground out of the centre, and he just kept tracking the footy. Hugh Boxall just got caught ball watching for a second, and that's all it takes. Amazing how many times these star players get on the end of the kicks like that.
Isaac Heaney in the bright fluorescent orange boots. Drop punt is just across the face. St Kilda lead by 2 goals neat, a minute into the third term. Banjo, the Hungarian Vizsla. Big Freo fan is barracking for the Saints. Sydney loss guarantees Freo the minor premiership. That's from Dave in Ferny Creek. Corbyn's still having a few issues with the Vizsla pronunciation.
Oh, jeez. Bice got upstairs, almost reeled it in. The kick out at centre-half back, not to be. And then we're going to have a ball up behind that as the ball held on the bottom of the pack. Getting up last with it, Max Hall. So margin's 12 points. St Kilda's on top. We're 90 seconds into the second half. DeConey trying to race away with it after untangling himself from Grundy, and now pack forms at the feet of both rucks. Shout out to Dave from the ball up inside the centre square. Heaney got a handball away to Warner. Warner shoots goalward hurriedly, misses out to the right. Behind.
It's been fair enough too.
8-7 to 6-8. 2 minutes into the third term, 11 points the margin. Dave just writes, I don't like Ben Cameron.
Good on you, Dave.
That's not very
I like Dave.
Come on.
Hill short to O'Connell, who kicks up to the wing.
Commentators have feelings too, don't we?
Yeah. The kick from Wood goes up towards half forward. Liam Ryan can't take the mark. Rampy's there to clean it up. Back flank. Handball to Roberts. He gives it off away towards Blakey, who goes back to Rampy. Now Goulden switching ball towards the opposite back flank, and he finds Jordan. Marks left back pocket. He'll kick up to the wing in the Heaney direction. There with Boxall. Heaney drops the mark, but he recovers best at ground level. Gets it moving forward to Lloyd. Sydney down the city wing. Downfield free kick.
Yeah, 50. Yeah, good umpiring. It was. Yeah. Heaney was away.
Boxall tried to hold him up.
It's really good umpiring. He's off to a good start, isn't he?
Yeah.
Third quarter.
Well, you've got to test him.
Yep.
So Heaney's an absolute superstar of the competition. So first inside 50 of the quarter, he takes the mark, Heaney. Now they're on centre wing. You know, he wants to get the 1-2. Boxall just drags him down. Doesn't allow him. So it's a clear 50-metre penalty that the umpire can adjudicate.
Yeah.
I don't know about the snap, though.
Yeah.
Going the set snap, slightest of angles left of centre. Heaney veers out, hooks it on goal, puts it through. He's kicked the last 2 goals of the game. And St Kilda's lead is back to 5 points. 8-7-55 plays 7-8-50. 4 minutes into the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, it's a perfect start for him, isn't it? And we spoke about in that first half, their star players are well and truly under control from a Saints point of view. The challenge is, can you maintain it? Can you maintain the rage for a half a footy? And he started in the centre bounce, but expect to see him go forward a bit too. Good start to this second half for the Swans. Benny, I'll tell you who I expect to hear from today too, Ben Cameron. Anthony from Wild Dog Valley. It's a beautiful, crisp.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day.
Crisp winter's day to have the fire going, so expect to hear from him.
He texted in earlier.
Oh, did he?
Grundy wins the hit out down towards Garcia. High up and under to centre half forward for the Saints. Punched away by Bice. Still inside the centre square now. Garcia goes back by hand to Windhager. Kicks inside the forward 50. Blakey hits up, no mark. Spills through to Ryan. Just knocks it away to Owens. Tackled. Ball comes out.
For
the throw. It was. Good spot, Bally. Free kick for the Swans at fullback, and it'll come all the way back to Riley Bice.
What's Blakey had? He's had 15 possessions. I felt like he's been scratchy in defence today.
Oh, he has. I mean, how many of those are kick-outs as well?
Oh, Bice goes very wide with the kick, knocked away by Mason Wood and the safety of the boundary line. So throw in half forward for the Saints.
They kick 7 behind the Saints, so yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
5-point lead for St Kilda, 8-7 over Sydney, 7-8. Swans have kicked the last 2 goals. Meanwhile, we're on the stroke of half-time in Launceston. That's a 2-point lead for North Melbourne over Hawthorn.
De Koning punches it down to the front. Heaney's over the football. Will get a ball up. Saints by 5 points. Last 2 goals of the game, bracketing the half-time break. Put aloft. Tapped down by Grundy. Goulden dumps it on the boot. High up and under towards the logo. Marking contest, Wilkie. Juggles it down and marks. Right on the centre line. Wilkie on the logo. He'll chip it out wide for De Koning. Bouncing ball. Gathers just in the field of play. TDK centering ball, looking for Ryan. Run and jump, hands to it, not quite. Down in front, Garcia burrows in, wins it. Out to Wangani Malira, who gets it from hand to foot in lightning fashion and snaps a wonderful goal, his third. St Kilda back out by 11. 9-7-61 plays 7-8-50. 6 minutes into the second half. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas.
It's just outstanding. So firstly, Liam Ryan. Liam Ryan's essentially played a lot of this game today as a full forward. So that's what they lack. They lack, obviously, Max King. We know the story there. He comes back last week. He hasn't been there for such a long time. So Liam Ryan's having to be the one from the goal square. So he competes. Hugo Garcia then gets to ground level. And he goes to it. It's just a deft little hand pass to Naz. And he had a moment. Not even a split second. He had just the slightest of moments to get that on his boot. And it's just how good he is. Like, Sarong is right there.
Yeah, and I reckon he's got them. I think they've made the change. It's interesting. Just Sarong with his extra size. I think he's gone to Wangani Miller. They've dropped the Jordan tag.
Grundy grabs it out of the ruck, gets a handball away as he's going to ground. Sarong crashes bodies with Wood. Ball comes out Sydney's way. Roberts gives it to Lloyd, kicks inside 50. McLean trying to reel it in. In the end, comes off the shins of Curnow. Back to Campbell, tackled, lost it. Picked up by Hill, handball out towards Wilson. Slips through his hands. Cootie scoops it up for the Swans. Goes inside 50 into the forward pocket. Curnow collects, centering kick. Broken up, scrappy footy, spills to Lloyd, gives it to Cootie, tumbles a kick forward. McLean did very well. Had to fight behind a couple of Saints to force it out of play, and a throw in forward pocket for the Swans.
Yeah, they were queuing up in the middle too. Young Billy Cootie just needed a little bit of composure there, just to scan the field a bit. Had loose players 30 metres out directly in front of goal. Instead we get a stoppage.
From the throw in, Grundy bringing it down. Burns is onto it, gets rid of it to Clark. Exiting kick for the Saints, but Rampy's back there as a goalkeeper. He's under pressure immediately from Liam Ryan. Fumbles it a couple of times, invites the pressure from Ryan, and it's held up. Umpire Matt Stevic wants to ball it up on the logo. St Kilda by 11. 9 minutes into this third term. Marshall arriving late, takes it out of the ruck, tackled immediately by Grundy, and the Swans come away with it. Lloyd forward handball. Now Sarong in space. Forward handball to Campbell. Through half forward for Sydney. He'll get on the left, dribble a kick under pressure and turn it over. Windhager's there. Off to Brad Hill. St Kilda with it to Wilkie. Short kick for Wood. And the Saints with it on the wing, 11 points to the good, 9 minutes into this third term.
Moves it on to Clark, who's in front of the interchange gates. Looks inboard, Wanganeen Millero collects on the half volley. Handball to Hall. Hall inside 50 to Higgins.
Yes.
Who marks the centre half forward. He'll have a look from just inside 50.
Well, that's the difference right there in the game there. So the Swans bringing the ball forward. Braden Campbell on his right foot, to be fair, but made the decision to come back inboard. And they caused a turnover there, but the Saints' ability to turn it from, let's call it chaos, into calm has been better at the moment. That's a really good example of it there.
So Jack Higgins moves in. His drop punt is out to the right. Is he bringing it back enough? I think he snuck it through. He has. Higgins has got a couple. And St Kilda are back out by 17. Amazing how it swings around. The Swans were right on the doorstep. And now St Kilda with a bit more comfort. 17 points, the Saints advantage. 10-7 to 7-8. 10 minutes into the third term. And those last two goals really coming against the trend.
Well, they certainly have. So 3 inside 50s for the Saints this quarter with 10 minutes of playing time, 2 goals. So you look at that one there. It's just a nice little chip kick by Hunter Clark. And just too far, just too much space there for Higgins to work with from Kyle. So it's been an issue all day. I don't think the Swans have defended well at all. St Kilda have really tested the Swans' defence with speed.
Saints by 17 points. Marshall knocks it down, then soccers it on for St Kilda. Wilson picks it up neatly. Handball misses Naz. He goes back and gets it. Jams it on the boot, kicks inside 50, bouncing ball. Higgins, he might get on the end of it. Free kick going the way of the Swans and Mills. Saints by 17. Apropos of nothing, a reminder, ABC AFL Daily, 5 drops a week. Best podcast in the game and trending upwards at the moment. Sydney try and work it down the city side of the ground. Noel Rosas runs into a dead end. Hill has him. And his handball is touched out of play, thrown on the wing. Free kick going the way of Hunter Clark. Lasso free kick. So St Kilda take back possession as he comes infield to Windhager.
Takes the mark, swings it from one side of the centre square to the other. Wood leaps up, marks for the Saints. 17-point lead. Wood comes wide to Wilson. Moves it on by hand to Filippo. He's got Higgins in the pocket. Filippo takes on Water in front of him and then decides to kick it to a dangerous spot, broken up in the end by Ryan. A pack forms. Umpire gives him a chance to work it out. Wanganeen Miller, a clever toe poke into the goal square. Scrap on for the footy. And Rampy scoops it up for Sydney. Handball away to Rosas. Exiting kick out of defence is out of play on the full.
Back again, Corb. They're under pressure here, the Swans. They might break him here, the Saints, in the next 10 or 6 or 7 minutes if they kick 2 more.
A short kick inboard. Stocker finds Hill. Hill's got to use it in a hurry. Inside 50. They come from all directions to fly for it. The spills underneath Sarong of the Swans. Gives a handball to Rampy. Handball to Gordon. Got it left half back. He wants to run it out of defence. 2 bounces. Gives it to Kyle. In a tough spot. Caught. Lost it. Hall's handball back against the boundary line to Burns. Burns off the left. Turnover. Straight to Campbell. Still a live footy. Handball to Rampy. His kick back to Burns. Burns inboard to Caminiti.
It's smart, Bally.
Yeah.
Crowd lifting and the Saints forward pressure overwhelming.
Yeah, I reckon he saw it too.
Yeah, he did. Well, all the Saints numbers were corridor. So whereas Sydney had really gone skinny at that boundary and they just wouldn't concede. They just needed to roll the ball over the boundary line and get a restart. But they wanted to continue to handball or little kick.
It's the panic, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's the challenge. We know the Swans' top 6 are fine, but the bottom 10, how can they handle the heat? That's the question mark.
The kick's good. The Saints have got 3 in a row. New game high. St Kilda by 23 points. And the Saints fans just sensing this might be their day. 11-7-73. Looking to claim a scalp for the first time this year. Sydney 7-8-50. The Saints lead is 23 points at the 14-minute mark of the third term. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport.
You've got to love the pressure ball.
Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah,
that's just forward pressure. It wasn't many tackles, but it was up in their face.
Forcing
the Swans to make a decision.
Yeah, and you know, the Swans, as good as their season's been, that's the question mark still. Under serious heat, think about the Fremantle second half, Brisbane, under the Hawks, under real heat, they wilt a bit. Their bottom 10 get really stretched and they just can't handle it. So Saints all over them here.
23 points to the good. De Koning just gets a 5-metre soccer forward. Milks takes it. He's wrapped up quickly. So a ball up, still in the middle of the ground. Koning taps it down. Campbell pinches it. Forward handball away to Warner. Thumping kick to full forward. Papley's down there with Stocker. Papley brings it to ground. Buzzes onto the footy. Gets a handball out. McDonald tracks it. Wide out. Close to the 50. Handball back to Roberts. Back to Gordon. He'll look inside 50. Pokes it to the pocket. Rose is trying to get there. Silvani punches it into the second tier.
I like that.
That's going miles.
If he had to let it go, it would have been out on the full.
It's the family genetics just coming through.
Could have marked it too, couldn't he?
Yeah, possibly. As he punches it high into level 2. Boundary throw in. Right forward pocket here for Sydney. Trailing by 23.
It's a game high from the boundary throw in. De Koning palms it down to Wood. High up and under. High arcing drop punt out to half-back. Slides off a few knuckles and straight through to McCartan. Still at half-forward for Sydney. Gives it to Warner. She took on a couple. Just got a kick away. Papley hits up, collects. Handball out wide meant for Roberts. He clatters into Ryan and they both hit the deck. Ball ends up out of play half-forward for the Swans.
2 touches, Charlie Curnow this quarter. 1 kick, 1 handball. Got to try to break the cycle here with him. Maybe even get him up on the ball for 6 or 7 minutes.
Yep.
Gee, they've been good, the Saints. What a day it's been so far. They've had a few of these. Haven't been able to convert, though, from strong positions from the boundary throw, and we got a ball up. Last time they met, St Kilda led for 85% of the game. Sydney won it.
What happens, Corb, if they win this game and then Carlton lose? It gives them breathing space going into next week's game against Carlton, obviously, with a game ahead.
Up it goes to Koning, palms it down, Warner's onto it. Sydney ball half forward to Gordon to Roberts. Quick kick to full forward, marking contest. Silvani wins a battle of the ex-Blues against Curnow at fullback. Saints by 23 points. He kicks short to the pocket. As Corbin's mentioned a couple of times, that is a game-high lead. Wood marks, pokes it onto Wilkie. 16 and a half minutes into the third term. St Kilda looking to level the ledger this season at 10-10. As Rama mentioned, give themselves a little bit of a buffer. Wilkie switches away to Silvani. Shorts it beyond the defensive arc and finds Burns.
He's out here, Lake.
Burns long to Lake. He's going to mark uncontested on the wing. Gordon covers across to close him down. Lifts a hand pass to Wilson. Trying to run away from Blakey. Blakey did really well. Forces the kick out on the full. And that was a superb chase. Blakey had to go with Wilson and ultimately wins the footy back for Sydney.
Well, Lake needed to go. He needed to force a St Kilda forward to come at his leg. Rather, he stopped. That's where the problem started.
Saints by 23 points. Blakey goes long down the wing. Pack forms here as a heavy tackle ripping through. Logan McDonald taking Burns down on the wing.
Can't find a winner forward of the footy, the Swans, at the moment.
Up it goes. De Koning goes to ground. So too Wilson off the ball, I think. Or Boxall it is. Isaac Heaney is taken down. Free kick going the way of the Swans. Sydney need to get moving here. 23 points, 18 into the third.
He's got an eye on Tom De Koning here. I reckon he might have a hammy.
Heaney kicks up to half forward. Marking contest and Wilkie intercepts it. De Koning is limping.
He's not limping.
Ground.
He's walking. Yep. I think he knows.
Right here.
He went straight forward. It looked high too. So
I'd categorise a limp as a walk.
Yeah, that's fair.
But he doesn't look good, Bally. We agree on that, does he? That left leg, no good. You're onto it early.
Clark short to Trevelyan. Got it half back for the Saints. Long contest, kick to the wing. Heaney flew very high, no mark. Ball hits the deck. Hall gathers. Got a handball inside. Finds Garcia. Turns into 2 Swans. Caught. Ball comes out. Campbell collects for Sydney. Goes back to Edwards. And Edwards kicks laterally. Just got it to Blakey. I think the target was Gordon. Got to him eventually. Blakey hands it to him. Big fend off to Garcia. Now the entry inside 50. Leaping up McDonald. No mark. Spills down to Cootie. Short kick into the pocket. Papley the target. Stocker did really well to break it up. Ball trickles out of play. And we'll have a boundary throw-in forward pocket for Sydney. And every contest, they're right in the Saints.
A couple of big wins, wasn't it?
The applause should go to Mason Wood. He pushed back hard.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Razor.
I tell you what, they trademarked the Dustin Martin fend off, but Errol Gouldens has been brushing them aside all day today.
Throw in, half forward. That's for Sydney. Ruck Sherritt down in front. Filippo just hurries the kick into the middle. Mills can't mark. Spills out to Rampy. Sydney ball again. Handball a turnover. Quick hands from Lake. Gets it to Wilson. Runs away from them. Vacant goal square. Bounces it on goal and misses.
That's a good result.
Oh, yeah, it works in the end.
Yeah, out of play. Throw in. Left forward pocket for the Saints.
Liam Ryan again. He's only had about 3 possessions, I think, but he's having a real impact. And it's
defensively,
simple, man, isn't it? It's leading the way in terms of contest for the Saints. Let's have a look at the coding. Yeah, straight for the hammy.
It's no good at all. The big 3 weeks ahead as the Saints vie for a wild card spot. From the boundary throw-in, Mills tackled, lost it, spills to Garcia. Squeezes the kick out, high up and under, through the hands of Bice. Campbell cleans it up at the back. Kicks out of the defensive 50. Grundy loping out after it. O'Connell beats him to it. Grundy tackles him. Ball up half forward for the Saints.
To be fair, when he was missing last time, he was well covered. They've got a very suitable replacement in Ryan Marshall.
Half-time in Launceston, scores level between the Kangas and the Hawks.
Ball bobbling around. Sydney take it away off their back flank. They'll switch it to Bice. Long kick out wide and Roses marks on the wing, City side of the ground. Gives it off to McCartan, running by. He'll give it back to Roses. They can chisel the ball around the wing. Look out. Wilkie breaks it up. Gathers at ground level. Saints back the other way. Off to Burns, to Hill, to Owens, to Trevelyan, all by hands. He breaks it up with the kick. Up towards Ryan. Rampy's right there with him. Punches it away. Ball hits the deck. For McCartan to Cooney, runs into a brick wall of Owens. Caught holding the ball. And St Kilda are right up for this at the moment. They lead by 23. Game high, it's been that margin for the best part of 8 minutes now. As we wait for the next goal in the game.
Short kick from Owens finds Ryan between wing and half forward. 23-point game. 21 minutes gone in the third. Kicks out to half forward. Gee, Marshall had a fair bit of it. No mark. Spills down to Trevelyan. Tumbles a kick into the pocket. Hitting up Filippo. Got a hand pass away. Couldn't quite link up with Wanganeen Millerer. Campbell got it. Hurried handball to Burns. He's seen how to play. Throw in. 40 metres out from the Saints goal. A 23-point buffer for St Kilda. Time on in the third.
Saints fans starting to make a little bit of noise around Docklands. They go for a little wrestle. Both rucks miss it. Out the back it goes. Trevelyan back feeds it away to Windhager. Fires off a step at fullback. Edwards marks. Higgins thought he was being shepherded out of it. No free kick. Sydney ball at fullback. Handball to McCartan, to Roberts. It's back infield and then kicks long up towards the wing.
Roberts in the Kerno direction, did well to bring it to ground. Spills to McDonald, kicks laterally, finds Cootie, hands it back to McDonald, to centre half forward. Oh, hands on it from Burns sliding through. Couldn't quite mark. Spills to Wilkie, knocks it away to Filippo. They did well, the Saints. They got out of there. Boxall receives a handball, gives one to Burns, kicks up the pipe. Wanganeen Miller remarks. Inside the centre square still. Goes further afield into the pocket. Ryan hits the deck. No whistle. Ball slides out of play. Throw in forward pocket for St Kilda.
Nothing in that. That was good defence by Dane Rampy.
Ray Chamberlain.
I agree with Rammer on that. We don't go rewarding that type of stuff.
23-point game. Saints on top. It's level at half-time, by the way, down in Lonnie.
With their foot on the accelerator as well, St Kilda. Marshall taps it back boundaries.
Well, they're just winning critical contests, aren't they? So, again, the Swans had the outnumber here at half forward. Looked like they were certainly to go in and score, but I think it was Wilkie initially and then Burns just doing enough, getting a hand in, turning the ball over.
10 minutes without a score in the game. Grundy punches it back boundary side this time, so the Rucks taking turns at doing that. Another throw in, close to the behind post, right forward pocket. Saints by a game high 23.
In front of all the hard hats, Benny. They've certainly brought them today. The players.
It's got to work.
Yeah.
Grundy again. Takes it out of the ruck. Misses it, trying to get it on the boot. Spills out to Roberts, to Jordan. Exiting kick to the wing for Sydney. Marking contest. McLean punches it on, and Heaney can burst onto it.
Oh, Heaney collects, runs straight into Stocker. Lost the footy in the process. Well done, St Kilda. Boxall hands it out to Hill. Short kick finds Wilkie. And now 50. He turned to the umpire and said, hang on, are the Sydney players running by my protected zone? There certainly were. And Kel Wilkie able to talk the umpire into it. He'll march all the way down to right half forward.
So Wilkie hadn't played on. So you're not allowed to go and stand to mark there?
Well, if there's someone in the 5 metre protected zone, they have to stand. They can't keep running. He gives it off to Wanganeen Miller, dabs it inside the forward 50, and all alone, Bradley Hill able to mark uncontested.
Ray, am I missing something on that last one?
Yeah, Rammer, so I haven't got a replay and I'm on the other side of the ground, but if you're within the protected area, you can go to the mark.
Yep.
And you'll be called to stand by the umpire. If you're outside and roll through, you'll get knocked off for encroaching the protected area and or not standing.
So I'm assuming Roses was out of the protected area there, coming in.
That's my assumption, but again, I haven't seen a replay, mate.
Right half forward, right against the boundary line. Tough kick from out there. And Bradley Hill misses near side. It's a 4-goal lead for St Kilda. Every St Kilda score from here, a new game high. So 24-point margin, Saints on top, 25 gone in the third term. Is this the day for St Kilda to claim a scalp?
That was the first score in 12 minutes. McCartan with a long kick to the wing. McLean taps it on. Papley takes it, gives it to Roses, kicks Sydney to half forward, bouncing ball. Erno traps it, has to try and get it on the boot. Heaney's there. Boxall for company, taps it out to Wilkie. And Saints back in possession. Stocker kicks it 3 metres away towards Windhager. Bumped as he kicked up to the wing, and Kyle Marks here for Sydney. Kicks infield. It all opens up here for Blakey. They can dab it short, leading up McDonald. Slides into Mark, 40 out directly in front. And he'll go back and kick for goal to try and stem the bleeding here.
First time they've been able to find a mark for at least 10 or 15 minutes inside 50.
Only taken 10 marks for the quarter ball.
Yeah, that's right. So, but again, it's down to, you think about Stocker's contest over there against Heaney, one-on-one, and again there in the pocket. That time the ball just got into a good user's hands, lowered the eyes. McDonald, when he leads at the footy, does look like a serious key forward. Massive kick this.
Got a couple today already. The Swans need it, and McDonald delivers it. 3 for him. 11-8-74 plays 8-8-56. Saints by 18 points, 26 minutes into the third. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
It was really that next goal. So St Kilda kick a goal at the 13-minute mark. Then we've had 13 minutes of, just hard, tough, relentless football by both teams. It felt like St Kilda were more likely to score. But that's when you can just find that kick coming back inside the corridor. Blakey there was just waiting. He's always a beautiful user of the ball, Nick Blakey. So we're looking at Tom De Koning on our screen here. They're testing the hammy.
Right.
By all looks of it. So he's doing some runs up and down the sideline here.
Spent 8 minutes off the ground. Tom De Koning walked off the ground.
He did. He looked gone, didn't he?
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Now he's sort of running and jumping, and
assumed it was a hamstring, and now he's got the ball out doing some ground ball drills. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, the main focus has been for his turn, so stop, pivot and come back the other way. That was the test that he was sort of showing a little bit of facial awareness. That's my body language study coming back, boys.
I like it. That's what he's here for, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
You wouldn't want him to go back out there and have an issue. He was feeling high too, which is always a little nerve-wracking. So
I'll tell you what.
Maybe it's the old neural hamstring.
Yeah,
it could be.
A bit of neuralgia.
The phantom hammies.
Got to sort of put one foot on top of the other, put the head down, see what you're feeling in the
ball slide.
Yeah.
This is the 4th time we've had a stoppage since the restart, and now the same pack of players have rolled all the way out the city wing. We're going to do it for a 5th time.
It's looking, so it's Boxall on Heaney, it's Windhager on Warner, and Goulden's the one who's got Garcia on Goulden, so it's a real locked, hard, not tag, but hard one-on-one from the Saints mids.
Heaney clears the area. They wanted a free for soccer and in danger, not
I like
it.
Yeah, well, we're 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, so it's purely now not conceding another goal from St Kilda's point of view.
Clark tackled another stoppage. Grundy wins the hit out of the ball up, but straight to Trevelyan, hands it to Hall, kicks St Kilda over halfway. Unkind bounce for the Saints. Swans with numbers swarming back. Goulden to Blakey, back to Goulden at half back.
Oh, kicks laterally across the defensive 50. McCartan and Lloyd are both there. The latter takes it. He'll kick up to the wing. McLean and Wilkie, one-on-one wrestle. McLean marks. Would have got the free kick anyway. Pokes it on to Papley. Has Curnow over the top. Men on inside 50. He
Go to
can't get
Heaney,
to Curnow
one-on-one.
initially. So he goes deep. Heaney and Boxall. Heaney hands to it. Doesn't mark. Boxall does well. Hunter Clark comes to clean up. Kicks laterally. And the Saints stave off the Swans for now. Saints by 18. Closing in on three-quarter time.
It's a win for Boxall.
Yeah.
Hasn't had too many of those. Trevelyan short to Stocker. Fullback for St Kilda. Stocker heads out wide at that City boundary line looking for Caminiti. No mark and the ball hits the deck, stays alive. Caminiti goes and gets it. Handball away to Filippo. Kicks over halfway, turns it over. And Blakey with the intercept mark for Sydney. Short kick to Goulden. 18-point lead for the Saints. Approaching three-quarter time. Goulden off the instep. Pokes it down, or off the outside of the boot rather. Pokes it down to Harry Kyle, who marks on the logo. Pick 14 in last year's draft. Another one of their smooth movers. Little left footer just pokes it out to Warner, who marks at half forward. The Saints with good representation back. Now the inside 50 kick into the pocket. Heaney to target. Silvani covers across. Punches it back into row G. We'll have a boundary throw in left forward pocket for the Swans.
He's had one fist away into the second level. Now that one's gone probably 25 rows back on the first level.
Little reminder too, James Rowbottom out of the game in Q1 with a broken hand. So they're one short Sydney, as they have been since quarter time, and they're tackling machine. James Rowbottom out of the game.
Forward 50 stoppage here for Sydney. Sarong goes in. Goulden plays for the high free kick. And he sucks in the umpire. And he led with the head and flung the head back. Slipped his shoulder and he gets the free kick.
He didn't lead with the head. He didn't lead with the head, Benny, but...
Free to disagree there.
Well, lead with the head would mean that he drove forward with his head. He was standing up. He was standing up. And in the end, it's just probably not a good enough tackle. Let's have a look. Yeah, it is. It's a turnstile, throw the arm, not quite good enough tackle. So
he made
50-50. He did.
He made sure the umpire saw it.
He did, but there was high contact.
To really make a game of it. Goulden goes! And St Kilda will undoubtedly have a few thoughts in their mind about the last time these two teams met. They'll have to close it out. 11-8-74 plays 9-8-62. Saints by 12 points. The final change. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The goal kickers. Goulden with that goal there. Before that, 3 for McDonald, 2 to Isaac Heaney. Singles to Warner, Sarong, Goulden, who I mentioned, and Curnow. While for St Kilda, 2 to Campbell, 2 to Wanganeen Malera. He's got 3, in fact. Jack Higgins with a couple, and then singles to Ryan, Garcia, Hall and Caminiti.
So it was St Kilda by 9 points at quarter time, 13 at the half, and now 12 at three-quarter time of the differentials throughout the game so far. The only game that St Kilda have lost this year when leading at three-quarter time was against Sydney. The last time they met, they led by as many as 33. On that occasion, if you look at it in today's context, the Saints led by as many as 24. Meanwhile, the other game that's being played at York Park in Launceston, Hawthorn by 5 points. A bit of a roller coaster, this one. It was North Melbourne by 17 at quarter time. Scores were level at half time and now early in the third term. It is Hawthorn who lead it by 5, 7-10 over North, 7-5. The Wizard having a little day out in the Upper Isle. He's kicked 4 goals already and we're only in the early stages of the third there. Call available of that through ABC Listen. Fascinating final quarter lays in front of us here. St Kilda by 12 points. The thoughts of Rama and Bawley next. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Every community has stories worth sharing. ABC Your Say is your chance to join the conversation. Tell us what's on your mind. Visit abc.net.au/yoursay.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
EDK centering ball, looking for Ryan. Run and jump, hands to it, not quite. Down in front, Garcia burrows in, wins it. Out to Wangani Malira, who gets it from hand to foot in lightning fashion and snaps a wonderful goal, his third.
Hall's handball back against the boundary line to Burns. Burns off the left. Turnover. Straight to Campbell. Still a live footy. Handball to Randy. His kick back to Burns. Burns inboard to Caminiti. The kick's good. The Saints have got 3 in a row. New game high.
He's got an eye on Tom De Koning here. I reckon he might have a hammy.
De Koning is limping.
He's not limping.
Ground.
He's walking. I think he knows.
Right here.
He went straight forward. It looked high too.
Windhager, bumpers he kick up to the wing, and marks here for Sydney. Hicks infield. It all opens up here for Blakey. They can dab it short, leading up McDonald. Slides into mark, 40 out directly in front. Got a couple today already. The Swans need it, and McDonald delivers it.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
It's a special day, Saturday footy here on ABC Sport. We got 2 games in the afternoon slot. 2 games, round 21 of the AFL season coming up tonight. Double dicker here at Dockland, so it'll be Carlton and the Brisbane Lions, and in the same time slot, Port Adelaide will play GWS. Lodged in between is some clear air for a genuine representative game. Australia, Ireland, but with the Sherrin, not the hybrid rules and the round ball. Can't wait for this. North Sydney Oval up north, or north of us. And Lauren Borden is there to head up the call this afternoon for us on ABC Sport. Loz, set it up for us.
Hello, Corbin. You've summed it up beautifully there and how historic it is, and you feel it a little bit more now that the crowd started to flood in. I was just walking around North Sydney Oval before this cross, and plenty of Irish accents and people saying they were from Galway and all other areas of Ireland have come in for this match today at North Sydney Oval. It is a sellout, and like you mentioned, it's the full laws of Australian rules football. It's the yellow Sherrin in this twilight contest. It's not the international rules series that we've seen of the past in the men's, even though I guess that hasn't been around for nearly a decade now. But I'm expecting a competitive contest here. So a lot of the Australian side are all Australians, but you have to remember as well, the way these Irish players are playing now, 5 of them were in the All-Australian side last year. So about a quarter of the All-Australian side in 2025 were made up of Irish players, which goes to show how competitive they are in this game. There's about 40 of them in the competition at the moment. The coaches for today, it'll be Darren Crocker for Australia, so a 1996 premiership player with North Melbourne, dual premiership coach with the AFLW side, and Colin O'Riordan, who's the new Sydney Swans AFLW coach, a former Swans player as well. He'll be coaching Ireland, and so that means he'll be coaching his country before he even coaches his club when it comes to this level, the AFLW season, to kick off next week. And one to watch out for, I think. I know you were following County Mayo and them breaking the curse when it came to the All-Ireland Senior Football Championships. Sarah Rowe will be wearing the number 7 in the Ireland jersey today. Her grandfather, Paddy Jordan, a good Irish name there, played in the 1951 title. So he was a member of that Mayo side before the curse, before they had to wait to break that curse until last week. Genuinely highlights of the AFL Irish players. So it's pretty exciting to be here, to have great access to players and coaches. We'll be able to chat to Craig Starcevich and Daisy Pearce throughout the afternoon. It'll be myself and Declan Byrne calling the match. Alicia Eva, the former GWS captain, and Lulu Puller will be joining our commentary team for the first time. She's a Sydney Swans defender. So very, very excited for this match to get underway at North Sydney Oval, Corb.
That's a beautiful setup. Thanks heaps, Loz, for all of that. And what a cool link to that Mayo team from 1951 with Sarah Rowe. It's all coming up next. You'll hear it here on ABC Sport. Australia, Ireland is exactly what the women's game needs, is a rep game, get the best of the best out there, and you'll see a great spectacle, I'm sure, this afternoon, and hear it here on ABC Sport. Game on here, quick.
Well, interestingly, Tom De Koning's going to start in this centre bounce, so centre throw-up, sorry.
Must have been neural.
Yes.
As you said.
Yep.
Anyway, worth a shot perhaps. Let's see how he goes. Big first goal, isn't it? Obviously, to see if the Saints just tighten up a bit, or can they maintain the rage with their pressure?
A 12-point lead for St Kilda. They have not claimed a scalp all year. They're 10th and 0-9 against teams above them. Can Sydney be that side today? Well, for the Swans, they're looking to try and shore up their spot in the top 2. And the other thing that's riding on this game, of course, if St Kilda win, the Dockers are minor premiers. They can't be caught on top. There's going to be a free kick here in the middle after repeat ball up. So now Warner gets a free kick for a hold. So Sydney going forward early. Heaney does well to hold out the defender. Got a hand on it. Spills down to Jordan. Handball to Papley. Tried to knock it on. He's caught by Stocker. Holding the ball and a free kick And the Saints, who have been buttoned up defensively all afternoon, get an early win down back. Handball to Wangade Miller, who kicks out of defence.
Long contest kick, and Caminiti, vice-like grip, drags in the mark. Just backward of the logo, St Kilda by 12 points. Caminiti kicks around the wing. Edwards wrestling with Marshall, holds him out, takes the mark.
Good player, this kid.
Edwards for Sydney, moves it on to McCartan. And gives it towards Jordan, who fumbles it out. Throw in.
Very, very hard to find good young key defenders, and he's certainly turning into one of those.
It was a slow burn academy pick in 2022. What it looks like an enlarged version of Isaac Heaney with the sandy blonde hair. Throwing on the wing. Grundy slaps the back boundary side and it tumbles out. Do it again.
An enlarged version. Oh, Betty.
He does. Like he looks like a bigger Heaney.
Because he's got blonde hair.
They got the same hair. And St Kilda by 12 points, 2 minutes into the final term.
Boundary throw in to Koenig, who looks like he'd done his hammy in the third quarter. Back out there, wins the hit out. Saints win the tough footy. Hall got it to Windhager. Hurried kick out to half forward, and here he is. Blown up Heaney, who marks at half back. Edwards kicks off the back flank through the hands of Hall. Picked up by Wangade Miller. Fend off to Gordon. Pokes it inside 50 for the Saints. Caminiti in a tangle with Rampy. Swans win it back. Roberts hand pass away to McCartan. Long kick to the wing, and here's Lloyd has it for Sydney. They're down 12 early in the last.
Kicks on his right up towards half forward. Silvani does well, punches it out. Ball just trickles out. 53 around from the attacking goal for Sydney. First goal of this final quarter, enormous.
Score check from York Park in Launceston, 11 minutes into the third term, so 11 into the third. Hawks by 3 after trailing by 17 at quarter time. So third quarter action there, Hawks by 3.
Grundy slaps it on inside 50. Heaney in pursuit, right there with him, Boxall. I did notice earlier on today when Heaney went bursting away, free down the wing, and then Stocker got him. St Kilda came away with the ball, and Boxall ran over to Stocker and gave him a big pat on the head and said, "Thanks, mate. Save my bacon," there as Grundy brings it down to the front. Roberts playing for the high free kick, doesn't receive it. Mills goes in. And he's over the footy, a ball up inside 50 for Sydney. St Kilda by 12.
Did I see Nick Watson has kicked 5 in that game, Court?
He's had 6 kicks. He's got 5 goals. They're only, a dozen minutes into the third term. From the ball up, series of handballs. Wangade Miller to Roberts. Hand pass further inside 50. Lloyd trying to knock it out. Straight to Stocker, though. Stocker handball to Hill. His handball a turnover. Picked up by McDonald. Shakes the tackle. Logan McDonald with a special. Snaps it through for his 4th. And he's keeping Sydney in this game. It's back to 1 straight kick. Logan McDonald with 4. And the Saints lead trimmed to 6. 11-8 to 10-8. 4 gone in the final term. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Just on Nick Watson, how many goals did you say he's kicked, Corbin? 5.
He's kicked 5.
So that takes him to 52 for the year. Charlie Curnow's kicked 1. He's on 55. So the stat we revealed on ABC AFL Daily.
Revealed.
He's on track. Yeah, it was our stat.
Like it.
To be the smallest winner of the Coleman medal, should he win it, since Vin Gardner in 1911.
Amazing stat. Let's not steal any limelight from Logan McDonald, though, Benny. Let's worry about that a little bit later. That's a big goal, and he's been terrific today. He's looked every bit the star key forward, high draft pick. We know. What's his career high? I'll Ben Corb. What have you got for me? Has he kicked 5 in a game? I can't remember him kicking 5. So it's been the lone shining light for the Swans forward of the ball today.
Sydney win it back across half-back. The kick goes out wide, taken by Jordan.
Done it once.
They're looking for a career high, and if he does, it might be a match-winning effort. Kick short to Sarong, who goes to Blakey, dealt with by Wood. Sydney have lifted here. As Blakey shorts it to Heaney, marks 51 out.
Too far out.
Veer around though and thump it on goal. It's missing left. Trying to will himself into the contest. St Kilda leading by 5 points. Swans within a kick, 5.5 minutes into the final term.
That was in his 26th game, Bally. So 2023 against the Hawks, he kicked 5. He's now playing his 88th game.
Yeah.
Logan McDonald. As the Saints try and come out of defence, and the ball slides out of bounds off hands, so a throw in between wing and half forward for the Swans.
Well, it's a good return, isn't it? Because really, Charlie Curnow has not been sighted since he kicked the first goal of the game.
St Kilda had it out by 24 points in the third quarter. Just about broke the back of the game. Swans have kicked the last three from the boundary throw-in. Wood first possession, but a handball straight to Blakey. 60 metres out, kicks into the pocket. Over the head of McLean, his intended target, and it slides out of bounds. Forward pocket for the Swans. 5 points, St Kilda's lead. Sydney have kicked the last three in the game.
Oh, Sydney chant just going up. Forward 50 stoppage for the Swans. Grundy taps the boundary side. Heaney bursting onto it. Gets a bad bounce. Favours Hall, who carries it out.
It's a bit of a problem here, Brody Grundy, isn't he? Without the coning. And Rowan Marshall's just got to find a way to compete here. Grundy getting unrestricted access to the ball. It's only a matter of time, you feel.
The coning on the bench talking to the physios. Tapped down by Grundy. Lloyd onto it. Right foot snap. Floating. Missing. Swans are edging closer. Saints by 4 points. 7 played fourth term.
Saints have got to get their spark back.
Yeah.
The Swans look the favoured way at the moment. As Wangane Miller attacks the kick out, goes wide to Windhager. 7 minutes into the final term, Saints by just 4. Having been the better team for most of the day. Windhager down the line, through the hands of Harry Cole. The teenager leaping up, not to be. Spills to Phillippo. Hand pass down the wing. Gordon intercepts. He's been terrific. Harold Gordon handballed at Mills, and his handball out of play without being touched. So everyone paused as if it was the old rules. A lasso free means St Kilda get it. This is a bailout option right on halfway. Burns short to Phillippo.
And so the free kick taker was standing in the interchange area for Sydney. Cootie was trying to come on, but he was worried about being in the protected area. And St Kilda complete the switch. Stocker on the City side of the ground, works it up to half forward, and Marshall thumps it deep towards a marking contest, and standing tall Sarong often plays as that defensive winger for Sydney. Back-to-back BNFs for Box Hill in the VFL. Well, he was on Hawthorn's list. Now Swan moves it on to Roberts.
Been a good
Short
recruit,
kick
hasn't
for
he?
Lloyd.
Yeah, great recruit. Certainly been everything they would have hoped from him.
Short kick finds Heaney. Interestingly, Roberts actually Sydney's last Rising Star nominee. That was way back opening round 2024. As Heaney's kick out of defence, straight to Wood. Takes the intercept mark on the wing for St Kilda. Short kick down to Hall. Marks it left half forward. 4-point lead for the Saints. Sydney have kicked the last three. St Kilda going inside 59 minutes into the last. To full forward. Blakey covers across. Spoils it away. Straight though to Jordan. Jordan picked it up. Tackled immediately. There's McCartan. Hand pass looking for Cole. Cole trying to knock it out. Did so successfully to Campbell. Back to Jordan. Handball down the line meant for Cootie. And in the end, Wilkie sees it out. So good forward pressure from the Saints and a boundary throwing 60 metres out from their attacking goal. Right half forward, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, just in response to Benny Cameron, the boundary line, mate, you've got to be in the field of play to be in the protected area. So long as those players are passive, they're fine.
But he did run onto the ground. Ray was kind of the thing that I think he was worried about. He sort of stayed off the ground and then was worried about when he headed onto the ground. High kick to the wing. It's just a very unique one, wasn't it, Ray?
Certainly is. Just clarifying the protected area and the boundary line for you, mate. That's all.
No, but if
so you're saying he wasn't able to walk on.
Well, I think
if he stepped onto the field of play, he'd be in the zone.
Correct.
Yep.
Windhager drives it deep inside 50, off the hands of the pack. Loose ball inside 50 for St Kilda. Hall picks it up, feeds it out. The snap on goal from Hall has bounced through.
Oh, Edwards is sore here.
It's coming through for a goal. 2 players are down. Nasiah Wanganeen-Malera is down and sore. So to Edwards, who's feeling the ankle. One trainer's got their arms out for the stretcher.
Oh, that's not good here.
And St Kilda lead by 10 points.
Yeah, when they call him for this stretcher so quick here. Oh, you hope he hasn't broken his leg, this poor young man. Got blood coming from the face.
It's a big contest.
Yeah, I think he might have broken or dislocated the ankle here, unfortunately. The doctor's out there cradling his left ankle. So you just hate seeing these type of scenes.
Max Hall kicks the
goal. Yeah, much needed.
Goal, yeah, for the Saints. But
well, what it does, it's like now, it gives both teams a chance to just reassess where the quarter's at. We're nearly halfway through the last quarter, but yeah, this is a horrible injury, I think, for the young man.
He made his debut on this ground. Will Edwards back in round 7 against the Western Bulldogs. He was involved in a scary incident that night with Aaron Norton.
Naz is coming off as well here, Corb.
Yeah, he's not moving too freely.
That might be a big corky, I reckon, for Naz. It's the same contest.
Here's another look at the contest as Naz gets thrown into it. And interestingly, it's almost as if Edwards...
Oh, no.
Oh, wow, we just saw Edwards landing, and that ankle is turned at an angle that it shouldn't be. So that looks like a bad dislocation. As he goes to land Edwards and the body weight comes through, and that is one of those ones where the lower limb is pointing in a direction that it shouldn't be. So Will Edwards has got a real problem here with his lower left leg or left ankle. And this is why
he's already got the green delay. He's got the green stick already.
Yeah. Now, I tell you what, if you're a little squirmish, you probably don't need to see that replay.
I need to watch that one.
That left ankle is pointing at the angle that it shouldn't be. So
sort of shades of Nathan Brown, wasn't it?
Obviously, the immediate concerns, the focus here naturally for the player, and hopefully it's not as serious as it looks, but it doesn't look good.
No.
And then you think about going forward for Sydney too and their prospects this season. They're not flushed with key back stocks as most teams in the competition are in the same position.
Louis Melican at the moment. So is he playing? Has he been playing VFL football? That's the only other key defender that I can think of.
He's better down this spot, Will Edwards, as the year's gone on. He's played 14 straight games after coming in round 7. And this is not a good injury, not just for today, but for the weeks ahead for Sydney on the precipice of a finals campaign. 10 points the margin. Nasai Wanganeen-Miller has just come off the ground
just quickly
moments ago.
There are some independent doctors who sit at every game. They sit next to the bench. One of those has just run onto the ground to assist the Sydney doctors as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's in the best possible hands, isn't he? And they'll take their time as they should.
I hope they're not trying to pop it back in.
No, they'll get him on the medi cart. But obvious lull in the game.
Score check from Launceston, by the way. 22 minutes into the third term. It's Hawthorn by 12, so North Melbourne led by 17 at quarter time. Hawks up by 12 at the moment, 9-14 to 8-8. Nick Watson's had 6 kicks and kicked 5 goals in that fixture. Here it's a 10-point game. St Kilda on top, 12-8. Sydney 10-10. 14 minutes into the fourth, and we're going to have a significant delay. Will Edwards in a marking contest which really caused 2 players to be hurt in that. Nasai Wanganeen-Miller was crunched. He looked as if from Edwards more than anyone. He got
where is Naz?
Got a knock into the ribs and then landed awkwardly. Had a little hitch in his giddy up. He ran off the ground. So he's getting some treatment at the moment, but the more serious concern is for the Sydney key defender Will Edwards, who landed awkwardly on his left ankle, and that has bent in a direction that it shouldn't. So he's going to be placed on the Medicab. He's got the green whistle, and his day is done.
What about St Kilda here? They've all huddled over towards the boundary line, so they're standing in front of their bench.
And Ross is coming down.
Yeah, Ross is coming down. I'm not sure I like this.
I love it.
Are you allowed to do this?
Yeah. So Ross Lyon's come
very shrewd
from the ground. He's called a huddle right in front of Ray Chamberlain on the boundary's edge, and he's going to address the team here.
He's not allowed to go over the interchange gate. Ray, what's the rules here?
No, St Kilda are conducting themselves fine in relation to the laws of the game. No player has left the field of play, and Ross hasn't entered it. We see coaches and assistant coaches coaching from the interchange area all the time. So we've got a significant delay here because, as you've said, we've got a player in serious issue over there. And, the Saints have just come down and getting another message from Ross. And Ross is doing everything that the laws of the game allow him to do. So there's no issue there. Simon Goodwin down here with the Sydney Swans. If they wanted to come over and have a conversation, they certainly can do that.
Very shrewd. So
is he not allowed in the...
No, inside the yellow lines of the interchange gates. He's not allowed in there. The 5 players who are on the bench have to stay behind the yellow line that is a couple of metres removed from the boundary line. And all of the players that are on the ground are huddled up, standing in the field of play. So it is not something you see every day, very unique. And Quick thinking from St Kilda.
Well, it's like a timeout in basketball, essentially, isn't it?
Coach Popovich has got down there and addressed the San Antonio Spurs. Now he saunters off.
It's quick thinking.
Very
I like it. Ray Chamberlain.
It is a unique gait, isn't it, Ross, when he saunters off?
We're still a long time away here because Will Edwards is not even on the stretcher yet.
Yeah.
They might be trying to put this ankle back in on the ground.
Boundary.
Boys, Ray Chamberlain.
From my perspective, what's probably more interesting in relation to the delay, obviously we've intimated that the players got incredible care, and that's the priority number one. The game will do nothing until that's been resolved appropriately.
Yeah.
And there's some communication from Ross and whatever. What I often find with these games where there's been some significant delay is actually who can switch on and be physically ready to go next. So you can see the players now, the leadership getting, St Kilda in particular, are going through their warm-up paces, and now the Swans are doing the same. So I don't know if from your perspective, boys, having played the game, but from mine, getting going again physically is the challenge.
So Sydney, I think, have seen the idea. No, it's just Jake Lloyd's going to come off for Tom Papley, who's going to come on. I thought they were going to have a similar sort of timeout. They were gesticulating people over to the bench.
They've decided to stay out there. One of the physios has actually walked out onto the ground and is actually giving Logan McDonald a little massage at the moment. So he's getting that at centre-half forward, and obviously the concern still very much Will Edwards.
They've wrapped the leg up completely to try stabilise it. So I imagine they've got two.
Yeah, I don't think it's his ankle. I think it's north of that.
Yeah.
And it's just another example of how brutally tough this game is, isn't it? Every now and then we tumble into the game's soft or what it wasn't. Well, I mean, what nonsense that is. You look at contests like that one.
Yeah. It's an incredible delay in the final quarter with everything else that's going on. Tom McCartan's just run off and got a banana. So he's eating at this stage, getting a bit more potassium in, and now the Sydney Swans teammates run over to Will Edwards.
I reckon the Saints will too. I think this is one of those ones where jumpers don't matter. This is a broader recognition, I think, isn't it?
It's an awful thing that you see every now and then in the game, and the Nathan Brown leg snap where it just goes in that awful position that you knew immediately there was some serious concerns as his left ankle hung in the wrong direction. So still with the green whistle, they've wrapped the left leg of Will Edwards, and he's been taken from the ground in a Medicab. His day's done, his season's over, and the Sydney Swans have got a game of football to win, which is... That's the backdrop to it, the brutal reality. We're now 19 minutes into the final term. The clock stops, though, with 13:34 to play, so there's plenty of time left. St Kilda by 10 points and a huge 4 points in both of the context of each of their seasons. So St Kilda playing for a wildcard spot, haven't taken a scalp all year, and Sydney looking to shore up a spot in the top two. Ray Chamberlain, Razor.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Nazai Wanganeen-Miller has had his lower body, I'm talking about his back and waist, strapped up around like mummified, taken a couple of painkillers. He's got something going on either with his back or abdominal area. It looks like a Kardashian sort of setup.
Is he back on the ground?
He's just gone down to the rooms.
Thanks, Ray.
Saints by 10 points. Grundy hooks it down. Warner has the handball knocked away. Follows up, gathers it, does really well. Thumps the Swans to full forward. Marking contest, McDonald hands to it. Coming across, Silvani helps Wilkie. Hill last line, wants the pressure. Rushes it through. St Kilda lead by 9 points. 19 into the fourth, but we've had a large stoppage, so 13 minutes to play in this game with the Saints leading by 9 points.
The Saints led by 24 earlier in the game in the third quarter. Just a quick reminder too, last three meetings between these two teams all decided by a goal or less. As DeConing takes a mark, bobbled off his bonds down the line. He turns and gives it a whack inside the forward 50. Liam Ryan leaping up for it, as did Heaney. Heaney drops it, spills through towards Hall against the boundary line. Handball along the ground, back to Lake. Lake running out of room, almost had his pocket picked by Blakey. He did. Blakey did well to control it. Handball to Bice. Off he goes, Riley Bice. Gets a Shepherd, sends a handball on to Roses. Sydney up over halfway. Silvani a deft touch on the way through. Curnow taps it back, looking for Roses, lost it. Silvani wins it, gives it to DeConing, to Caminiti, to Burns, and now to Lake, all by hand.
Lake kicks inside 50. Ryan goes up, punched away by Rampy. Bouncing ball, Hall swoops onto it. Handball back to Burns, back to Hall. Very wide out to Ryan. Kicks the Saints to full forward. High up and under, marking contest. Scored away out of play. Roberts halves it. Throwing coming right forward pocket for the Saints.
He just doesn't want to do the work today, Charlie Curnow. Well, he should have just grabbed that ball and turned and go. Like, he's trying to tap things and all sorts of poor decisions by Charlie.
Boundary throw in. Grundy palms it down. Ryan trying to trap it. One-on-one with Rampy. Rampy clever. Little toe poke out towards Goulden. Clears defensive 50 up to the wing. Roses fighting through. Knocks it into the outer corridor. McDonald collects for Sydney. Oh, Patley crunched. Tapped the ball away to Roses. Advantage will be applied. Campbell will get it with no one between him and the goals. Sockers it further out in front. Collected by Cootie. Cootie goals. And all of a sudden the Swans back on the doorstep. It's a 3-point game. 11:30 to go here at Docklands, and St Kilda's lead, which was once 4 goals, is now just 3 points. 12-8-80 St Kilda. Sydney to 11-11-77. 22 gone in the last. Sydney 2 down. Wanganeen Miller about to come back on the ground.
He is. Well, it's been hard work, hasn't it, Ram? Gosh, it's been hard work for the Swans. McDonald again was terrific. Papley, that time... Yeah. He did sense the danger, didn't he? And Jack Silvani absolutely nailed him down the middle, but he got up. Campbell, the ball just wouldn't bounce up for him, wouldn't sit for him. So the soccer off the ground, and Billy Cootie
was smart.
Put his head down and sniffed the goal and ran hard forward. The Saints defence breaking down there, and they get the all-important goal after the delay. Can they get their nose in front? They haven't been able to since the first quarter.
11 and a half minutes to play in this game, given that long break. Wood comes in off the wing, wins it. Handball too hot for Hunter Clarks. And a half forward here for Sydney. Cootie tackling. Ball comes out. Boxall rushes a kick. Turnover. Blakey takes it. Look away handball. Sydney back in possession. Bice pokes it out wide. Jordan Marks, 60 from home. St Kilda fold back to defend.
Heaney deep.
Jordan will send it deep. Floating kick. Heaney juggling it. Happily pinches it from him.
He did.
And it spills out to Stocker. They still scrap after it. Papley gets it on the boot. Squeezes it through. Tommy Papley swings the lead. Sydney stick their beaks in front. 23 minutes into the final term. 12-11-83. Plays 12-8-80. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
It'll be interesting now, Bally, because the Kilda have played from in front all day. Whereas Sydney have been chasing and chipping away. You look at this quarter alone, and it's mostly even. They're probably Sydney +5 contested football, +4 in clearances, so probably a little bit more territory, a little bit more of the contest, but it's just been moments taking opportunities.
We're 24 minutes into the last quarter. Sydney last led at the 14-minute mark of the opening term. The Saints have led all day. Sydney by 3 points in the final term. Back in the middle. Comes down to Rowan Marshall, who just whacks it forward. Oh, trying to stop it with his boot and all of that was Higgins. Not to be. Sydney win it back. McCartan had it, lost it. Picked up by Wilson. Gets a kick away to Ryan. Ryan threw a boot at it. Was he tackled without it? No.
The other way.
It's a free kick going Sydney's
way.
way.
Holding the ball. I think he might have. Hard for us to see from here whether Wilson... Looked like he might have got a foot on it. He certainly had prior opportunity.
It's called holding the ball.
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Mills, who hasn't had a great day, Callum Mills, has an opportunity here to stand up in the last 10 minutes.
Sydney free. Swans lead it by 3. 25 gone final term. It will be a long quarter after the delay. Will Edwards stretch it from the ground with a suspected fracture in his leg. Off half-back. Sydney win it. Series of handballs. Curnow kick smothered. Got it ricocheted away to Sarong. Sarong gives it back to Curnow. Curnow's had a mare and kicks an absolute flower bag across the goal face. Did manage to get it to Rampy. Short kick to Roberts. Roberts dabs a kick down the wing and Clark takes the intercept mark. Silvani hurt with the trainers. Saints with the footy on the wing.
He was the one who affected the smother. Might have been a stinger perhaps. The kick goes inside 50. Off the hands of the pack. Tackle to ground. Caminiti, ball up. Silvani staying out there. He's run off, but maybe a little stinger in the right shoulder with that smother.
Three-quarter time in Lonnie. North Melbourne by a point over Hawthorn.
Marshall takes it out of the ruck. Floats a quick snap on goal. Doesn't quite get the bounce. Sydney lead by 2 points. Still 9.5 minutes to play in this game.
Well, St Kilda need to ramp the pressure back up. So that's what got them the lead for so long in this game. They've just gone away from it slightly the last 20 minutes.
Mills, long kick to the wing. Heaney hands on it, no mark. Spills down to Wood. Wood of the Saints gave it to Stocker. Handball turned over. Jordan wins it back, gives it to Heaney. Handball to Campbell. Sweeping hand pass to Warner. Warner getting back on his right side. Kicks to centre half forward. Cootie!
Ridiculous kick. What a kick.
What a kick from Chad Warner, and he finds Billy Cootie in the corridor. 35 out straight in front.
Oh, it's the superstars again.
Silvani is in a lot of trouble here.
We'll keep an eye on him, but it's a super. Isaac Kearney's had a tough day.
So is it his wrist or his forearm? He's holding his forearm.
His shoulder.
His shoulder's popped out, I think.
His shoulder, yeah. Gosh,
laid that. Ben said he laid that smother, and that's where the situation.
Then he's lunged at that Billy Cootie mark.
I think it's good. It was.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble.
I think it was half out, and then he tried to spoil it there, and it's really popped out.
This day is leaving a savage toll on both camps. So we already know a broken hand for Rowbottom, a suspected fractured leg for Will Edwards, stretched it from the ground with the green whistle, and now Silvani coming from the ground with a bad dislocation in his shoulder, which is out of place, and trying to hold it in position.
He had a history of shoulders. I'm just trying to recall whether Jack's ever had a shoulder problem. I don't think he has.
He's almost strapping Cheetahs out by a long way. That's another gruesome
injury. War of attrition today, but what about the contest from Heaney here on the wing? Just when you need your stars to stand up, Heaney and then Warner just dropping it into Billy Cootie's lap.
That's ugly. That right shoulder is out. Here comes Billy Cootie for his second in the final term. He's got it. And Sydney pull further in front. 3 on the bounce for the Swans. And St Kilda's afternoon, and looks like they could be claiming a scalp for the first time. He's getting away from them. 28 gone in the final term. Sydney by 8 points, 13-8, 89. They lead St Kilda 12-9, 81. And for Billy Cootie in his 6th game, geez, had some big moments in this final term.
And the big problem for St Kilda is their superstar, Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller, can barely move at the moment. He's going down to full forward. He's going to go in the goal square and try steal a goal here in this last quarter, but he is moving really, really poorly.
He was hurt as part of that Edwards collision, as Ray has told us. Yeah. He's been
casualties everywhere today.
All around the torso. Grundy takes it out of the ruck. Kick goes 5 metres. Heaney onto it. Soccers it on. Inside 50. Colonel! Got up nice and high. Warner rose. Snaps the goal.
Oh, no.
There's a free kick anyway. It'll go to
Charlie.
Sydney.
So it's against Wilkie.
Going to be the recipient.
It's against Wilkie, Benny. So arm over the shoulder in that marking contest where he nearly took mark of the year.
It's the first time he's launched at the footy all day, isn't it? And what do you know? You get a free kick. Mightn't have been too much in it, but we've been screaming, haven't we? Charlie, just keep presenting, and he gets his opportunity here. Heaney again, who's had, as we say, a really tough day, but how often do the champs stand up?
He'd kicked the first goal of the afternoon. Sydney have responded much better to the break in play. And St Kilda.
3 goals to zip.
Charlie Curnow booted 7 his last time out here. He was back in round 7 against the Western Bulldogs. Skips in, thumps it through. Slaps his chest in delight. And Sydney are out by 14 points. A couple for Charles. 14-11-95 plays 12-9-81. 30 minutes into the final term, but still 7.5 minutes to play.
And you can see the players asking. Nick Blakey runs over the bench how long to go, because the game clock up on the scoreboard means nothing now. We know that. Plenty of time here for the Saints. Can they steady and just find something again? Now they're going to have to throw a bit of caution to the wind. And it's probably there, isn't it, Rammer, the free kick?
That's a free kick.
You're right. He just got so high. It's the first time today we've seen him really launch at the footy, and even as good as Cal Wilkie is, even he has to reach and bring the ball to ground.
The difference with Cal Wilkie playing on Curnow and Silvani playing on Curnow is Cal likes to just drop off a little bit, whereas Jack Silvani is right there. He's in your back pocket. So he hasn't allowed Charlie to jump at the ball all day.
Back in the middle, Grundy palms it down. Heaney was there, couldn't quite trap it. DeConing hunts out after it. Ball bobbles around, hacked off the deck by Filippo. Up to centre half forward. Garcia collects for St Kilda. Handball to Burns. Burns drives it to full forward. Fresh air swing from Roberts trying to spoil. Back pocket for Sydney. McCartan toe pokes it out of defence. Up to halfback. Scooped up there by Lloyd. Got a handball away towards Goulden. Goulden trying to get back on his left side. Kicks along the boundary line. Superb. In tight confines, back to Lloyd. And Errol Goulden has had himself a day.
It just takes the pressure off. You know, to find a target under so much pressure allows your backs to set up now. Get the ball long, get territory going into your forward line.
Lloyd, long to a contest at half forward. Spills out to DeConing. Surge kick forward for the Saints. Sarong and Wanganeen Miller are in a tangle. There's a free for a hold. It was there. Wanganeen Miller just tucked the jumper of Sarong, and he'll get it defensive side of the wing. Sydney by 14 points. They've kicked the last 4 goals, and the only 4 goals after the long delay. We are 32 minutes into the last, but still almost 7 minutes on the game clock.
It's taken full control of this game here, Sydney late.
Which is what they haven't been able to do all day, isn't it? And that's the challenge. They've been so brave, the Saints, for 3 and a bit quarters.
Rampy back flank. Drills it around the wing, launching McDonald, slips through his hands, out the back, Wilkie. Gathers for the men in tricolours, handball back towards Windhager, caught holding the ball. So Warner the recipient, he's a little ginger.
He is, yeah.
Maybe just hurt an ankle there.
The same old story, isn't it, for the Swans? It's the champs.
Warner drives it deep, and that is offline and out of bounds on the full.
I'm not sure that was...
No. I'm not sure he realised he could get that far.
The intended purpose of that kick.
I think that's 65 metres.
So the Swans lead it by 14 points. Just under 6 minutes to play. St Kilda will have to get it all right from here.
Heaps of time. Hill kicks it to half-back for Boxall. Collects on the half volley. Handball away to Clark. Handball to Wilkie. And gives it to Trevelyan. Trevelyan. Long kick down the line. And getting up Bice. Knocks it away from Higgins. The ball spills out of play, and we'll have a boundary throw. Saints have led most of the day. They hit the front 14-minute mark in the opening quarter, and they held that lead all the way into when Papley goal at the 24-minute mark of the last. We've now travelled 33 in this final term. 5 and a bit minutes to go. It's going to be a long quarter after the delay. Sydney by 14.
Grundy palming it down. Away to Goulden. Sweeping handball forward. Allows Roberts to run onto it. He kicks inside 50. Heaney and Boxall. Boxall brings it down. Heaney gathers it. Slips the Boxall tackle. Gets the handball away. McDonald onto Warner. Warner hammers it through. Sydney celebrate in front of the Saints. Fans behind the goal. The cheer squad of St Kilda are silenced. He's got a couple. 15-11, 101, plays 12-9-81. Sydney by 20.
Oh, it's been powerful. The last 5 goals, Sydney plus 20 in possession, plus 9 in contested football, plus 3 in clearance. Inside 50's 11 apiece in this quarter, but with St Kilda's 11, they've kicked 1 goal 1. Sydney have kicked 6 goals 3. 9 scoring shots from 11 entries in this final quarter. And it's been their better players. So Blakey 6 possessions, Goulden 6, Heaney 6, Warner 6. But they've all been involved in the scoring chains. Now, when you got the ball in your best players' hands in the last quarter, good things usually happen.
They've struggled against the top contenders, Sydney, but they've just about converted on every occasion against the rest. They look like they're going to again today. Warner out of the middle, kicks to full forward, slides out the back towards Heaney. Heaney from the pocket, trying to bend it through from the impossible angle across the goal face and out of bounds in the opposite pocket. So they're 1-4 against the top 5 Sydney, but 13-1 against the rest. And that includes narrow wins over North Melbourne by 8 points, Collingwood by 6, the Saints by 2, Port by 3. And they're going to come from behind today, you'd think, to beat St Kilda here at Docklands.
Grundy takes it out of the ruck, kicks a high ball. It'll come down and work out for the Swans. Mills back feeds it. Off to Bice, he'll get it back. Looks inside 50, short kick. And on the end of it is young Harry Kyle. 47 metres out. Kyle will go back and kick for goal. He had to kick a goal in AFL footy as well. Pick 14 out of last year. Sydney's first pick, ex-rugby league player. He wants to move it on, kicks laterally away to Blakey. Swans by 20 points, 4 minutes to play.
There's the Isaac Heaney model. Harry Cole, in terms of rugby league as a junior, Swans Academy, found his way to our game. High pick, long kick inside 50 from Blakey, and Marshall intercepts. Fascinating afternoon at the footy. What it's been
But the reality is, this is what a good team should do. When they're pressured, if you're a genuine contender, when you are challenged in a game this late in the season, you should be able to find something to win the game. Sydney has certainly done that.
Saints out of defence. Stocker off the back flank, kicks down the wing to Ryan, takes the mark, handball away to Wilson. Wilson trots off, and the long kick inside the forward pocket. They come from all directions. Ball slides out the back to Kyle, who just taps the kick short and finds McCartan. Handball away for Sydney to Mills, and Mills goes down the wing to Curnow on a one-on-one, and he takes the juggled mark.
Been good, McCartan. Thought he was one of the ones that stood up under real heat in that first half.
Curnow just goes back to Mills. Sydney by 20 points.
Jack Silvani's still not up on the bench.
Mills kicks to a contest on the wing. Caminiti puts his fist through it, drops softly towards his feet. Wilkie goes and wins it. St Kilda ball on the wing. Filippo has it, loses it, regathers it, runs into a tackle, holding the ball. He'll give it to Heaney, who thumps it on quickly. Curnow's got out the back, one-on-one, he marks it. 35 out, 45-degree angle. We'll look at his third, and they are breaking this game open late, Sydney.
What do we think's wrong with Naz? Is it just a corky?
He might have.
There's nothing strapped on his legs.
Well, the back maybe might have sort of just...
It's ginger, isn't he?
Yeah, like you can have a back spasm in those situations.
It was that big contest, he got pitbulled a bit.
I'm just watching him here. He's hunched over, so that would...
Well, it's time to get him off now. Time to get him off now, isn't it?
I thought he sort of got hit in the side almost, like whether it's ribs or...
Yeah.
He certainly got crunched, didn't he? It was actually Edwards that got him and then landed awkwardly.
He's had 4 possessions only in this last quarter.
On his leg.
Charlie Curnow. His shot on goal. He celebrated the moment he struck it. Curnow's third, and Sydney have kicked the last 6 goals of this game in a 16-minute span as they've flexed. 26 points to the good, 16-11, 107 plays, 12-9, 81.
He hasn't had a great day, Charlie. So since Jack Silvani's gone off the ground, he's kicked the 2 goals now. The first one's a Joe de Goose over the top in the first minute of the game. But then this is what you do when you're a goal kicker and you can find goals late in game. You've got to take the opportunity. These 2 opportunities in this last quarter, he's been able to kick goals.
Score check, by the way, in Launceston, a dozen minutes into the final term. It is Hawthorn by 17. So it's a 34-point swing after quarter time. North Melbourne led it by 17 at the first break. 12-14 to 10-9. Nick Watson still with 5. Hawthorn by 17.
Jack Gunston's kicked 2 goals, 5.
Final quarter action there. Back in the middle. Saints playing catch-up big time here. They get a free kick in the middle. And Hall runs it out of the middle and then kicks it on the run, if you don't mind. Puts it through from 50. And there's one back. Almost like we see in association football. He just races back to the middle. Grab the ball out of the net and return it back into the middle of the ground. A 3rd goal for Max Hall. What a player he's become. Sydney's lead trimmed to 20. The Swans 16-11, St Kilda 13-9. We are 40 minutes into the final term.
Yeah, he's had a good day, hasn't he, Max Hall? He's a good player early. And it's a real string to his bow that he's adding now. The ability to be able to push forward, kick multiple goals. in the end, it's just the Swans class through the middle of the ground has prevailed in the last 15 minutes of this game, but he never stops trying, Max Hall.
I think since the Edwards injury, Sydney has simply responded better.
Yeah. 6 goals to 1.
Yep.
Keep an eye on have a thought about the votes too. So we're going to have a hard out here. We're off to Sydney for the rep game between Australia and Ireland, given the long quarter. So that'll come round fast in the post game.
St Kilda going forward again. Hill just dinks a kick over the top. Burns contorts his body to mark it. Does well, gives it off. Running by Wilson. Short inside 50. Marshall marks. Needs to hurry back, big row, and thump this through. Time becoming a problem. A minute to play. Sydney lead by 20. Marshall trots in. Boot the ball. Misses left. So Sydney lead by 19 points. 6 goals unanswered in this fourth term. 7 goals to 2 overall in the final quarter. And they lead by 19.
First words I said off the top of the broadcast. The trend is your friend. The Ross line, of course, and it's panned out that way with Sydney too good against the rest of the competition despite their shortcomings against the best. And for St Kilda, they're not going to be able to measure up again against the top 9 team or the sides above them. They'll go 0-10 in such games. There's going to be a free kick here on the wing as Ryan's caught with it. Mills gets the free kick.
Oh, the umpire called that really well because Ryan ducked into it.
Mills goes short, away to Gordon. It's been sensational. Long kick down to half forward, and Wilkie takes the intercept mark. He looks corridor. Windhager takes the mark, gives it away to Marshall. Kick smothered by Warner. As the seconds will tick down on this one, it'll be the Swans by 19 points. It was a fixture in which both teams' seasons were summed up in a nutshell. For the Swans, they weren't overly convincing, that they did the job that needed to be done. And for St Kilda, they were not quite good enough. Sydney by 19. Swans will go in and win overall, while our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory. Saints by 9 points at quarter time, 13 at the half, 12 at three-quarter time, and in the finish it was Sydney by 19 points. 16-11-107, St Kilda 13-10-88, 32,512 in attendance. A marathon final quarter due to the catastrophic injury toll. Will Edwards with a left leg fracture. He was taken off the ground on the Medicab with a green whistle. It was a gruesome break. Meanwhile, a broken hand for James Rowbottom and a right shoulder out of place for Jack Silvani. That says nothing of Nasai Wanganeen-Miller, who ended the game hobbled in the goal square. A lot to come in the postscript. Sydney by 19. Whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win overall, while our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory. So this is who they've both been throughout the season. Sydney take care of one of the lesser lights in the competition. They win by 19 points, while for the Saints, they're 0-10 against the teams above them on the table. Sydney by 19, Adam Ramanauskas, loop ball. Yeah, they take care of them, but you just look at the reaction of some of the players and the senior players for the Swans. It meant a lot, this win. This is a really gutsy effort. You know, things weren't really going their way for the majority of the day. The Saints were terrific with the pressure and intensity, and were really hard to play against, and it took a fair bit, Rama. And your point, it's amazing how, you know, a horror injury, and I mean, you can argue that it could have gone the other way, really, when they see a loved teammate go down like they did. But in a way, it seemed to steal them. And from then on, they were just superb. And it was led by their champs. I mean, Errol Gordon did it all day. Isaac Heaney lifted. He had a really tough first half in particular, but just his ability to keep working and impose himself on the game. He and Warner, their last 15 minutes were enormous. Thought McCartan's leadership behind the ball was terrific most of the game. Great ruck battle, but I think, you know, Big Brody, Just Shades, Tom DeConey and Rowan Marshall across the day, and really that's the Swans that we know, isn't it? Just and look, and
to an extent, it's the challenge they've got at the pointy end. And you're right, they probably should be winning these sort of games if we want to take them seriously. But they had to roll their sleeves up and get it done today and win. And it was a really hard-fought win. Yeah. And with some serious casualties as well. Don't forget Rowbottom goes down in the first quarter. Yeah. So they had to do it tough today. Yeah, so momentum changes, I think, from the injury. So inside 50s in the last quarter, 14 apiece. St Kilda kicked 2 goals too. Sydney kicked 7-3. So 10 scoring shots from 14 entries. Sydney's kicking efficiency in that last quarter was 77%. So they just used the ball better, and then they win clearance. So they're doing the scrappy hard work, and they're also then getting the reward from that scrappy hard work around contest. Goulden was sensational. I thought Chad Warner had a terrific game. Just some of his ball use today was incredible. But they walk away, I think, Sydney going, yep, okay, there's some questions, though. Like the first 3 quarters, there's some work to do. We need to iron out this pressure situation. When teams put genuine pressure on us, how do we respond, or how do we respond better? So, look, good win, tough win, but yeah, it'll be a little bit of back to the drawing board for the Swans. The numbers since the injury, so interestingly, the inside 50s 10-9. Saints levelled that up a bit late. But 6 goals 1 to 1 goal 2. Yeah. So there's the game from the injury with the game on the line in that last quarter. Yep. Jack Silvani's out there, which is good news. He's got his arm in a sling. Ray Chamberlain's in the winners' rooms. We'll fax through the song and also an interview with the winners. But full time here, it is Sydney too good by 19 points over the Saints in front of 32,512. Meanwhile, down in Launceston, it's an 11-point lead for Hawthorn with 7 to go. So Hawks by 11 over North Melbourne. North hanging around in that game. Coming up tonight, dual-site doubleheader here at Docklands. Ben, you're on double duties.
I am.
Oh, good luck with that. It's
blow for Dave.
Rest of the voice. Don't worry about Dave. Don't worry about Dave. Carlton up against the Brisbane Lions, so that's coming up tonight at the same time. It is Port Adelaide and GWS. And coming up next, of course, the big blockbuster between Australia and Ireland, the women's rep game, so full broadcast to follow us in a few moments' time. If you're in the ACT, you'll be getting NRL action between the Titans and the Warriors. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. 1 vote to Max Hall, just over Cal Wilkie. Thought he was the Saints' best throughout the day. Finished with 3 goals. 2 votes to Chad Warner. You mentioned it, Rama. I thought he's just so powerful, isn't he? And kicked 2 himself, but really had a hand in several more. I think 8 or 10 goals. Haven't got the score involvement stat in front of me, but he was huge. 3 votes to Errol Goulden, who's back to his absolute best. Got 3 votes last week. We're going to give him another 3 today, and that's the real positive. I thought Logan McDonald's a real positive out of today. I think as they try and settle on their best forward mix. The Swans, he was great, kicked 4 goals and stood up when really Charlie Curnow, save for that last 5 or so minutes, Rammer, was nowhere to be seen. So well done, Logan McDonald. But 3 votes to Errol Goulden today. I love it. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year is also the number 1 rated player on the ground. So champion data backing you up there, Bally. 3 for Goulden, 2 for Warner, 1 for Hall. Sydney by 19 points. A huge turnaround. St Kilda led most of the day. Similar theme than their early season meeting. Saints by 9 at quarter time, 13 at the half, 12 at 3/4 time. But Sydney in the finish on the back of a 7-goal final term to win by 19 points. Thanks to Ray Chamberlain downstairs. We'll send through the song in a few moments to Craig Davis back at base, to Stuart Hollywood Baker on the buttons for us. Thanks to you, Bally. Good call. Thank you, Rama. Well done. Well done, Ben. We'll hear from you a little later on as well. Ben Cameron and myself, Corbin Middlemass, signing off here at Docklands. The Swans by 19 points to shore up their top 2 finish. Good afternoon from Docklands.